Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
It's Flower Show Week. Join us for 4 days of all things flowers, plus an amazing chance to get your hands on a free badge that you will not want to miss. So tune in this Tuesday through to Friday for Flower Show Week, here on Sewing Street.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Visualize live.
Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street. Well, we're celebrating 2 things today. 2 things. So we are having the Sewing Street Flower Show. So we're celebrating all things flowers and sewing this week. From Tuesday to Friday, actually. Not only that, it's also World Bee Day. So because it's Flower Show Week, so we decided we're going to celebrate, because obviously it's Chelsea Flower Show, so we thought, because we love that we would have our own Flower Show celebration. And in celebration of that, everybody, while stocks last, I have to say that, will get our brand new free pin badge, which says on it, exclusive to us, it says, Flower Show 2025. Perfect. And that is obviously while stocks last, 1 per customer. If anything that you buy today, whether it's on air or on the website between today and Saturday, while stocks last, we have got lots of them. It's the perfect badge, isn't it? I mean, it's lovely if you collect badges or if you just want to have something, because it just says the Flower Show. Really pretty badge to have on your bags at this time of year. On the back, when you get yours, there is a special free gift. Can't tell you what it is, secret. But on the back, there's a little gift. So don't forget to keep the card because it says something on the back of it. So everyone who shops today will be put in, as long as, I mean, we do have lots of them. I always have to say while stocks last, but everybody will receive the Flower Show bag. It's so pretty as well. It's pink with all little flowers on. And that's for, we're celebrating Flower Show because I know how much you all love flowers. You love Chelsea Flower Show. So it's not affiliated with that, but we're just doing our own celebration. Not only that, it is also World Bee Day. So we are going to be celebrating bees in this hour. And we're going to be celebrating bees in Delphine's hour. Are you sewing in your garden? Because kind of sewing outside, doing a bit of gardening, sitting in the sun, or staying inside and sewing because it's too hot out there either. But isn't it lovely? I think this is the first time that I've driven to work this year and actually the sun was just coming up, just about peeking above as I left, and then all the way along the motor. Beautiful. So we're celebrating that, so we know how much flowers and sewing, they just go together, don't they? Just go together. So let's start with the early bird, because the early bird we have chosen specially to celebrate World Bee Day. Isn't that lovely? So to celebrate World Bee Day, we have this special bundle of a bee pin cushion and a bee tape measure. So it's got elastic on it, so you can just put it around your wrist and it's all padded and you can put all your pins and then they're all there to hand. This is really useful. Also, this might be $13.98. Well, obviously, we're going to crash that price. This could be your opportunity to get the badge. And you also get a covered retractable tape measure, 150 centimetres. With a little bee, it's got a really cute bee. It's printed on, and it's got little, almost, it's got like fabric wings, a bit sort of little ditzy print wings, and then you've got the bee on the back as well. Whereas the bee on the pin cushion is felt, so it's like a bit 3D. We're taking £3 off. Taking £3 off. £10.98. Beautiful gift, isn't it? And don't forget, everyone who checks out today, there is a special code on the back as a little gift from us. So to celebrate flowers and bees, pop this one in your basket. Brand new these are to us. And this is exclusive. Can't get this anywhere else. The Sewing Street Flower Show pin badge. It's so pretty. Love it. There we go. But it's really good because it's really squishy and with the elastic as well. So, you know, you see all these dressmakers, they always put their pins there, don't they, as they use them. So take them out as you sew. You've always got them to hand. And then you've got this beautiful tape measure. Centimetres on one side and inches on the other. Perfect. £3 off. So you're almost, not quite, but nearly saving your P&P as well. So you'll get the badge. You save your £3 with the pin cushion and the tape measure, they come together as a set, and then you can help to celebrate World Bee Day with us. I think that's a fantastic bundle, isn't it? And it's perfect, absolutely perfect for this time of year. Now the bees are starting to buzz and the sun's finally out. Let's hope it's here to stay. Be nice, wouldn't it? Be nice. Anyway, do check out on that. Loads and loads of you are coming in for this. They're absolutely flying out. Flying. There's a real buzz about these. Oh, please, no more bee jokes. There are loads of lovely treats this week because it is our flower show extravaganza week. So we've got lots of different bee treats. Delphine's launching a brand new design. Look at that. That's available already. That's Delphine's design. Brand new design. How gorgeous is that? We've got complete kits for that. That's coming up next at 9. Well, not next, but the next hour at 9 o'clock. Beautiful. So do check out on this. I can see, oh gosh, they are flying out. Wow. Just looking at the figures for that. Loads and loads of you wanting this. There is a small queue on the phone line. Remember, you're saving £3. You get the bee pin cushion, you get the bee tape measure, and you will get the flower show badge. Now look at this. Can we mention these guys? We've got TOFT on today. So excited. I haven't seen Kerry for a while. And in a second, now look at these. These are the weeds. The weeds. So the kit that Kerry sells for this, you get all 3 weeds. It's a buttercup, a daisy, and a ranunculus. I love them. I just want those weeds. Not just. You kind of think you don't know what you're going to do with them, but wouldn't they look just lovely just sat on your windowsill? Perfect for any gardener. I love them. It's called Love the Weed. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Love the weed. Love the weed. I love them. They're coming up at 12 o'clock, but obviously they're all on pre-order. So we've got Delphine with us today. We've got Kerry from TOFT in today. The weeds are beautiful, aren't they? You feel like they need to start singing and dancing. Wasn't there a TV programme called The Weeds? Like a children's TV programme? I'm sure there was. No, Bill and Ben, but wasn't there also something called The Weeds? This is probably going back a long, long way. A long way. Michelle says, good morning, Rebecca. Can't wait to spend money. Have a good day. Hey, Michelle, I always feel like that. I sort of regret it afterwards, but today is a good day to spend money because we have got some fantastic items. Don't forget, you've got the early birds. So there's one for you, Michelle, there. Oh, my gosh, they are flying out. We're getting really low in stock now. Bee pin cushion and the tape measure. They come together. Celebrate the joy of the bee. Save yourself £3. And if you shop today, you will be sent. You don't have to do anything. When you shop, the badge will automatically... bees and badges. The badge will automatically be added to your order. It's very pretty. I'm going to put mine on my bag for the summer just because it says flower show on it. I think that would be lovely. And if you collect the badges, obviously it's nice to have, but just that little badge, lovely. And remember the gift on the back. Really worth it. So, shall we have a look at what is coming up on today's show? So now at 8 o'clock, we've got, I've got an Amber Makes out of our bee kits and flower kits. It just says bees there, but it's bees and flowers. I've pulled together because we love bees, Amber Makes, love them. Amy loves drawing bees and she's really good at them. And so we've got lots of bees. We've got the bees kits that have sold out before. We've got the bee mug. We've got the bee bags, all sorts. So if you want the whole matching set, maybe you haven't seen all of our bee kits together. So I've put all of those together. And then I've also picked out, because we do lots of flower kits, but I've picked out the flower kits that have sold out before or that were really popular and got them back in stock, including the quilt kit here, which was out of stock. So we've managed to get a few reprinted. So it's all about the bees and the flowers at 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock, the glorious Delphine will be with us with her brand new design, Apis the Bee, which is Latin for bee. It's beautiful, isn't it? We've also restocked some of Delphine's kits that you might have missed out on because we had so many of you saying, when are they coming back? So we've got the hair and the fabrics. Look at the hair. And we've got the fabrics back as well. I love him. Absolutely love him. And we've got the hedgehog. Look at him. Look at his little face. Gorgeous. I mean, they're so springy, aren't they? So springy. And what's the other one? The lamb. The lamb and the baby Highland cow. They're all perfect for this time of year, aren't they? Look at his little face. I love that. Love that. But the main thing in this show is the bee. Now, remember, these kits, everything that we've got on today's show is already available to pre-order. So if you think, oh, I really don't want to miss out on that, I want the bee, I want the weeds, just go on to sewingstreet.com, watch live, and you can get it all there. Carolyn says, hi, Rebecca. I think weeds were in Hector's house. From Carolyn. Oh, were they? See, I have memories of weeds and children's TV. Christine says, are you thinking of the herbs? Maybe that's what it is, not weeds. The herbs. Yeah, there was basil, wasn't there? Yeah, you see, Hannah's too young. She doesn't remember all this. But I know a lot of you will remember all these things. Maybe it was the herbs. Yeah, not the weeds. It was the herbs. I do remember them. Got my bees. Love your top. Samantha, not crop. Thank you, Samantha. Tis my new top. My new top. I went on holiday out to buy a new top. And it's very nice. Do you know what I love about this top is it's really short at the front and long at the back, so it covers my bottom. And I think all tops should cover your bottom. Michael's now checking that out. Yeah, I think so. If you want, I bought this very recently, and I love a top that covers your bottom, and it's nice and bright and cheerful. But thank you very much. Then at 10, Kerry is here with TOFT. Oh, we've got some gorgeous. Well, everything that TOFT does is gorgeous, isn't it? Loads of gorgeous things. Loads and loads of all crochet kits. We've got some books. We've got guinea pigs. Crochet guinea pigs, all sorts. If you want to get ahead and see all the different kits. Yeah, actually, would the guinea pigs eat the weeds, though? Look at the guinea pigs. Aren't they just delicious? I love them. All of the kits are beautiful. Look at the tortoise. Tortoises. Or is it tortoise? I wonder what a plural of tortoises. There's lots of different ones. We've got a whole host of different kits and designs, and Kerry will be here to show you. And brilliant, absolutely lovely. If you've never seen TOFT before, oh, you are going to love them. If you have, we've got some real treats for you. And a few little discounts here as well. 11 o'clock, Delphine will be with us with the brand new quilt, the Paradise Quilt Kit. It features Tula Pink fabrics, and we have it in 2 colourways. This is one of them. Gorgeous. And then the other version is in sort of greens. Absolutely beautiful. Quite a simple make. Looks complex, but quite a simple make. Now, Delphine is going to demonstrate this from the point of view of beginners, because she said that this kit is ideal for beginners. It's quite simple to do, but she's going to do it in a way that what happens when you open your box, what do you do? How do you cut your fabric? Do you wash it? Do you press it? What do you do? So we're going to go through it in a very sort of basic way, because I think sometimes we skip over that bit. We sort of skip over and then get to the sewing, and we don't go through the what do you do when you start. So we're going to do it as a beginner. That's at 11 o'clock. Kerry will be back at 12 with even more crochet gloriousness, and that's when the weeds are on, which I've got my eye on. Love them, love them. Now, if you want to shop with Sewing Street, there are two ways to do it. You can either shop by phone, which is obviously really simple. It's a free phone number as well. There's the number at the bottom of the screen, 0800 001 4433. UK call centre, so it's free. It's just upstairs. They can take your order. They can help you with queries. If you've put the wrong code in or you can't remember the code or you want to buy half a metre, not a metre, whatever, they're really useful to speak to. The other way is on the website. That's kind of easier because it's got pictures and you can have a look and go, oh, I'll get that one in that colour. So go on to sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live. And this is the screen that you'll get. It'll look just like this. You can message me here. Please message me. I love your messages. What are you doing today? What are you making? What are you shopping? And what you're going to do with it. Then if you scroll down there, there'll be two columns once we get going. So coming up on today's show, so that's used to be called pre-order. So that's everything I haven't talked about yet. And then today's show deals is everything that I have talked about. And then if you scroll down, there are all the products today. So when I say to you about shopping ahead, it's in a bit of a funny order for some reason. It's not in the order we're doing it. There is the bee kit. So if you want to get the bee kit, you can get ahead with that there. It has all the fabric and the instructions with it. With loads of them. Sold 50 already. Boom, just like that. Oh yeah, 15 minutes in, we've sold 50 of them already. There's all of the Delphine kits and embroidery needles. We've also got that tartan fabric back in. Oh, that one's already sold out. That was quick. Then there's all the TOFT kits. Oh, look at that one. These are inspired by Royal Dalton. Aren't they gorgeous? We've got books. And we've also, Kerry's bought with her, the stuffing and the crochet hooks. I love William Shakespeare. It's great, isn't it? Well, it's very British, isn't it? The flowers, Chelsea Flower Show. This is my favourite one because the scones one come in a tin. So the kit, you can make the scones and they come in a tin. Hannah's saying scones, I'm saying scones. I want the tin, and then you could make the scones, you could put them in the tin and gift them. What a lovely gift. Or jam tarts. You can make, there's enough yarn and it comes in a tin as well, to make 6 jam tarts. Why not? What a lovely gift. There's the Tula Pink. We are really in the wrong order today, aren't we? It's all mixed up. That's the Tula Pink kits. By the way, we are reducing the price of those. Just saying, if you shop ahead, don't worry, you will be charged the lowest price. This is the pink frog bag. Now, Kerry has restocked this, and this is the very last. They managed to find some of the pink Aran, so this is the last time they will do this. It's been restocked. It's a bag. It's got a cork handle and everything. I mean, what a talking piece. Love that. Look. There's only 2 pictures in that, 2 weeds in that picture, but you do make 3. That's lovely, isn't it? There's the bees and ladybird. Look at the guinea pigs. I just love them. Anyone who loves guinea pigs, you're going to have to make those. There's even, if you're getting married, this kit has got all the yarn and the instructions to make the bride and the groom, and you can customise them to suit the brides and grooms that you are with the different hair and everything. I love those. Oh, look, there's 2 grooms. That's gorgeous. 2 brides, so you can have 2 brides, 2 grooms, 1 groom, 1 bride. There's all the different yarns, so you can customise them to suit. That's very nice. I do like the white top hat and tails. Gorgeous. And the dress is beautiful, isn't it? I mean, that's a perfect wedding gift, isn't it? Wedding season is almost on us, isn't it? So if you fancy crocheting them, obviously, Kerry will be talking about those during her hour, but if you've got any questions about, oh, can I do this with them? Can I customise them for that? She said that all the instructions are there so that you can alter them to make the perfect bride and groom. Beautiful. Then here are all the Amber Makes kits, which is where we're starting. So they're all at the end. So all the bee kits, all the flower kits, a lot of items that have been out of stock for a while. In fact, we haven't done the attic window, honestly, for years. And I suddenly thought, why haven't we done this? We haven't done this for ages. Even got a cat looking through the window. It's a panel, and then the kit has all the fabric so that you can cut it all up and make it into the view. We've got the velvet kit, so we've got the weekend bag with bees on. We've got the matching pouch set, the Flower Shop mini quilt and the Flower Shop big quilt. The big quilt kit has been out of stock for ages as well, so I've got that in. The mini backpack stock wildflowers. That's my bag. I use that all the time. It's been all across the world with me. It's absolutely perfect. It's still, in fact, this guy in Starbucks in Vancouver went, "Gee, I love your matching purse." And I thought, that was a great accent, wasn't it? And I said, yes, I know. I love a matching thing. But isn't it nice when someone comments on it? That was very nice. Didn't have to. I was buying the coffee anyway. Now, remember, we are celebrating all things bees and flowers. So because it's Chelsea Flower Show this week, we thought it's a great time to do our own flower show. So everyone who shops today will receive, while stocks last, the Flower Show pin badge with a free gift on the back. It's very pretty pink with little flowers all over it. So all you have to do is buy something. You don't have to ask for the badge. As soon as you shop, it will be put into your order. Right. Let's get started. Can I say, first of all, because it's our Amber Makes Hat, it's Amy's birthday today. Happy birthday, Amy. So Amy is the genius behind all of the beautiful illustrations that are on all of the kits. She's an amazing designer and drawer, and it's her birthday. So if she's watching, she might still be in bed, but you never know. Happy birthday, Amy. So we're having a show especially for you to say happy birthday. Right. Yay. Now, let's start with a treat. Because it's Amy's birthday, let's have a special treat, shall we? This bag Amy designed specially for the one and only John Scott when we did one of his shows. So we called it John's Garden because he loves hydrangeas. It features 2 black cats. It's got a cream tea, so there's a nice Victoria sponge. And on the back, you've got these beautiful hydrangeas. So it's a velvet bag, beautiful, super soft butter velvet. You also get all the fabric, which is a lovely lavender spot cotton poplin to line it. And it's got a beautiful box bottom as well and velvet handles. It's so soft. It's gorgeous. It will come in its very own box. Now, like this. It will come in its own box with everything that you need will be inside it. So you get the printed velvet panel, you'll get the cotton poplin, and you also get the zip that's used for the pocket. And full instructions, and it also comes, as with all of our kits, a free video tutorial. And you can make it, and it is beautifully soft. Yeah, I'm not sure where that question mark's come from. Question mark! Luxury velvet shop book, question mark. Now, we've got a special price on this to celebrate our flower show day and Amy's birthday. Should be $29.99. We've never reduced it before, but we are today. So you can buy the full kit for $22.99. Save yourself £7. And this is a lovely kit if you want to give it to somebody as a gift, because you've got everything in it, because you've got the zip, shall I open it? So when you get your kit, open it up, and everything that you need is inside. So you'll get the lavender zip, which we bought specially because we can choose from all the colours and all the sizes and everything to match. Over 20% off. You'll get the printed panel, which has got all of the pieces. It also comes with the pieces to make the bag charm. I'll have a look, see if that's inside the bag. And it's all beautifully soft. The handles are printed. It has a facing on the inside so that you get a little velvet on the inside. It's a polyester velvet, so it doesn't fray. It's really easy to sew with. You can iron it, just don't iron it too hot. Beautifully easy to sew. There's no templates, no measuring, just cut out the pieces. Everything is printed, including the seam allowances. It's all exclusively illustrated by Amy. You can only buy this, it's only available with Amber Makes. You get the cotton poplin lining and full instructions with lots of photos, exactly how to do it. There's a QR code so that you can go onto the Amber Makes website and watch a full video tutorial. So if you fancy making yourself something a little bit luxurious for summer or as a lovely gift, This is the kit, and you are saving £7, so £22.99 for this beautiful bag. That's over 20% saving. And also, if you've shopped today, you'll get the badge. You get the badge, won't you? So this is the first thing. And all of these kits will come in our Amber Makes box as well. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Save yourself £7. It's so pretty, isn't it? And because it's got this box bottom, you can get absolutely loads in it as well. There we go. Save yourself £7 with that. Right, tubs, because it's very flowery, isn't it? The trio of nesting tubs. So we did, again, this was another one we did for John, because he loves peonies. So, and it's also start of peony seeds. In fact, they've just started to come out in my garden, only just. So you get the large one, so it's all illustrated and printed on the outside. You've got printing on the inside. Then you've got the medium one. Now, these are great for using in your craft room to store your threads and zips. They're lovely to put plants in, great in the bathroom. You can put them in the middle of the kitchen table, fill them with sweets, apples. You can put gifts in them, and they all slot inside each other. They all come fully lined. I'll just show you. Obviously, you get full instructions with all of the kits, and there is a free video tutorial as well. This is the panel. So you've got all of the pieces. Again, no measuring, no templates. Right, we've only got 10 of these left. So you've got the round bottoms, you've got all of the pieces, the linings. If you use your own fabric for the lining, then you can make 6 instead. Because if you used your own fabric for the lining, so like for the large one, you could use that for the outside, cut out a piece of lining fabric the same size, and then you'd make another one. So you could make 6, couldn't you? Yes. Which would be well worth it. Right, we've only got 8 of those left now, so I'll leave that one with you. Right, celebrate spring. Storage baskets. So these are storage baskets, but these are cubes rather than round. A trio of storage baskets. So there's 3 in this kit. So these are really good for putting flowers and plants in as well. And they've obviously got a little bit of Wordsworth on, host of golden daffodils, few quotes and that. So they are fully lined. So you've got that beautiful gingham lining with the little spring flowers. That's the big one. Then the medium one is pink gingham, all with spring flowers on, because it's flower day. And then the little one has flowers on it as well. Obviously, you get full instructions to make them. We have done this in various different colourways, so that's why you've got different photos, but the technique is exactly the same. Comes with the free video tutorial, and then this is the panel. Quite a big panel. Has all the pieces, that's upside down, all the pieces that you need on it. Again, fully lined. You get extra little bits and pieces on there, because Amy's filled in all the gaps. And labels as well. And they all have handles. And if you buy one of these today, you will get the badge. They are so pretty, aren't they? Again, they're really nice for gifting, but they're a really good way. I have a big plant in one of mine, and they're just really nice to sort of put things in. You can fill them with your zips, threads. Great. They're storage in any room, but they're also quite a nice gift for someone. Put your pegs in them. All sorts. Because you could just hang them up, couldn't you? Have them with all your pegs in. Fill them with sweets. But lovely. So that's the spring storage baskets. There's also a matching spring book cover. So maybe you want to write some gardening notes, or you want to write your thoughts on spring, or just general ideas. It could just be your general sort of thoughts notebook, but it's so pretty. So all you have to do is you buy yourself a A5 notebook. I've got a hardback one, and then the kit has all the fabric to cover it. So it's got a nice quote, and then my heart with pleasure fills and dances with the daffodils. Inside, there's a little pocket to put your pencils in. You can divide that as well. We've only ever had this once before. There's another pocket at the back to put other things in, just like pencils or pens or rubbers or whatever. There's also a slip pocket in the back to put all your notes in, so you don't have them all in your notebook. And it also has the piece for the handles, but they're optional if you don't want to put those on. Full instructions come in the kit with a video tutorial, and then this is the panel. Again, all the pieces include the seam allowances. You can label the front of your book with any of these. So you can put this on the front or the inside, my notes, to-do list, thoughts and ideas, this notebook belongs to. So it's nice if you're making it for someone. It's fully lined. You could keep it by your bed, you could use it for all different things. Again, it's quite a nice gift at $14.99. It's the sort of thing you can make for somebody where you think, oh, I don't know what to give them for their birthday. Just get them an A5 notebook. As long as it's A5, it will fit. And then you can pop that in. But it's just a really nice way. I have so many covered notebooks for different things, recipes, thoughts, lists, all sorts. But that's our latest one, the spring one. Right. Next. Right, the lavender storage baskets. Lavender Bee. So Lavender Bee was a design that Amy did. I absolutely love this. So these are the storage baskets. So let me show you the design on the front. This has just got an H640 inside. So this one it's the bee surrounded by lavender and daisies, and it's lined in like a mustard with lavender and bees. So pretty. So that's the large one. And then you get the medium, and these are all in the kit, and they're all fully lined. H640 is on the website if you don't have any. Be happy. But you could use any wadding for it. If you use H640, you can press it on. If you've got scraps of 80/20 wadding or something like that, or even polyester wadding, use that because you use small pieces for each one. But that just gives them the structure. If you want to make them really structure, then use a Bosel or a Styleville Vlizoline for it. And then you get the little one as well. These are so pretty, aren't they? So all three of those, just $19.99. Full, again, if you use your own fabric to line them, then you can make 6, because you can have that fabric, because they're just as nice on the inside as they are on the outside. The handles are optional, but they all come on the panel. Just looking for the kit in them. Hi, Rebecca. I've done this notebook kit and put my book with autographs and photos in from Tina. Oh, that's a good idea, isn't it? Good idea. I know, well, you need different notebooks for different things, don't you? So it's quite nice. You could have one for your sort of holiday notes, couldn't you? I'm just trying to find that kit. I don't know where it is.
This one?
Yes, that's the one. No, that's bees.
Yes, yeah, no.
No. No, I don't think that's the right one. Yeah. Right, we're on single figures. There it is. This is the panel. There we go. So there's the panel, and because all the baskets have cut-out corners to make the shape, Amy's put little bees in all of them. So you could use those. You could applique them to everything. Applique them to your jeans, to your jacket, to your shirt. On the back of a quilt, you could just cut out the little bees. So it's a big panel, but you've got everything that you need on there. All the outer and all the lining. You will just need a bit of wadding to give them some structure. But it's a beautiful design. Now, in the Lavender Bee, we also have the Totally Tote, which I really love. So let me find the Totally Tote. There we go. So this is the Lavender Bee Totally Tote. It's called the Totally Tote because it's all the tote you'll ever need. So this is what it looks like. Isn't that gorgeous? You can see this design bigger. It's the same design that's on the storage baskets. So it features the bee surrounded by the lavender and the daisies with a matching bottom and handles. And then inside it has a beautiful mustard coloured lining with lavender bees. You get a little zip pocket, and then in the pocket it says be happy. What's inside here? And you also get all the pieces to make the zip purse as well, which is exactly the same but just in miniature. Really cute, and it comes fully lined as well. No, this is just the fabric and the panel. It doesn't have the zips included. So you get full instructions, which has a video tutorial. So if you are, if you're new to sewing, you've never done it before, this is ideal because you can watch the tutorial where I film the whole process and then I do a voiceover with it so you can sew along with me. So maybe there's most of it you understand, but maybe you want to just watch the tutorial how to do the internal zip pocket, or maybe you want to watch the whole thing. It's entirely up to you. But if you'd like to make yourself the Totally Tote, then do watch the tutorial. Now, while you're waiting for your kit to arrive, if you go onto the Amber Makes website, the tutorial is on there. It tells you where. So here's the panel, so you can see. Should I put it on the desk, actually? Probably see it better. So on the panel, you can see you've got the bag front and the bottom, and you sew that together. It's got the cut-out corners to box it. You've then got the lining, which is beautifully matching. There's the handles, and there's the pocket. So you can see that on the pocket it says it's printed "Be Happy." So when you open up, you'll see it. And then the little zip case is just a miniature version. There's so much on here, isn't there? And every little space is filled up as well. So you've got these just as separate bits that you can use for other applique if you want, that's just printed on them. And you could even sew them onto cards, you could use them for gift tags, but every little space is filled with little bees. But yeah, they could be like the centre, they could be the centre of a block, couldn't they? Beautiful. And you've even got like the ends, the zip tabs for the zip purse. So it's the whole matching set. It is the Totally Tote, isn't it? Because it's got box corners, you can get loads inside, it's got nice long straps, it's roomy, it comes with a matching zip case. But imagine if you went to, you know, one of these craft shops or National Trust shops. That would cost loads, wouldn't it? It's very classy, that, isn't it? So again, it's a nice thing to make for yourself, but it is a really nice gift. And if you're new to sewing, you don't have to put wadding in. So I've just put an H640. But you could put nothing inside it. In fact, if you don't put any wadding inside it, it will fold up and fit inside the zip purse. You can put wadding like this to get a bit of body, or you can put foam interfacing like Bosal or Styleville, and that makes it like a basket bag sort of structure. Beautiful, isn't it? And it's perfect for this time of year. It is a bit of a showstopper. It's one of those bags where people go, oh, where did you get that from? And you go, well, made it. Who wouldn't want one of those? Lovely to take on your holiday as well. I made one of these last year when I went on holiday, and it was great because you get absolutely loads in it. You could put a magnetic clasp on the top if you want to hold it together, or nothing at all. And remember, everyone who shops today will be sent one of these badges while stocks last over the next week. Everyone who shops, one per customer, will receive the Flower Shop badge. So if you buy the lavender bag, you'll get the Flower Shop badge. What's the question? Oh, okay. If you fold the Totally Tote bag up, will it fit into the matching purse? Sandra, it will. It definitely will, yes, because I've tried it. It will fit in. I'm not sure whether it will fit in with wadding. So what you do is if you fold it, I don't think it will fit in with wadding, but it certainly fits in without. Yeah, that one's got wadding. But if you don't wad in, it will fit inside that, because that's exactly, because I've got several of these, obviously, and that's what I did with mine. Carol says, the bee tote is my most favourite item of Amber Makes. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Another message. Rebecca, if you talk about weed, that used to be in Bill and Ben from Sandra. Oh, I knew there was something to do with weeds. And that was Bill and Ben. I need to watch it again. Bill and Ben, the flower pot menu. So we're talking about weeds. If you've just tuned in, think, what is she on about? TOFT, Kerry from TOFT is on with us later. And we're celebrating Flower Week. And this is honestly Hannah's favourite kit. So we're focusing on that. The weeds, look at them. The crocheted weeds. I love them. They are the cutest things. They're coming up with Kerry later. But that's why I'm talking about weeds. Yes, I think it must be, I'm glad, I knew that you lot would know these things. You would know. Got that one there. Right, so that's the lavender bee. I thought, yes, so now we've also got a charm pack. I was going to show you as well. So on the lavender bee charm pack, there are 40 5-inch squares that have all featured these. And here's something that I made with these. I made a little zip purse. So what I did, I sewed together some of the holes. Oh, I'll lay it down, shall I? Is that better? I sewed together some of the whole squares, and then like the print squares like these, I cut them into 4 and sewed them together to make it really patchy. And then on the inside, I sewed together some squares as well. So I've made a patchwork the inside as well, but I used all the mustard ones and then the lavender ones, so you can see all they're different. So that was, I mean, I had loads left over, but that's just an idea of something you do. Put a bit of wadding in it, popped a zip across the top, and then I've got a really nice bag you can use for your makeup, use for your toiletries. And then you get 2 gift tags on this, the back and front, and then you get 40 of these charm squares. So it features the lavender bee in different, you've got some in circles, one's in an oval, you've got the all over prints. But you know, something like this is really quick and simple to make. I just decided I didn't want it as, I wanted the little patches, and it's quite nice if you cut up one of these into 4 and then sew them together. You then have to trim these down a bit, but quite a simple make, but it does look lovely, doesn't it? You see, you could then put like some bee soap or hand cream or a hand wash inside, and that's a really nice gift for somebody, isn't it? Quite special. Even embroider their name on it. Hi Amber, I love bees, so I'm indulging myself with all things bee today. Great products from Jackie, thank you. Thank you. I know they're gorgeous. Well, Amy drew them all. Happy birthday, Amy. Happy birthday. Right, so if you love bees, let's do some velvet. Now, this bag is something I'd wanted to design for a long time, and then I've also made another one for myself, and it's what I bring to Sewing Street every week. Now, we haven't got very many of these, but I bring this with me every week. This is not this one, I actually have my own, because mine's looking a bit battered now. Anyway, it's velvet. It's beautiful soft velvet. It's all illustrated perfectly so that all the bees are in the right place. So if you look on the ends of the bag, Amy's designed it so they're all flying in a circle, and that end. It's got really nice long straps. It's got one of those shoulder strap things that you can clip round it. In the kit, you get the double slider zip, because I do like a double slider on a bag like this. You get your double slider zip. It has also a zip that will go on the inside, because you do need an internal pocket in your weekend bag. You'll also get the print cotton, this beautiful gold spot cotton that's used for the lining. So you get the printed velvet panel, you get 2 zips, this lovely, and it's a number 5, it's number 5 double slider as well, so it's nice and chunky. Full video tutorial. So if you haven't worked with velvet before, you haven't made yourself a bag like this before, it has a full video tutorial. Now, it'll come in a box. I'm not going to open it up because we haven't got very many of them. It will come in a box like this with the printed velvet panel, the cotton lining and the 2 zips. So all you're going to need is a bit of thread. Now, I haven't put any wadding in mine because by the time I've got everything in it, it's full and it fills it out. But because it's so soft, I quite like it like this. But you can see the bees are even printed on the handles, so they go all the right way. And honestly, because I use mine all the time, I get so many compliments from it. It is pretty simple to make, but beautiful. Beautiful. I love that one. Right, we're on single figures of that one. Now, this I absolutely love because it's really soft. This is in single figures. I love this one because it's double-sided. So it's velvet, obviously. So on one side, you've got gold bees, and on the other side, you have the navy bees. So this is beautifully matching. And so you've got 1 navy handle, 1 gold handle. It has a velvet facing, So the velvet facing is ideal because it just means that when you look into the top of the bag, it's a bit more luxury. And obviously it's got gold on one side, navy on the other. More in baskets than we have available. You'll get the navy cotton lining. It's also got the pieces to make 2 little bag charms that you can hang on to it. But it's, I think with that navy lining, I think, let me just find the kits for that one. This is the kit, and it also comes with the zip that goes on the zip pocket. But it just, I think with the navy spot lining, it just looks really luxurious, doesn't it? And I love the fact that it's navy on one side and gold on the other. And the bees, can you see how they're printed on the handle? So they're flying along it. More people have got that in baskets than we've got. Now, if you want to keep with the whole matching set, we have also got the bee pouch set, which matches. So this set is, you get the big bee bag and the little one as well. Hi, Rebecca. I made my husband the bee weekend bag and the matching pouches for when he has to work away, and he loves them. Oh, Kirsty, that's really nice. I know I haven't got the pouches. I think I need to make myself these to match my bag because it is ideal. And we decided we'd go with it being quite dark like this because then it is suitable for everybody then. So this is a set of 2. So if you open it up, what you get, this is quite a good kit because the lining is printed. So you get the larger bag that looks like this, and I've done it so it's got the handle on one side and it opens up. The lining is printed, so the lining is, that comes in the kit. You've got, it's a printed cotton lining. It's printed in gold. And then it also, in the same kit, you get the smaller one. So I'm thinking like toiletry bag, makeup bag, or your phone chargers and cables, or your tablets, that sort of thing. The smaller one has the gold velvet, and then on the inside, it has the navy cotton lining. So these are beautifully matching. Now, I know a lot of people have used used their own lining and used that lining to make another one. That's what the kit looks like. Shall I show you the kit? Right, because we sold out of these. We sold out of these, so we've restocked them recently. We had to wait a while because we had to get all the velvet printed and we had to get all the cotton printed. So this is what you'll get in your kit. You'll get the velvet printed panel. And again, no templates needed, no working out, no maths, no nothing. You just cut it out around the edges. I've worked out all the gaps so that the zip will sew. It's so soft, isn't it? And what's lovely about it is because the way Amy designs it, you know, you think, why are those bees flying that way? That looks a bit odd. But when you actually construct it and you make it, those bees are then facing the right direction. So when I design them, I then send them to Amy so that she can, and then say, right, that needs to go that way, that, because when it's sewn together, that's how it's all going to work. And then you've got the wash bag strap, the cosmetic bag strap. That's the smaller cosmetic bag. Lots of extra bees, obviously. So that's the velvet outer. You also get the printed cotton lining, which fit exactly. So you've got, that's for the large wash bag with the bigger bees. You've got the navy one for the smaller bees. You've got the bag charms, because why not? Why not have a bag charms? They're so cute. Everyone has matching bag charms. You get full instructions and you get a video tutorial with it. So if you've never made one of these before, you can sew along with me. But they are so luxurious. So if you've got the shopper or you've got the weekend bag, these are your matching ones. And I just pop them inside. Again, nice gift because you can fill them with bee-related items. But, you know, if you're going away on holiday and you need something to put all your charging cables in, or you want something to put your toiletries in, or, you know, maybe all your nail varnishes, or that, you know, or your socks, or your pants, or your swimwear or something, you just want little bags to keep everything safe in. These are absolutely ideal. And again, the link for the video tutorial is on the website so that you can follow along with me. Morning, Rebecca. I made the bee velvet pouch and they really are beautiful. Oh, thank you, Carol. I'm glad. I think they're gorgeous because the velvet is so soft. But I really appreciate your messages. It's nice to hear from you when you've made them and are pleased with them. Gorgeous. Right, mug and mug bags. So, because we love our bees, Amy designed the, pardon? Oh, sorry. Oh, the mug is sold out now. There's the bone china mug. Sorry, that's gone already. Now there are 2 mug bags. Oh, the darker one is sold out, so we won't talk about that one. We only have 1 mug bag. This one is really cute because you can use this for your mug, or you can use it as like a little lunch bag as well. So it has a drawstring top to keep everything inside. And then when you open it up, it's got some padding in it if you want to. And that holds your mug nice and neatly inside. And then on the fabric panel as well, there's a coaster with, it says Be Happy, and a little zip purse that in the shape of a teacup, obviously, which is just the right size for putting all your tea bags in. So, and on the outside there's a little pocket. So because it's slightly padded, you can, if you're going to a workshop and you want to take your own mug, maybe you're going on holiday, maybe you take your mug into the office, or maybe you've bought someone a mug as a gift, you can put the little coaster inside and that pads the bottom. You pop your mug inside and your sandwiches and your biscuits or whatever else. You do up the drawstring top and there's your little mug bag. So again, you can use it for your lunch or your mug, but you know, if you want to, particularly I know a lot of people take mugs when they go on holiday or to workshops. That's your bag that's made special. It'll fit most size mugs because it's quite a good size, and then it has a pocket on the outside as well. Let me find the kit for that. Okay. Comes with instructions and the panel to make all of that with all the lovely little bees on it. Bee book cover. There we go. Look at this. So if you love your bees, maybe this is a good one for just general thoughts and notes, but ideal for gardening notes, general things. So you've got the bee on the outside now, because I put wadding in mine. I did quilt around the edge of it. You've got a little pocket, put your 3 pencils in, and then you've got a pocket here, so you can put other items in. You can put them in there, and you can put them inside as well. On the back, there's the slip pocket to put all those notes in, and again, it will fit an A5 notebook. Absolutely ideal. So you get full instructions, and there's a video tutorial with this one. $14.99. And again, you can label it because it has all the labels. My notes, to-do list, thoughts and ideas, this book belongs to. Now, you could put that on the front. You could just applique that on. You could put one on the inside. If you're making it for someone, this notebook belongs to you, you could put their name on. Just write it on or embroider it on. But everything that you need, all the pieces are on there. No templates are needed. All the seam allowances included, so it's just an easy peasy make. Can we do the bee shop away bag next? Okay. Oh, the badge. Yes, everyone who shops today gets the flower show pin badge. Well, you don't need to do anything. When you shop, it will be put into your order, and it's available all week until stocks last. And there is a treat on the back, and this is exclusive to Sewing Street. It's brand new today, never been seen before. It's only just been designed, gone to production. So brand new for you today, the flower show. The sewing book case, this one, the bee one, right. So the sewing book case, this is really cute. So we decided on Amber Makes we would do a series of mini kits. So they come in slightly different boxes. They come in these boxes. Now, the way it works, I decided I wanted to have a little bookcase so that I could have to put my sewing kit on when I'm to put in my work box, or when I go on holiday, or when I go to workshops. So when you open it up, it's like a little book. There's a pocket in here. You can put scissors in there. You can put threads. There's another pocket there, which is ideal for scissors. Because it looks like a book, it's got pages. You can use this as a pin case. Even busy bees stop and smell the roses. And then you can put other items in there. So you don't have to use it for sewing. You could use it to put other items in. You know, maybe you could put like all your tablets in it or something. You put your paracetamol in there and your Nurofen in there, couldn't you? Whatever you fancy, or your sewing kit. Any items like that, but it's just the cutest little book. But the idea was that you would put your mini sewing kit in it. So in the box, I mean, this is a great price, $14.99. You get a pair of scissors in the kit. A beautiful, super sharp. They're really. If you've not tried an Amber Makes kit, this is a great one to start with. So these are really super sharp. In fact, I had to cut all these little plastic tubes put on the end of the scissors before we pack them. Super sharp stalk scissors. I mean, they cost about £8 on their own. Then you get the panel. You could put a popper on it. You could put a button. You could just use a press fastener. So this is the panel. It's got all of the pieces you need. So it's a really quick and easy make. There's all the pieces you need. And then we've done a little set of instructions, because these are our mini ones. Again, it's got a free video tutorial. It tells you what you'll need. You'll need a bit of interfacing, some fibre fill or soft toy filling to fill it up with, and a press fastener. And then all the information is in there, tells you exactly how to make it with video tutorial, and it all fits in this little box. So this might be the first time you've used an Amber Makes kit, so you can see how everything is printed to size and you don't have to use any templates. You get the scissors. With all our mini kits, we always have an extra gift in them, and then you get this beautiful little book, and it's ideal, you know, when maybe you're going on holiday and you just want your sewing kit, or you're going to a workshop, you can fit so many things in there. And we did design it and buy the scissors so they would fit exactly in there, and then it all keeps it nice and neat and looks lovely on your bookshelf as well. So that is the sewing bookcase. The shop away bag has always been massively popular. Again, I had to have this one reprinted. So this is what it looks like when it's open. Look at these bees. They're so cute, aren't they? They've little smiling faces. This is beautiful design of Amy's. And then you've got the bees and the honeycomb. So there they are, all flying around with a handle. It's not lined because it's going to fold away in a moment and that's too bulky. But the instructions explain very simply how to do French seams, and then you hem it so there's no raw ends. And then you see in the corner, it's got this little bee face and antennae and wings. And there's the bee's bottom. So what you do, because I have one of these that lives in my handbag all the time. There's no special folding required. So you've used your bag and you want to keep it in your handbag. You shove it all in the pocket, like so. And then you pull up you just need a little bit of nylon cord and a spring toggle. And you pull it up and there's your little bee. And he will just sit in your bag. I've always got one in my bag. And then when you go shopping, and if he's always in your bag, and he's so cute, he's a nice little gift as well, isn't he? Then you pop him in your bag, and you've always got him. And I love it when I go shop and I take mine out, and people always comment, "Oh, that's so cute." But it's quite a simple make. But you will learn French seams, which are dead easy when you know. All you have to do is remember right sides and wrong sides. So if you go onto the product description, it will say what else you need. Because you obviously will need, you need narrow cord, any bit of nylon cord, something thin, and a spring toggle. That's all that you need. And then this is the panel. And everything, again, because there's different bits to make it work, everything is on here. So you can see the wings are printed the right size. And the front of the wings and the back of the wings are slightly different shades. The corners for the pocket are printed on with the little face. You've got the pocket casing, and Amy's done it so that the colour changes slightly. And then you've also got, because there was some space, 4 charm squares for free on the bottom. So that's the shop away bag. Right, the flower shop quilt, we need to talk about that because we've got the large version and the mini version. Now, this was a block of the month we did a couple of years ago, but at the end of it, we put all of the panels, together with the panel to do all of the back. So you've got a panel, so you get 12 squares that are all joined on one panel. You get the panel that's got the borders that have got all of this printed on with all of the pieces to make like this attic window style flower shop, and you've even got the wisteria and everything. So to make the whole quilt it's just $49.99. So you've got the 12 flower box panel, the quilt finishing panel, and the instructions. And it will look like that. So you get all of that, all of this, for just $49.99. Again, full instructions and full video tutorial as well. Single figures on that one. Now, we do have the panel on its own, because this is something that people always ask me for. So we've got that as a separate one. Let me show you. It's a big panel because it features all 12 of the flowers. And I know a lot of people like to buy them separately because they want to make them as cushions or bags. But all 12 of the flowers, one for each month of the year, are all printed on there. They're all 12.5 inches square, and $19.99 for all of those. There's also a panel for the mini quilt as well, which I don't know whether we've got time. I'll just show it to you. So because we love the big one so much, we thought that you might like to do the little one. But rather than having to piece it, the panel is just printed with, have I got it right? Yeah, with the whole design on it. So all you have to do, it doesn't come with instructions because there's no piecing involved. You just cut it out, quilt it, and then bind the edge. And that's all I've done. You can see on the back, just put a binding. So that's a beautiful, if you want just a little wall hanging or to use it for the centre of a bigger quilt, that's just the mini version of that bigger one. The last one is the Flower Shop Charm Squares. There we go. Oh no, that's blocks. Where's the charm squares? Oh yeah, there they are. There they are. Right, the Flower Shop Charm Squares. So these are even mini. Now the reason I think we did the quilt is because I'd said one day I'm going to make the quilt with all the charm squares, and then Amy said it was just easier to print the whole thing. So it was just, rather than do that, we just printed the whole thing for you. So these are all of the Flower Shop Block of the Months, but in miniature, in 5-inch squares. So you've got all of them several times. You've got them as formal displays like this. You've got all of the months if you want to use them. You've got the gift tags. You've got the bouquets of all the flowers. So you've got peonies, delphiniums, sunflowers, pumpkins, roses, tulips, snowdrops, but these are all charm squares. So they're all 5 inches square, so you can use them for all sorts of things. Beautiful, aren't they? Lovely for cushions. You can use them as centre of panels, join them all together, make them as a tote bag. So that's all the charm squares. Have a look on the website, because there's a lot I haven't had time to go through. I haven't had time to go through even through the Flower Shop bunting. But it's all on the website. So have a look on there, because all the other kits I haven't had time. More bees and more flowers. We're going to go for a very quick break, and Delphine will be with me in just a few minutes' time with her brand new bee cushion, Apis the Bee. Now, it is already flying out, so you need to be quick. We need to be quick. So check out in the break, and then you can sit back and watch Delphine's demo. Don't forget, anyone who shops today will have the brand new Flower Show badge included in their order. So check out. You don't have to do anything. It'll be put in your order. I will see you back here in a few minutes' time for more bee loveliness.
It's Flower Show Week. Join us for 4 days of all things flowers, plus an amazing chance to get your hands on a free badge that you will not want to miss. So tune in this Tuesday through to Friday for Flower Show Week, here on Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket, or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know. Apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways. And they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. It is the first day of our Flower Show week. It's Chelsea Flower Show, so we thought we would join in with the flower fun. And if you want to join in with our flower fun, if you buy anything today, then you have, while stocks last, the brand new Flower Show badge with the special treat on the back. And brand new, never been shown before. Beautiful pale pink with little flowers on. Ideal for putting on your bag or wearing if you're going to a flower show. You could wear it, couldn't you? Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And that is free for every customer between now and Friday, whilst we still have enough. So do Loads and loads of you will be getting this. Loads and loads. Now, this hour is all about Delphine's brand new bee cushion. Look at this. How gorgeous is that? Now, that on the screen now, that is the kit. God, it's only $19.99. Wow, that makes the centre panel of the cushion, and obviously you can then use whatever fabric you like to put around the edges and for the back. This is for the centre panel on the front of the cushion. It's only $19.99. Full instructions and all the fabric. Let me show you. Now, loads and loads of you have bought this before we've even come on air with it. So don't miss out. You need to get it checked out. Now, let me show you what you get in your kit, and then we can talk to Delphine. So obviously you get full instructions. Then you get the fabric that's used for the background of the design. Beautiful. Is that natural seeded?
I think it's cream, I think. Oh, I don't know. Cream or ivory?
No, I think that's natural seeded. It's got, I can see a few little
you know your fabric
dots
better than me,
in
my
it.
lovely.
Is that what it is, Hannah? She's going to check. Then you get the felt, because that's used, it is natural seed, half a metre of natural seeded. Then you get all the felt, so you get brown felt for the bee.
Oh, so it is, yeah.
You get lemon felt for the wings. You get green felt for the leaves. You get this, I like this mottled, like heathery felt, that's for the flowers. You get a lovely gold for the bee. And you get this sort of darker heathery felt. So you can see that these are all used. And I quite like the fact you've used brown and not black.
Mm.
It's a bit gentler, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
For a bee.
Not too in your face.
I know bees, but it's beautiful. It's really gentle. So if you bought 2 kits, you could make 2 cushions, couldn't you? It's absolutely gorgeous. And now, as with all of Delphine's design, they always look amazing. But when she breaks it down, they're actually really easy to do. You look at them and think, oh, I'm never going to be able to do that, that's too difficult. But they're not, they're not. Joy says, morning, Rebecca and Delphine, super showing kit. Joy, it is, isn't it? I mean, $19.99. We have absolutely loads of you with it in your basket. We are getting lower in stock now. So you do need to check out. So to make the whole of the cushion front, you've got all of the felt and the fabric. And obviously working with felt makes it easier, doesn't it? I mean, isn't that beautiful? Wouldn't you be proud to own that? If I had that, I think I was really clever. But when it's all broken down, you can do that even if you can't draw like me. I'd be well chuffed with that. That's absolutely beautiful. And for this time of year, it's lovely. And what a lovely gift. If you wanted to make somebody something, but that's really going to look beautiful on your sofa. I mean, Delphine's done a fantastic job with the quilting, doing the free motion to make these hexy shapes, which you don't have to do. You can keep it simple. But if you want to go for that full effect, I mean, you imagine what that would cost you. Can you imagine what that would cost you in a shop? Just silly. Silly, handmade, beautiful. And look at like the leaves. They're just sewn on in the centre, so they've got that real 3D effect. I think that's beautiful. Absolutely stunning. So remember, you get all of the felt pieces, you get the natural seeded, and then you get the instructions in it. Now, the instructions give you everything you need to know. There are full step-by-step photos that go all the way through explaining how you cut it out, how you do it, and how you build it up bit by bit. So it's not like intimidation. You don't have to look at the whole design and go, where do I even start? You just build it up bit by bit. You haven't got to draw it, though, because all the templates are in here. So you can just trace around them, you cut it out. There's even a placement guide for the quilting as well. There's a template if you want to do the hexy quilting in the background so that you can create a perfect version of that. Now, there is a queue on the phone lines. I know lots of you are checking out on the phone, but the easiest way to check out, obviously, is to do it on the website. But if you prefer to use the phone, that's fine. You just need to be a little bit patient. They know that you're waiting, and they are getting through them as quickly as possible. But do get checked out on this. So that's the full kit, which I think is an amazing price because you're getting all of this felt, which is more than enough to make the whole thing. And it's lovely. The way I think it's really nice that you can recreate that, particularly because, you know, you've got this one felt that's a little bit mottled, and to get that effect and have all of these different felts, and for less than £20. I like this shade of green. And these are exactly the ones that Delphine used in her design, and so you will be getting exactly the same ones. All of that and the natural seeded, that's the Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton, and the instructions, $19.99. Fabulous. So that's the whole kit. Now, we have also got a stranded cotton skein bundle, because there's a lot of, I mean, you might have some already, but if you don't, there is embroidery on here that's used for, can you see, for the stems and for the big fat French knots, to give it that real extra sort of 3D. Again, these things are optional, but it does give it that lovely 3D quality. So if you want a spring-themed stranded cotton bundle, now this is DMC stranded cotton as well, great quality. So if you want a few extra skeins, or you want, you know, because you can do whatever colours you want, but that gives you a few sort of spring coloured colours. Coloured colours, $9.99 for 7 skeins. Yeah, we've only got 11 of those left, those. You've obviously been way shopping ahead on that. Now, if you've got felt and you've got fabric, but you would like the instructions on their own, we have those as well. So the printed instructions, so they will come just like this, printed onto paper, $9.99 for those. Obviously, exactly as I showed you, you've got all of the step-by-step photos, you've got the finished cushion, you've got the templates, you've got the placement guide, everything you need. So if you want to make your own, maybe you want to use different colours. Maybe you want to do it in something else, make a denim bee. You could make a Liberty bee. Oh, how cool would that look? A Tula Pink bee. Or maybe you just want to use plain fabrics. Even if you don't want to use felt, you could use anything for it. So you could have lots of cushions, lots of bee cushions, but all in different fabrics. $9.99 for those, which actually shows you what amazing value the kit is, because the kit is only £10 more, and you get the fabric and all the felt. But if you are impatient, or you don't want to print out, or maybe you've already got loads of felt at home, and you're thinking, actually, do you know what, this afternoon I want to get cracking on this. This is the digital download version. So all you have to do is when you check out, it will then be emailed straight to you, the PDF version, and you can get started straight away. Because you could use this motif for other things. It could be used on a wall hanging. It could be used for the centre of the quilt. You could embroider something underneath, like sewing bee, busy bee, smell the flowers, be happy, beehive. All different things. You could put all different bee things on there. Maybe you know someone who loves bees and you want to make yourself a bee bag. Could be for all your bee things. Loads and loads of different things. So if you want the PDF download, this is it here. That's $9.99 as well. So we'll just go through the kit one more time, because I know you can see what amazing value it is. You're getting 1/2 metre of Rose and Hubble natural seeded cotton. Perfect for this, because it's got those little like wildflower type seeds in it. You get all of this felt, and that's all the felt that you will need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces of felt, beautiful colours, and you get full instructions. Now, it's been very, very, very busy on the phone lines. You need to get checked out on this before we sell out, but I will keep you updated. It might not be something that you think you're going to make like today or this month, but it's the sort of kit that when it's gone, it's gone. It's very hard for us to restock because of the specific colours of felt. It's worth getting hold of it now, then you've got it at home ready to make. And bees never go out of fashion. Well, let's hope not anyway. Otherwise, we'll have no bees to pollinate. Anyway, morning, Delphine.
Good morning, my love.
Morning. I love the bee.
Thank you very much.
So tell me about the bee. Why did you design the bee? Are you a bee lover?
I do love a bee, yes. Yeah, I've done them in many different ways. But I've been working with the felt quite a lot, and I think it really suited this type of project. I think it's nice and soft, very spring-like, very pretty, very easy to do.
It's lovely, because you don't always use felt for your applique.
And I think with felt, if you're very new to applique, felt is the perfect fabric to work with. You know, because it doesn't fray, it's very easy to cut. You haven't got to worry about bond web, an awful lot of it anyway. And it's just lovely to sew, and it gives it a really nice high-end feel.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, it's strange that, isn't it? The more so than fabric, it exudes more quality.
It does. Depending on how you finish it, whether you don't need to do all the quilting on it at all, or even the embroidery, because it's beautiful on its own anyway. So that's what makes it a perfect project. So if you are a beginner and you're like, oh, I don't want to do quilting, I don't want to do embroidery, it's still going to be...
It's still going to be beautiful.
Yeah.
So how do you decide when you do a design whether you're going to use fabric, whether you're going to use felt, or does it just tell you?
I just thought, well, I'll make it up as I go along. But no, I sort of have a vision of what I sort of want it to look like, and then it sort of moulds its way into this. It sort of develops. I don't just suddenly go, I'm going to do that, I'm going to put the honeycomb design on the back, I'm going to quilt it like this. I sort of just start off with the applique, the basic design, and then, it's a bit like an artist. I'll step away and I'll look at it and go, and I go, right, it needs a bit of this, and then I'll play around with different ideas, and it works. So, but not all the time. I have to play around with things.
Okay.
It
does, but it does, like you say, it does look very high end, doesn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
Is this going to be?
I'll have it in my house.
Yeah.
It's going in my house.
Definitely. I know it's funny, isn't it? With some things you think, I definitely have to keep that.
Yeah, I'm definitely keeping that one. That's going in my, I think it might go in my snug. It'll look nice on my snug check.
Beautiful. Right, so when everyone's checked out, over 2/3 of the stock of this kit's gone. So you need to be quick. Right, where do we start?
Very, very easy.
Okay.
Very, very simple. Look at that, like magic.
I'll put my bee over here.
Okay, so we've broken everything down, like you said earlier. Everything is step by step with how we do the pictures and also with all the text. And then my lovely husband, Nick, has sorted out all the placement guide for us. So if you're very new to doing this type of design, as you can see, you can just refer back to the pictures. So we start off by tracing our individual pieces. So if you can see here, we trace the bee, the body for the bee. So we're not going to make it difficult that you have to cut out all these different sections. These yellow pieces here, for the body of the bee, we're just going to stick them on top.
Okay.
And I think sometimes I don't usually do that. I do like to have them so they're all piece and like slot into one another. But I quite like the layers that the felt
it gives
brings,
him
that 3D effect, doesn't it? So I quite like having those layers.
Yeah.
So by having, these two pieces here, there's nothing fancy that's been done here.
Okay.
So for example, if I show you here the actual bee outline. Oh, don't want to lose anything. I'm very good at losing bits and pieces. So this is your bee. Obviously, it's slightly
I think he's really nice in brown, isn't he?
So yeah, it's not too overpowering.
A softer bee.
And so as you can see, this is the outline of the bee, and then these yellow bits just stick on top.
Right, which makes it a lot easier.
And so when you feel it, it just feels a lot more sturdy. It gives it that more 3D effect. So again, so we'll go through. Sorry.
Okay.
So we'll go through the step by step on how to actually trace over the bee. So to begin with, you'll have your Bondo web. With this being a symmetrical design, usually I say, do some on the non-glue side, some on the glue side, because obviously if you turn it round, it's going to be in reverse.
Yeah.
But it's a symmetrical design, so you can do everything, you'll be pleased to know, on the normal...
On the paper side?
Yes, on the paper side of your Bondo web. So with this, you'll trace out your whole bee onto your Bondo web, you'll cut it out, and then you're going to have your bee template like that, you see. So then, as you can see, the wings that are underneath, what you'll do with those, because you've got that outline, I don't want to use that pen. So you want to make sure that your wing pieces are going to sit underneath the main part of the wing. So then you just trace around the middle line, and you'll do that on each piece. So imagine I've done it on the other side. You'll press that onto the wrong side, or whatever side of your Bondo web, your fabric.
Okay.
And then you're going to get your wing pieces. And then what they will do is then sit underneath, like so.
Okay.
Underneath. So there's no separate templates, there doesn't need to be. All you do is trace your main outline of your bee, trace your wing pieces. So these are all your wing sections. And then
I bet this is such a lovely thing to make as well.
Underneath. It's not simple.
Because, like you said, because you've worked it out that everything layers. I bet it's really nice when you trace it all and then you start layering it all up.
Yeah, and it comes together really quickly. So, you see the bottom part of the bee.
And anyway, all this is in the instructions, but I guess you trace everything. Do you trace everything first?
Yes, yeah, trace everything
and then press
first.
everything?
Yeah, then press it all on, and then, like you see how it all comes together? Just from that one template. So you trace the bee section first, then you do your body pieces, and then you do your wing pieces. And then already, that's your bee, that's done. That's all ready to go. And then you've got your flower pieces. So what we have provided you with here is the 2 separate flower sizes. So you've got your larger flower here, and then your smaller flower here. So I have done some of the pale lemon flowers just from that template there. And then the larger ones, what we do is that you just cut one of the big ones, and then one of the smaller ones, you just stick it on the top, and then you have a little circle, which is also on your template. And there you go, there's your flowers.
And I guess you could see, if it was me, I'd follow the photo exactly, so mine would be identical. But
you can add
you could play with it and put more or less, or, you know, like if you look at this, there's all the, you know, you've got that one with light and dark and that one with dark and light.
Yeah, just messing around with different ideas. And apart from the bee section here, everything else I've cut out from here is my leftovers from this one.
Right, okay.
So apart from the dark part of the bee, you'll have enough to, that's how much you can expand your picture. Right. So you can add lots and lots more.
You could add loads.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to make another cushion with just flowers on, you'd have enough.
Lovely.
You?
Yeah.
So you could make a pair of cushions. You could have this one with the bee on, and then you could have another one with just flowers.
What would be quite nice if you did like a bolster cushion with just the flowers on.
That'd be gorgeous, wouldn't it?
Yeah, like a compact.
And I guess by providing that template, then you're going to get that, but you can then just arrange them as you want.
Or even like hanging hearts with the flowers on. And
I guess with the leaves, there's loads of that, isn't there? So you'd have a lot of leaves.
So the leaves, so we have actually given you a template, but obviously these are the only sections that don't have any bonder web on, is the leaves. So all you have to do for the leaves, to cut those, so let me just move out of the way.
Let me move them.
So we've given you a template. Unless you want to stick them down, you don't need to bond web them. All you need to do is just cut a little rectangle like that. And then all you do is go from one corner and you just cut out your little leaf section. And what I love about doing the leaves is that they don't all have to be perfect.
Yeah, so I guess you could see, I would just like lay them on, go, oh yeah, okay, that's about the right size. And then you'd get better at it, wouldn't you?
And then, you know, and the thing is with nature, not everything's exactly the same anyway, is it? So it's quite nice to have. You could have a little short, dumpier one or a longer one.
So as long as they're roughly that size.
And they're really, really easy to cut out. No bonder web needed, because we're only going to do a straight stitch to attach them on. And like you say, it gives it that 3D
and actually,
effect.
you get absolutely loads of leaves out of that square.
Oh, loads.
Wouldn't you?
And I've still got another half sheet of that left. So that's how much you're actually getting with your kit. That's how much you're actually going to be provided with. So lots and lots to go around. So, and then we've given you a full placement guide here if you want to follow exactly what I've done. But, you know, I encourage you to be creative, and if you want to, just add as many details as you wish.
Okay.
So there you go, that's how you get started.
Right, that's how you get started, and then what?
Let's stick it all together.
Let's stick it all
just
together.
Cut it out and stick it on.
So play with the whole thing. But obviously there's a photo on the front, you'll be pleased to know, of exactly yours. So you can copy it exactly if you want.
Yeah, and all the placement guide as well. So one of my favourite tools to use is definitely the Millwood applique mat.
Right, and what is an applique mat?
So the Millwood applique mat, if those that do a lot of my patterns will know, this is one of my favourite pieces of kit ever invented. Only because it allows you to build up all of your applique pieces on the mat before you go anywhere near your fabric.
So it's the Millwood fusing mat. That's on screen at the moment. $24.99 for this.
And it just makes your life a lot easier when it comes to this type
I
of
love
work.
these. I have one.
They're brilliant,
all
aren't
the
they?
time. It also saves my ironing board.
Yeah, well, if only I'd known that before, I'd completely destroyed my ironing board. But
well, I use it when I'm putting interfacing on things like dressmaking or anything like that, because it sticks either to my iron or my ironing board, one of the two. But with this, genius.
And also, I use it a lot even for piecing, because this applique mat, the top section, gets so hot. It's really good for pressing seams open.
Is it?
Yeah, so you know, because I always have my iron on the hottest setting.
And I always use my, I think I'm going to put that up actually.
So I always have it on the really hot, on the hottest.
I always use the wool mat, but does using that better as well?
Yeah, because if you put that mat over your seams when you come to press, the amount of heat it transfers. So when you put, obviously you wouldn't have it when kids are around, but when you iron on top of this silicone mat, it gets really hot. So it does like, whoa, it gets really hot. But if you put that on your seams, it doesn't burn your fabric.
But it's just...
And it flattens your seams.
And I think sometimes when you're doing piecing and you've got lots of seams, you just can't get them pressed open.
No, where's that? So I don't just use it for applique.
Well, there you go. So £24.99 for this. It's brilliant. I use mine all the time for Bondaweb, H640, interfacing, anything that's sticky.
Anything sticky, yeah.
Okay, show us how it works then.
So what you're going to do, so there's a few ways in which this can work. So if you are, again, completely new to applique and you don't have the confidence to build it up on top of your fabric, what you can do, I'll just put that on top of a ironing mat. Let me put it.
Do you want this one?
Yeah, I suppose I'll use that one. So what you can do, if you have a pattern where it's got a full-size placement guide already and you don't have the confidence to actually build up your work, what you can do is put your template piece underneath your applique mat and you can build it up on top of here. So imagine I've already peeled off my backings from my bee. Bearing in mind I've done mine from a prototype, so imagine this might be a little bit smaller because I've done it from a different template. So, and also what you can do, so you make sure you peel everything off, so it allows you to build all your project on top here before it goes anywhere near your fabric. So it gives you that, so you haven't got to faff around, moving around lots of little pieces. So you can build it up on here. And what it will do, it will, when you put the iron onto it, it will stick to the fabric, but it won't stick to the bottom layer.
Right, so it's a way of seeing through without it sticking.
Yeah.
So if you haven't got a fuser mat, you can still do it.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's just one of those. It's like it's just a cutting corners.
It's one of those things that you buy though that you realise actually this is really useful. I keep in a pile my light box, my fuser mat, and my rotating cutting board.
Yeah.
And those three things are so fabulous.
They're all those things that you don't realise you need until you've got one.
But you just collect them gradually, and I think that's actually quite a good price, £24.99.
And it's one of those you'll use. I use it every day. I don't have it. It's always on my ironing board.
Oh, okay.
Always, always, always on my ironing board. And then, so what that allows me to do is just allows me to build up my little picture. It's obviously TB sewing, so I haven't got the time to do lots of
twiddling and fiddling.
Yeah. So I'm just going to add those pieces on top there. And what you want to make sure is that your iron is really, really hot. Obviously, when we're working with felt, especially the felt of this quality, because it is quite a thick felt, you want to make sure the iron's really, really hot, so all those pieces stick to one another. So again, this will transfer the heat really, really well. And so don't be afraid to just sit there with it, because it's not going to burn.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, one of the best things I learned, I'm trying to think who told me, can't remember now, I'll think about it, that Bondaweb, I can never get, it sometimes doesn't peel off the paper very well. And someone told me the other day about how long you had to press it for, and I went, it was a revelation. It's totally changed my Bondaweb life.
Oh, just press it for ages.
Yeah, and I never did. I was obviously too quick.
Do you waft it?
And then I'd pull the paper off, and then all the Bondaweb, and they said, actually, I think it was 10 seconds, way longer than I realised.
I think a lot of people, again, when I go to teach for workshops, a lot of people are pulling it off and it's all coming off.
Yeah, regularly.
And just don't be afraid. It's not going to burn. All these kit, they're designed, this is what they're designed to do.
Right.
And I think a lot of us are a bit scared. I think, you know, years ago when we'd iron clothes or something, you leave it on for just a couple of seconds, it will burn. But these pieces of kit are designed to take it, aren't they?
Well, I hadn't realised that, and it's really changed things. My Bondaweb comes off beautifully now.
Well, there you go.
The paper. I didn't know that before.
So, and of course you can test it, so you can peel it up and see, yeah, it's getting there. This is a new one, isn't it?
It is. Well, you took the wrapping off it.
Yeah. All right, so let's give that a go. So we'll peel that off.
And it's great. So when you get the fuse mat, you get both these pieces. You see, I've only got this bit, so I have to decide which one I'm going to have on the top and which one on the bottom.
Oh, do you?
I need both, don't I?
And so all those pieces are now stuck to each other. I can fiddle around with that. And there's your bee. And then you can go straight to your fabric. So if I
because it will still stick. So even though you stuck it to the mat, it hasn't lost its stickiness.
And it's not burnt my paper, it's not burnt my pattern. And you can see there's no marks left over whatsoever. And it's all ready.
Okay. There's your fabric. There's your fabric. I'll try and keep it together for you.
So what we're going to do now is that we'll build up our bee. So there we go. So as you can see, I do back it onto a bit of the wadding. Wadding, my go-to really, if I'm going to be doing any quilting in the background, is an 80-20 or a bamboo wadding. There's no need to put a backing on it. Unless you're going to make to sell, I wouldn't bother. Because that's just more layers to go through your machine, so it's just easier to just keep it like that. So what to start with, we're going to just add my bee and my flowers. So I'm going to add my bee about there.
You see, I'd measure that so it was perfectly sensual, but you just go, that's nice, don't you?
Just go, that'll do.
Yeah.
And then what I'm going to try not to do is I've got to separate my leaves from my flowers.
We just need to do an emergency talk about the kit. It's about to sell out.
No worries.
So, just a quick emergency. Now, there are over 60 if you've got this in your baskets for the complete kit. We only have 30 left. So just a very quick warning, if you want the complete kit that has 1/2 metre of the natural seeded, 6 pieces of the felt, and these are exactly the same colours that Delphine's using her design, and full instructions. We will try and restock it. We won't be able to do that at the moment because obviously we need all of the different felts. So I don't know when we will get it back. We only have 30 left and twice as many of you have got it in your basket. So if you want to make that beautiful bee, there's enough felt to make then a matching flower cushion. Amazing. And there's enough fabric as well, because if you use your own backing, there's enough for 2 cushion fronts. So be quick, we only have 30 of them left. Right, quick stop warning. If you want the pattern on its own though, we do have that. Physical pattern printed will be sent to you in the post looking just like this. £9.99 for that one. For the physical pattern, if you want the digital pattern because you want to get on with it straight away, it just means with the digital pattern that you'll need to print off the template, but the rest of it you can look at on your iPad or your laptop or whatever. You don't need to print out the whole thing, but of course you can if you want to. But that there will be emailed straight to your inbox. Right. Now I've given Delphine a little bit of time to do some flower arranging.
Literally.
Let me see your flower arranging. Oh, that's lovely.
So we're starting to add on all the flowers. So again, I'm just doing those
So
in layers.
talk me through this for non-creative people like me. How do you decide what you're going to put like underneath and on top? And
just...
Yeah, see, I bet that looks different to the original cushion, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it doesn't really, not far off.
No, it's not far off actually, to be fair. It's not far off. You have got that antenna on top of that flower and that leg on top of, yeah.
So I'm just making sure I'm doing it the right sides up. So I'm just adding in these.
Now, these have got Bondweb on.
These have got Bondweb on. You can tell because it will have, oh, there's a bit.
If you need Bondweb, it is available if you go on to Watch Live and scroll down, we have got the Bondweb there if you need to stock up on it.
So yeah, you can tell with the Bondweb because it'll be a lot smoother. It'll be like a silky feel to it.
And you've overlapped some as well.
Yeah, I think it's quite nice to overlap it, especially with the bee's legs and things. It shows that it's all as one picture rather than, it's just a bee with a few flowers around it. So, don't be afraid to overlap a few pieces here and there.
Well, it's nice because it gives it that 3D look by having his must be a she, mustn't it? Queen bee.
Yeah, go on then.
Queen bee. Although doesn't she just hang out in the hive? Sends out the workers to get the pollen.
Oh, yeah.
She just hangs out. She's got it right, these bees.
Oh, yeah.
Just hang out in the hive.
Oh, I've lost a middle. I always lose something. There we go.
And steal something.
No, I don't. Or burn something. Or break something. There we are. So I'm going to now stick those into place. Now, again, because of the felt is very delicate, you do not want to put the iron directly on top of.
Do you want the thin one?
Yes, please. So if you don't have one of these mats, then please definitely use a clean piece of off-cut of fabric. Something ideally that you can see through so you can see where you're pressing. And again, press, not iron. If you move it around, depending on how thin your fabric is, it can move your applique pieces around and you don't want that to happen.
We have wonky flowers.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you can have wonky flowers.
Yeah, but only if you intend to.
Yeah. So again, take a bit of time. As you can see, I'm not just having a few taps here and there, and then it's going to come off. Then you're going to take it to your machine, that it's all going to fall off, and that'll be a nightmare.
You are talking from experience.
I am. These are all the things
This
that
happens
I've done.
to me all the time, and it all falls off because I'm too impatient.
Yeah, this is it. This is the thing. You know, we come on here and we say, do this, do that. It's because we've learned from our mistakes.
Because it has all fallen off.
Yes, learn from our mistakes. So, and again, the larger flowers, there's 3 layers of felt, of glue to go through. So you've got the bottom layer, the middle flower, and then obviously you've got your centre section. So you want to make sure.
Remember, if you get the fuser mat, you do get 2 parts. So you get the rubbery bit. You see, because I've only got that bit.
How come you've only got that bit?
It's a different one.
Oh.
It's a different one from ages ago. It's not this brand. I need to get this one. So I put that on top, but when you press it, it takes even longer because it's quite thick.
Yeah.
I've just got an old one, and it's only about half the size as well. I need to invest.
You do. You do need to invest.
But I have just bought myself 2 new Creative Grids rulers, so maybe I need to.
Maybe next month.
Maybe next month.
Well, if you get the badge, if you buy something, you get your badge. You have a little treat on the back
That
of the
is true.
badge.
But you know what? I've got one already.
Yeah, same.
I've already got my badge, so. But I do. The thing is, I order things on Sewing Street, and I forget all what I want, what I need. I get one thing, and then I forget things like this that I need a fuser about. But that is brilliant, isn't it?
It's one of those pieces of kit that once you've got it, you'll be wondering why.
That and my rotating cutting mat, absolutely love that.
See, I'm definitely this and probably the Aliso.
Yeah, I have that as well.
Because it gets not as, although mine's not as clean as this one. I'll be ashamed to show you my iron.
Mine's the old yellow one.
Mine's the old yellow one.
I know. We need to upgrade.
We do.
We need to upgrade to the pink fish one.
We do. If anyone's listening, we need to upgrade.
This iron is on a special offer as well.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So if you need to upgrade.
Oh. Might have to
See, look, it's full price. If you shop around, £164.99, you'll see it. That is its full price. But we've got a special offer on it. £129.99.
That's not bad,
That's not bad, is it?
That's brilliant.
I love mine.
Oh, mate. The thing is, though, it's when I go to workshops or whatever and they haven't got the Alisos, and the amount of times I've been there and you just forget about it and you just leave the iron like that.
I know.
It's dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah, I do that all the time. Don't use any other irons now.
No. So I'm pretty confident. And you see the amount of time I've spent doing that. I've not been there for seconds. I've been there for well over a minute.
And it is about not being impatient.
No, and to not worry. And trust your kit. You know,
well, I guess that's the whole point of whatever on earth this is made of, is that it takes the heat but doesn't scorch the fabric.
That, and just feel how hot. It's really, really hot, but I know that they're not going to be coming out of place. So as you can see, I've not actually put any of the leaves on that yet, because you don't want to do the leaves until if you want to do any of the quilting afterwards. But then again, that is optional. So what I'm going to do now is show you how I'll sew it down. Ideally, you use a matching thread. Obviously, I'm not going to keep changing the thread today. Choose your favourite blanket stitch. Mine on this one is mode 2043, and I shrink it down to about a 1.2, 1.3. And then you're just going to go around any of your raw edges with a matching thread.
Okay.
Don't worry about any little gaps or anything like that you might have, because they'll just be covered up.
And so would you choose, you just choose the thread that matches that felt that you're around the edge of?
Yeah. So just take your time and keep changing your thread around. So.
Good morning, gorgeous bee. Could I hand sew the details instead of using a sewing machine from Jill?
Absolutely, 100%, yeah. And I think that will give it a really nice effect as well,
What sort of
actually.
stitch would you use?
I'd go for a hand blanket stitch.
That would look nice.
That would
wouldn't
look
it?
beautiful.
In a strand of cotton.
That would look really
yeah,
pretty.
that would actually.
If anything, I think it would give it an even more of a luxurious look, actually, by doing it handmade. But hand sewn.
Yeah, that would actually, because it gives it a much bolder edge, doesn't it?
And I know that I've sewn down the flowers by machine, but I've also added details using, the stranded cotton, and even that could help keep them in place as well. So you haven't got to do it all by machine. I just go for the quickest way, not necessarily what always look nice. But I'd love to have the time to actually sit and do it by hand.
It would look lovely.
It would, gorgeous.
And also, you can then get all the threads to match exactly.
Yeah.
I guess also because you've bond-webbed it on, it's all secure, so it doesn't really matter whether it's hand or machine. The machine stitching, the kit is now sold out.
Oh, well, thank you very much, everyone. I look forward to seeing yours.
But we have got some of Delphine's past kits back as well to recap, which we'll show you in the end. Hopefully we'll get the bee back in the future, but it won't be today because we've got to re-get all of those felts now. Now, we do have physical instructions on their own, which look like this. That's the code up there, over there, for the physical instructions on their own. Because obviously we no longer have any of the kits left. If you want the digital PDF version, we have those as well, depending on whether you want a printed one or not.
Like I say, it could be done in so many different fabrics, and even using the templates. So if you did it in, say, a cape or something, you could fussy cut the flowers from the cape fabric.
Yeah, because like with a lot of your designs, you know, it doesn't have to be in felt.
No.
You use normal fabric, your bond webbing, you're going around the edge, so you could do
anything. I like the idea of like the denims.
Yeah, well, I'm always in love.
You love a bit of denim.
Love a bit of denim.
You know when we've done the kits in the past, where we do the denims here, and it's the three, because you can get the 3 different colours of denim.
Yeah.
But obviously the other side, you've got the different shades. So really, you've got 6 denims. That would look really nice, all the different shades.
It would look gorgeous, wouldn't it? And you could like do some blueprint flowers and.
Lovely.
Well, next time I see you, I'm looking forward to seeing you at Denim Bee. One day when Delphine has all the time in the world.
Yeah, no.
One day.
It doesn't happen. And also, when you come to do a plique, people almost like, where do I start? Always go for the bit that's going to grab all those layers underneath. So, for example, I'm always going to start off with, say, the top part of the flowers, because by sewing this middle section here, that's going to trap all these pieces here. So even if your bond web comes loose, it's already in place.
Okay.
No need to pin, which is, again, while I'll do the B section, the body bits first, because again, that's going to trap everything else underneath it. So you haven't got to worry about things falling off. So always go for those pieces first. So I'll just go around the centres of the flowers so I know they're not going to fall off.
Right, while you continue do those flowers,
Okey-doke.
then I'm going to go through some of your kits. The hair, let me go and get the hair. Right, the hair is back. The hair is back in stock. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I love the fabrics in this one as well. Absolutely stunning. Let me show you what you get. This repeatedly sells out. We get it back and then it goes again. So in the kit, you get obviously full instructions and everything for the central panel. So you get the ivory background fabric, and then you get all these beautiful felts. You've got that pink tweed, beautiful teal. I love these felts. They're so natural looking. That lovely oatmeal. You've got a paler teal, a brown, a darker brown, gorgeous mauve. These are all 9-inch sheets of felt. So all of those, but if you see like the finished cushion, so it's all the felts for the front panel. We have got some of the fabric, so Delphine's used some of this beautiful tweed for the back, and we have got some of these back in. Now, a quarter of the stock has already gone for that, but I think what's lovely about this kit is because you've got some of these tweedy type felts, it gives it that beautiful natural look. Gorgeous. And they're all 9 inches square. Heather. Look at that. So it's nice to have all of these colours. And I think also when you see these designs, yes, you can use your own fabrics and you can give it your own twist. But if you want the exact replication, I think at that price point as well, $23.99, I mean, that's amazing. And are you going to have all of those colours? Unless maybe you do loads of felt things, and then you might do. But if you haven't, it's really nice to have the kit with all these. We keep restocking this, and then it keeps going back out of stock again. So if you want to get hold of the hair, here he is back in stock. If you want the instructions on their own, maybe you've got a big stash of felt, or you want to use your own tweeds and things, we do have Hawthorne the Highland hair. all on instructions on there. And these are the printed instructions we sent you the post. Just like with the bee, you've got placement guides, you've got templates. You're not going to have to do any thinking at all. All of the templates are there. Delphine's done all the hard work for you. All the build-up information of how you build up the whole design. If you want the PDF version digital, so it's emailed straight to your inbox, and then you can use it from home straight away, that's the same price, $9.99, and that will be sent straight to you. So we do have that one in stock. Hedgehog. Where's it? Oh, there's the hedgehog. Thank you. If you want the hedgehog, look how cute he is. Look at his little face. I love all the little spines because they're sort of 3D. They're only sewn down at the front. This was originally demoed on the 8th of April. It's very springy, isn't it? I love this. I like the fact. I mean, these make a lovely collection, don't they? Because you can put these. You can see that the hare and the hedgehog are in the same style. So you've got the branches coming in just like with the hare. You've got the little yellow blossoms. You've got daffodils. So aren't they a beautiful pair? So you could get both of them. So in the hedgehog kit, you will get 1/2 metre of natural seeded to use as the background, and then you get all of these felts to use. So obviously you've got the light and the dark daffodil, the light and the dark leaf. You've got all the shades of browns and oatmeals, and this one is lovely, this dark brown. It's got like a little white fleck in it, and the heather colour as well. $23.99. You've got all of the felt squares, and you've got the background fabric. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, if you want the instructions on their own, we have those as well. So the printed version of the instructions, remember they have all of the templates, all of the details, everything you need to know. $9.99 for those. That's the printed version that will come in the post. If you want a digital version that's emailed straight to your inbox, so you can print them all off, or you can read them off your tablet or your laptop, that's the PDF version. The next one we've got is the cow, the baby cow. Love these baby animals. So how about the baby cow? Beautiful. Now, we only have 8 of these, so be quick. There's 8. So what you get in this kit for the cow, look at him. Hugo, the baby Highland cow. You get, oh, that's nice actually. That's like a Macawa linen texture. First demoed on the 5th of December. That's a beautiful linen texture. And then you get these felts. These are beautiful felts. They're all like marled, but they're exactly what you need if you want to create the Highland cow. 6 of those left. So I'll leave that one with you. If you want them instructions on their own, be very quick if you want to get the kit, because it is obviously, yeah, not many of them left. Instructions on their own if you have your own felt, or you can use fabric. You don't have to use felt. That's just what Delphine's used for hers, but you could do, again, denim, tweed. I'm thinking corduroy and velvet would be nice. Can you imagine corduroy or like a nice little fleece or something? You could use all natural fabrics for Hugo. That's the printed instructions. If you want the PDF instructions that you will then, the digital PDF that you print off at home, that's $9.99. The last cushion is the lamb. I do like your cushions. They're nice and heavy, Delphine. Oh, thank you. Really solid.
Double the inner.
Yeah, they're just really solid, like country house hotel vibes.
Yeah, so you won't want to get hit with one. You won't want a pillow fight.
No, but they are just like, they're nice and solid. Like, you know, when you go to a really posh hotel.
Yeah, you sit on them and you're like that.
Yeah, they're just beautiful. They fill them out well, don't they? If you want the little lamb, the lamb, this is the kit for it. We only have 11 of these left, though. So for the kit, you get full instructions. Again, you get this, that's a natural seeded. Only been on once before, on the 26th of February. we've only just managed to restock it and we've only got 11 left. So these are all the beautiful felts that are used in it. Look at that, gorgeous, £23.49. So quite nice to buy the two together. If you want just the physical instructions again, you know, maybe you've decided I'm going to make these, but I've got a big stash of old scraps of velvet and cord and tweed, then just get the physical instructions. $9.99 for the printed instructions. If you want the digital downloads, so you want to print them at home, that's the code. If you've got any questions, because I know I've gone through these quite quickly, call the call centre 0800 001 4433. They will be able to help you if you think, oh, have I bought the printed, have I bought the digital, or are there any of Hugo's left, etc. Now, before I go back to Delphine, obviously the bee kit is completely sold out. So if you want the printed, these are our physical printed instructions, $9.99 for these. The digital version is on the website, is on the Watch Live if you want to see that. Right, Delphine, where have we got to?
Right, so I've been steaming ahead. So
Oh, you have? Well, I've gone through everything else.
So what I'll do is show you what I've been doing.
So you've appliqued it all on.
Yeah, so imagine it's all been sewn on. So now what we're going to do is, so for example, I'll just show you on this bit here. So on the wings, so again, we've got the template guide inside the instructions. So using a friction pen, you just draw on the, what do you call it, the veins? I don't know.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, but I have no idea what they're called.
And then you just sew over them with a straight stitch. So use your friction pen, use your erasable markers, and then that will get you the details to the wings. And so you also have to get the details.
Yeah, let me show you, because I want you to see this in detail, because I think this is gorgeous. These hexagons are like 3D.
Yeah, so like 3D, like honeycomb sort of shape.
Now, that template's in the instructions.
It's in the instructions, yes.
Okay.
You can either cut it out, or I'd recommend you just trace it. And then you just choose where you're going to put it. And then again, you just trace round. Obviously, do it a little bit neater than what I've done. Use a ruler. And then what you're going to do then is just sew over your lines with a straight stitch. Now, what you can do is make it even more 3D by doing the fake trapunto effect. So by doing that, basically, so you can see I've already sewn one on here. But what you can do, if you want to make them even more 3D, double up with an extra piece of wadding, only for when you sew over your hexes. So any of your offcuts, this is where they come in handy. So you'll pin that on first, and then you sew around them, and then you'll trim away any excess. And then
so it doesn't show through the extra padding because you trim it away.
You trim it all away.
Oh, okay.
And so it's like a bit of a fake trapunto in a way. Or if you don't want to do that, you can just sew straight over.
Yeah, so this is really, if you want to take the time to add extra quilting details, then these options are here. If you don't want to quilt it at all, you don't have to.
So I'll just do the one, because I know that we're very short on time. So then, could I kindly give you that to iron away my marks? If you just possibly iron away those, please. And then all you do is very, very quickly, I will switch my feet over. It takes seconds.
Okay. So yeah, so now I've ironed that over, you can't see that anymore.
And then all you do...
So if you were making this into a quilt, you had a backing fabric, I suppose you can still do this, but you just put that extra layer of wadding on.
Yeah. And then all you do is drop your feed dogs, matching thread.
Okay.
And then you go in, just do a quick test piece first. And then I always check my tension. And then you just basically colour in. All around the insides of your hexes. So I'll just keep doing that all the way on the inside.
So just go backwards and sort of...
And then you just do the centres all the way around it, and then you'll get that effect. And the very last thing you do is straight stitch on your little...
Oh, so all of this quilting is done first?
Yeah.
And then these leaves go on?
But if you didn't want to do this kind of quilting, you can just leave it plain. I mean, it still looks great as it is, as just the applique. Or you can, what we were saying earlier on about, I really like the crosshatch effect, you know, just straight stitch, draw some lines on, use your guide on your machine, leave it plain, put loads of embroidery on it. There's loads of different ways in which this can be finished. So just enjoy it. There's loads of different techniques that you can do.
Yeah, so
optional.
you can make it as complicated or as simple as you like.
Simple as you like.
And also, I think if you're just doing a cushion, it's only a few bits of this. It's a really good place to practice.
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, and you can, if it doesn't work out, just cover it in embroidery or hide it. Put some more flowers on. No one knows.
Oh, that's brilliant. Well, thank you so much. Now, the only way that you can get involved with the bee now is to buy just the instructions on their own. Either the physical or the digital. The graphics on screen there, they're for the physical printed version. If you want the digital, just go on to Watch Live and scroll down from there. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We will see you back in an hour. I'm just going to go tweed for a moment, because the tweeds that Delphine has used on her cushions, we do have some of them in stock. I know we haven't got that one. We managed to get them back. I've got too many cushions. There we go. That's better. How much tweed would we need for a cushion?
Half metre.
Pardon?
About half metre.
Right, half a metre. Oh, so you'll only need one unit of this. Which one? So this one on the top, this is the one that Delphine used for Yui the lamb. You'll only need half a metre. It's a beautiful, real heavyweight tweed fabric. Absolutely perfect for soft furnishings. I mean, it is gorgeous. It's a wool effect tartan. I mean, it is really, really thick and lovely. It's 140 centimetres wide, and it's 22.5% cotton and 77.5% polyester. But it feels like wool. No idea how they do that, but it is lovely. It's really nice for cushions, soft furnishings. Obviously, if you want to multi-buy, if you want to use it for something else, if you buy more than half a metre, it will be sent as a whole cut piece. That's that tweed. Which one should we do next? How about the red one? This one's lovely, isn't it? Again, so these are used, Delphine has used these for the back of the cushions and for that sort of border around the edge. This is a new one called Cranberry Luxury Weight Wool Effect. Beautiful, isn't it? It's like taupe and that lovely red through it. £5.49 for half a metre. Oh, for a fat quarter. Oh, this one's different. This one's a fat quarter. Oh, there we go. So that's just like 1 cut piece. Okay, fine. £5.49 if you just want a fat quarter. Right, then this one, I think this one's lovely. This is done by the half metre. Very, very autumnal. Beautiful, isn't it? Actually, I mean, obviously, great for cushions, but this would make a nice bag, wouldn't it? Thinking like you kind of carpet bag. That's lovely, isn't it? Look at the colour for that. £10.99 for that one. And then the last one... Have I done, I haven't done the grey one. No, the last one is the grey one. And that's the last one, the grey one. So if you want to use these, they're perfect. Get yourself half a metre, perfect for the back of a cushion, because they really are luxurious. Maybe if you want to use the one that I've got the fat quarter, get 2 of the fat quarters, and that'd be enough for the binding. Don't forget the hair bundle. There we go. This was originally done on the 28th of February this year, and we have restocked it today. Because last time we did it, totally sold out, and obviously it's very important if you want to get the exact effect of this hair, you do need all of these felts. We will try and restock the bee, but obviously we need to get all of these felts, and it's, you know, to get all these specific ones takes a little bit of time. But that is the hair kit, £23.99 for that. Thanks, Delphine. We'll see you back here in an hour.
Yes.
With that glorious
Oh, it's
quilt.
stunning. Beautiful.
Stunning Tula Pink quilt. The price that you see on Watch Live will be dropping that. So if you check out, don't worry, there will be a price drop. Even if you check out before we drop the price, you will still only pay the lower price. I will be back with you in just a few minutes with the wonderful Kerry from TOFT, who's got some amazing, amazing crochet designs. You're going to absolutely love these. And a special little giveaway from her and some discounts too. So I'll see you back in just 2 minutes, crochet hooks to the ready.
It's Flower Show Week. Join us for 4 days of all things flowers, plus an amazing chance to get your hands on a free badge that you will not want to miss. So tune in this Tuesday through to Friday for Flower Show Week, here on Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Pins are used to hold pattern pieces onto your fabric and your fabric together before you sew it. Always buy the best pins that you can afford. I like ones with nice heads on that you can hold because you can see them if you drop them on the floor. I also like a magnetic pin dish because it stops you losing them.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know. Apparently, what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram, on the Sewing Street pages. We're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, and it's all about the crochet. Morning, Kerry.
It is morning.
Morning, Kerry. Lovely to have you back.
I know, I've not seen you for, I was thinking probably at least 6 months, if not
Don't know
maybe
what's
longer.
happened.
Yeah.
I'll have to have a word.
Yeah, schedule's gone all
I
wrong.
know, it's not good, is it? You've got some amazing new designs.
have,
Well,
yeah.
you're probably not new now because you've probably been doing them.
No,
for
they're not,
years.
honestly. They still feel very, very new to me, what we've got on this table. All the techniques are quite new, and I still haven't got to the end of all the ones that I want to do when we start to talk about these next ones.
Really?
Yeah, it's just the
Brilliant.
beginning.
We're going to start with the teapot, but there is a giveaway this hour.
There is. So this Geraldine the Duck patch, which has been inspired very much by high tea. So you'll see she's on all the kind of blue and white inspiration that we've been taking in our spring collection. You will get a Geraldine the Duck patch free with every single order with products from the show.
Right.
So one
okay.
per order, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. So, and they will be sent direct from you, and they will be popped in your
In your
order, won't they?
parcels, yeah. So inside every single box with orders from this show, you'll get a Geraldine the Duck patch.
And it's gorgeous, isn't it? And what do people do with their patches?
So patches began really as a bit of a souvenir or a collectible, and they are, although they get tidied up by one of the team, I will admit, but they're based really on my original sketches, because where it all starts for me whenever I'm doing a new design is with a scale drawing, and then I literally try and, when I'm crocheting, that's what I match, is I'll lay the crochet on top of that as we go along. So they do get tidied up, is what I will say, rather than being...
Okay.
They're not as neat as this when I first scribble them down.
It's based on your original one.
And it really, what people do with them is some people will pop them onto their project bags. So they will kind of iron onto most project bags on the outside. Other people will put them on our specific stash bags. So we do have one that actually deliberately has shelves that you put the patches on. But they're really just mementos of what you've made. Can be your favourites. Like Geraldine, a lot of people will start with this as a bird project. So it's a perfect beginner one if you've never made a TOFT bird before. And so it really just, it's like a little mascot or a memento
Or you could sew
of your
it
making.
on the back of your jean pocket.
You could, yeah. And I've also seen some awesome denim jackets. I have now seen some where people cover them in TOFT patches, which is,
I mean, they
pretty
are
cool.
just so delicious. So everyone who shops in this hour will have one of these sent to them. And we do have the matching crochet kit, or is it the other way around? Does the patch match the kit?
Well, yeah, the patch matches the design, actually. So with Geraldine, she
Geraldine?
absolutely came first. So obviously she is a classic duck. She's really easy. So she's one of our kind of level 1 birds. Would be perfect for a complete beginner, especially at this time of year. Obviously a lovely, lovely, bright kind of spring and summertime.
And the
design
kit
to
for
work
her is
through.
coming up, and it's a complete kit, which is lovely, isn't it? Because some kits are just the yarn. And
Yeah,
the pattern.
because lots of you obviously like to do other projects and keep moving on. We don't usually include the hooks with every single kit, but if you ever see a kit inside a box, so when it's inside a cardboard box, that means that you will get absolutely everything inside. So you get the hooks, you get the stuffings, you get the eye threads, everything.
So it's really giftable.
Properly giftable. Also great for when you're going on holiday, because it means you don't have to worry about decanting everything in.
So before you pack your suitcase, put your kit in first and see what else you
can
get
Yeah, exactly.
in.
That's me. Yarn in first and then see how much you can get around everything else.
I'm like that, and I've got like a bag full of yarn that I'm on the plane with, and I'm like...
Yeah, that's me every time. Like, as in making a mess, dropping a ball, rolling down.
I did on the plane. I went on holiday a couple of weeks ago, and this woman 2 rows in front, I had to pick it up and bring it back.
I'm glad it's not just me, but yeah, that is me every single time.
And it's really hard to get down, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And then they like throw it back to you over the top, and you're like, awkward. Now I'm going to have to pass that back to you and ask you to pass that underneath there, because I can't break that yarn.
Why did I bring 8 balls with me? Well, I
just in case. You never know if you get delayed.
I might have done. I might have done, so I've finished it. Anyway, I'm glad we're the same. I'm sure all of you are the same. Teapot. Right, this is gorgeous. This is beautiful. So this is new, really.
Yes, it is. So it's new, and it really is. I've done a teapot once before, which is Earl the Teapot, which some of you might have seen. But when I was kind of starting to do this new embroidery technique, so what you're looking at is really basic crochet. So it's still just the double crochet stitch, very, very basic colour changing. So it'd just be, say, a stripe from the cream to the blue. But then all the detail on top is actually done with really basic embroidery stitches. So you take something that's really easy and simple and you elevate it somewhere completely different just by almost doodling these stitches on top.
Okay.
Now, obviously, there is a full guide in terms of how I've done it, and then the pictures of the front and the back, so you can see exactly where I've put these. There is also a video that will take you through those stitches. So I know a lot of you out there probably are sewers, because we're on Sewing Street. But if you've never, ever embroidered before, don't worry about the fact that you might need some skills or to learn to do something first. There is a video that takes you through it as well. But really, it's all about doodling. What I love about this is you take a blank canvas. It's quite helpful because crochet obviously does actually have stitches. So it's almost like you've got a grid. So it's easier.
Like graph paper.
Yes, it is. It's easier than kind of doing it freehand. And you just really enjoy filling in the blanks with these basic stitches to kind of take it.
So what do you get in the kit for this one?
So in the kit, what you will get is obviously you will get your pattern. So you're going to get your printed pattern. You will also get the back shot so you can see that, and then a guide to all the embroidery stitches, and obviously QR code links to take you to the videos as well. So they're all included.
For the embroidery.
For the embroidery.
Yeah.
And then you will get your 75 grams of our cream double knit, which will be what you're making the majority of the teapot with. And then your blue in contrast, which will be for the edging, and then for your embroidery stitches. And you do also always get the eye threads included in kits like this as well. So you get your cream and your black eye threads, and it comes packed up in a TOFT tote bag as well. So you'll get it inside that, obviously, as well as your Geraldine the Duck patch.
That's amazing. So for just £28, you get all of this.
Yep.
And you get it in the bag as
And
well.
you get it in the bag, yeah.
Which is really nice, isn't it? Because then you're going to just use that over and over
Yeah,
again.
it becomes a project bag. Well, obviously, we all use them for everything in our lives
special
now.
price today, £25. So £25. I mean, this is a lovely, lovely gift for somebody, either made or as a kit. And I'd put that on my dresser, and then I'd keep, like, you could hide money in it, couldn't you? You could put money.
Good.
Secret sweets.
Secret things inside. And just to show you, because it is effectively lined, like it's quite hard to pull up because obviously embroideries put the two pieces together. But what you've got is you actually crochet the outside and you crochet the inside. And then because I like detail, I've also put the little drainage holes that will keep your tea inside. So you've got your little drainage holes as you go towards your spout. So
and that gives it real...
Yeah, it's heavy, it's weighty, and it means that you don't have to put stuffing inside. So it's not that you're kind of stuffing it and then putting the lid on. It is hollow inside because you've actually crocheted the inside as well as the outside.
Oh, it's just gorgeous. And the feet are optional.
They are. So you make the legs separately with the little Mary Jane shoes.
Who wouldn't put the feet on? I love this blue. It's a beautiful colour, isn't it?
It is, and it's a proper match for this style of pottery. Yeah, it really is.
So £25 for that. And remember, you've got everything you need. It comes in the bag and you get the free patch. So that's the teapot. I love that. Love that.
I'm hoping there's some of you out there that collect teapots that would quite like to take the collection even further.
Oh, I know. I've got loads of teapots, but to have a crochet teapot.
If I didn't have a kind of making list as long as my, I don't even want to say how long it is right now, I would absolutely love to just sit and make my way through a little half a dozen teapots, all with slightly different styles and features.
Absolutely. Yeah, loads of them. It'd be fabulous. In fact, you should do one as like a ball of yarn, you know, for all of those comedy. You get those novelty
Yeah,
teapots,
you do. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you could style that. Once you've got the teapot shape, I'm sure you can go wild with that one.
Novelty teapots in crochet of a ball of yarn. I think it's just fabulous. Right, we're going to do this is the crane one, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So this is Ling the crane.
So this is part of this same...
The same figurines collection. So really, this is what I've done with this one is it's not that I've found an actual figurine of a crane, but cranes are very often depicted on an awful lot of the original Chinese blue and white ceramics. So cranes obviously are a bird that you see a lot featured in this style of pottery.
They're quite symbolic, aren't they?
They really are. So they are lucky, and it just gives you a lot of kind of different spaces and shapes to actually then do the embroidery on. So with this one, you're actually doing quite big chunks in a colour. So you're using the cream as your base, but you can see you've got the whole of the neck in a contrast, the beaks in a contrast, the tails in the sapphire, and then you've got the legs sitting in that hyacinth. And then, so I think it somehow looks even more complicated again than the teapot, despite the fact that it's still really basic crochet, and then you're just working these contrasting embroidery stitches onto the top.
Gorgeous. So you get all of the yarn in there. Love that blue. That's really nice. It's funny because I've seen this in other kits, like the flowers, but then when you put it in
looks so different.
It suddenly becomes China.
I find that all the time with the colours, that when you suddenly see them in a different context for the first time, you're like, oh, well, I've never put that with that colour before, but yeah, it works so well with the kind of pastel
I love the
vintage
photo.
Blue and then the sapphire navy.
In the blossom tree.
In the apple blossom, yeah.
Gorgeous, isn't it? Again, £3 reduction on that, special price, £25. You get all of the yarn, you get the tote bag.
Yep, you get obviously the printed pattern, so you've got all your full printed pattern with detail, more detail than we would normally put in terms of photography, because obviously you want to be able to copy those embroidery stitches, and then QR codes that take you to the embroidery techniques as well.
Fabulous, fabulous. Right, that's the crane. Let's do the duck.
So she's one of my favourites, this one. But it is, she looks almost plain from the front because all of her detail really is in the back.
And she's got embroidered feet, obviously. Now, loads of you have already checked out. So this is Clarice the Duck figurine kit. We're going to match the price and take it down to £25. See, look at all the detail on the back. Gorgeous, isn't it?
It is. So this one combines, it hasn't got that navy in that the crane had, so that one's higher contrast. This one's a bit more subtle, so you've got your 50 grams of your cream, your hyacinth, and then the blue that you saw in the teapot. So they were just, I mean, once you've got one of these kits, if you went for the teapot and one of these kits, you've got all the different colours.
Oh, yes,
so then you can just continue to embroider all the different colours onto the top. Yeah, the teapot's just done with 2 colours, but obviously in these 2 that we've looked at now, I've combined 3 colours. There's nothing stopping you continuing to kind of add the different embroidery stitches onto other ones and really build up the layers.
And they're a lovely collection, and this is the sort of thing you just put on your shelf.
Yeah, they're really for you, yeah. They're really adult, grown up, they're to decorate your home. Yeah. You will, if you've never tried embroidery before, because I'm not an embroiderer at all. I am a crocheter who has tried to do some embroidery stitches, but you'll find it so easy because it's obviously, you're doing it with the wool, you're doing it with your sewing up needle, so it's nice and thick, big stitches, and you've got that grid to use. It's actually very, very easy compared to, say, freehand embroidery.
Well, and you're not trying to follow a pattern, you just sort of have a little play.
Yeah, you're just having a little play, and the lovely thing is, obviously, you've got tons of yarn. So to embroider the detail onto this duck, you're barely going to use a quarter of these balls, which means that if you're not happy the first time you embroider, you just snip it off and you go again.
Yeah, yes, that's because you've got plenty.
You've got plenty of yarn.
It's not like sewing embroidery, it leaves a mark.
No, it's not going to leave a hole in your fabric or anything like that. So it means you can just snip it off and go again.
Absolutely brilliant. So that's the Clarice the Duck. Now, we have got a collection of figurines as well. Now, this is for the whole set, and we're making a saving. So in the set, I can't see from this way around, you get 4.
You do. So you're going to get 4 different. Let me just find the right bag that I've got here. So we can get them all out and have a proper look at them. Yeah, absolutely.
So we've got an elephant, obviously. Very important. We've got the elephant, which has now fallen over, which I want to cut. And the rabbit.
Yep. So this one combines the elephant I've done with the hyacinth and the cream. Then Denby, you've got the cream and the blue. Then Josiah, the owl, combines the blue and the sapphire. And then last but by no means least is Moira, who combines the sapphire and the cream. So this bundle has got enough yarn to make all 4.
Wow.
If you bought them individually, you'd be paying an awful lot more money for each kit individually, if you see what I mean, because they share the blue, the sapphire and the hyacinth.
Okay, so you're making that saving.
Saving because you're sharing the yarn. It also means you've got so much freedom because you've got all the colours to really make them match even more if you want to. So obviously I've done these very much individually. What you could decide to do is use all 3 colours on all 3.
Yeah.
Or use 2 colours on them. So you really can then be creative in making them a proper collection to sit on your mantelpiece.
Yeah, because I guess you could do the ears on the elephant in a different colour.
Yes, you could, and that's going to be, so obviously it's a lot of yarn. If I get it out of here just so you can see how much it is. So you get the silver in contrast as well. Now I've used that sparingly for things like the nose on the rabbit and the nose on the cat, but you could decide to involve the silver if you wanted to as well, and you get a whole ball of that. But then you get your hyacinth, you get your blue and your sapphire. And then the amount of cream yarn, that's all I just want to show on the table, because you'll see just how much you're actually getting.
I'm going to put them in the front. This is amazing quality, this yarn. It's all 100% wool, but it's beautiful. It's perfect for crochet, funnily enough, isn't it? It's like the perfect yarn for crochet.
It is, but also for knitting, yeah. So really the yarn came first. That's what I can't emphasise more, really, with the whole of TOFT, is the yarn came at the very beginning, and then where I've got to over 19 years is just me playing with that yarn and then making more yarns, because I need more yarns the more I play with them. So the yarn is top quality, pure wool, spun here in the UK. It's a pure wool double knit weight. Every single thing, in fact, everything on the show is a double knitting weight that we're working in. And we specialise in natural colour. So our thing is natural colour, as you'll see, going right the way through everything. But then when we come to actually developing a colour like the blue and the hyacinth and the sapphire that we've got here, we fibre dye our yarns. So that means that we actually dye the wool, and then the yarn is spun as a fibre, which is the much more long-winded, more expensive process round. Normally, quite commonly, what you'll see when you're getting a bright yarn is the yarn will be dyed cream, will be spun cream, should I say, and then dyed at the end, so hank dyed. We do the opposite way round, and it means that the colours run really deep and true through all of the colours.
Really intense, aren't they?
They are, and then a lot of them are blended as well, so they're not straightforward colours. If you say, look at a silver, like the silver that's in this bundle, this is a mixture of black and white fibres, and that's what makes them look truly natural.
Yeah,
they're not flat and dead. They've got a lot more depth to them.
To crochet with.
They are, yeah. It's bouncy. And that's what if you are someone that's maybe tried crochet in the past and you've tried with cotton or acrylic or something that's got no give in it, it's really hard to make it look closed like this. Even I find it hard. If someone ever asks me to make something with cotton, I'm like, oh no, like I'm gonna have to pull that really tight. Whereas when you've got a bouncy yarn, your tension can remain nice and loose. You don't need to worry about pulling that tight, and you'll still get this lovely closed fabric. And then the things that you make will be soft. They're not stiff in the way that if you use a tight cotton or acrylic, they become very firm and they stick in place. These all have movement in them, and they're very tactile to touch.
Oh, they're absolutely gorgeous. So this kit, you've got all of the yarn, loads and loads of it. Look at how much you're getting. And all the patterns to do all 4 of them. £90. Nice. And that's £10 saving.
Yes, it is.
£10 saving, £90, and you can make all of them. So this is really for your beautiful collection where you can really personalise them.
Absolutely. I mean, the other thing to think about, obviously you will get all 4 patterns included print-wise, but if you're a person that just loves elephants, you could just make 4 elephants. All the ingredients are the same for all of them, so it means you could just decide, like, again, if you're a person that loves cats, you could just make 4 cats and vary the embroidery across the 4 cats. It doesn't need to be a collection of the 4 different animals if you don't want it to be. Use that yarn and just get creative with the patterns.
They are just, look how you just hold them. Little wiggly legs. Oh, I love these. Right, we're going to cover these in the next show, but just to sort of warn you, tell you ahead, sneak peek. Talking about things personalising is, let me just, can I leave them there? Okay. The bride and groom collection, which we'll go through in more detail. But this is a kit where you can create, although Shakespeare's standing, I might move.
Shakespeare's dominating this wedding scene.
Confusing matters.
He's invited to the wedding.
He keeps moving because he looks like he's crashed the wedding. So in the kit, explain it
So you get a bundle of yarn, and I've put it together to try and give you as much choice and variety as possible. So you've got a lot of colours that you could use for suit colours, that you could use as skin tones, that you could use as hair tones, and they all mix and match across the whole selection.
Right.
Then you do get 125 grams of cream, because obviously cream is the colour that we tend to associate. You're going to probably need that for the brides. So what the kit will make is enough for 2 dolls, but that could become a bride and a groom. That could be 2 grooms. That could be 2 brides if you want it to be. You'll also get the cake. Yep. And you'll get lots of different mix and match patterns. So you'll get the kind of full suit. You'll get like a waistcoat, a tuxedo, 2 different styles of wedding dress. You'll get flowers. The big tiered cake at the front, the pattern for that's in there as well. So it means that you've got all the bits and pieces of the pattern to bring the people that you know to life in crochet form.
That's brilliant, because you might just want to make that.
Yeah, you might just want to make the cake, exactly, yeah.
And put it on top of the cake.
But once you've got the patterns, the whole idea is you'll be able to bring bridesmaids to life, groomsmen if you want to. Obviously, they make really nice favours, wedding dressings.
Yeah,
it's wedding season, and I've seen so many incredible ones made by you that you've showed me at events recently that I thought, you know what? I almost forget that lives there in the TOFT range, because some of you are good enough to find it. It doesn't get a light shined on it very often. So, I mean, if you're watching and you can send in pictures, I'd love to share or see myself pictures, because I know so many of you have crocheted these for your own weddings or for your children's weddings, for your niece's weddings, everything like that.
Well, it's like you could, you know, make that as a present for someone. You could do all the bridesmaids and give them as bridesmaids gifts, couldn't you?
And it doesn't even have to be someone that's that isn't married yet, that's getting wedding for the future. I've seen a lot of you also, once the wedding photos are back, is do it as a first anniversary gift or 5th or a 10th or even try and recreate your gran and granddad's wedding and recreate what they were wearing. I mean, my parents wore flares, so you're going to have to do a few, you're going to have to get a few little knee extensions in there. But the whole idea is it's all the bits and pieces that you've got to then capture somebody on their wedding day.
Yeah, so if you want to do this and you think, I don't even know where to start, how am I going to find the patterns?
Yeah, like I can show you, I have actually got it here so you can see all the bits and pieces. So it'll come like this as a breakdown with all the extra bits and pieces. So the trousers with the cummerbund and the jacket, then you've got a top hat if you want to go for a top hat, the wedding cake, and then the fishtail dress or the longer one with the sleeves. So you can do bridesmaids, shorts and braces for your little groomsmen as well.
And then you can make the dresses shorter or longer, and you can adapt.
Yeah, and then guides to hairstyles and everything like that too. So you've got lots of different hairstyles so that you can, again, try and recreate the people that you know.
It's available on pre-order at the moment. We're going to go through the kit in the next hour, but while we were talking about personalising things at 12 o'clock, but it's just something a bit different, but we thought we'd show that to you now. We're going to go to Shakespeare now because we keep moving him because he's in the way.
Bring him to centre stage. It's time for him to get in the limelight.
Centre stage, and I'm going to move the China animals.
So
what was your inspiration? Why did you decide to do Shakespeare?
So I design a new woman of history every 4 months for an ongoing project that I'm sure I'll be doing for the rest of my life called Making Women Who Made History.
Right.
And
how did that start then?
It started on International Women's Day 4 or 5 years, well, 5 years ago because it was 2020, where basically we thought we needed to shine a light. We wanted to make Emmeline Pankhurst, and then once you've made one, obviously you've done the research. Then you've had it, yeah, because you've done the research and you've got a list of about 250 women that need to come to life, and you only make 3 a year, so it's going to take me a while to get through to the end. But a few people said to me recently on a workshop, "What about the men?" And apparently I've been ignoring the men because obviously...
Yeah, what about the men?
Yeah, because obviously I'm quite focused on bringing out that new doll design every 4 months. And the dolls do take a lot longer. Like, there is a lot more to them design-wise to make sure you're getting them right, to make sure... And I'm fussy. I want it in the right era. I want the detailing to be correct. So it takes quite a lot to get a doll right. So I decided it was Shakespeare's turn, especially when we're so close to Stratford-upon-Avon, where we are as well. So... this is my take on William Shakespeare, He is obviously bald. So he has all the detailing. Oh, yes, he has.
I didn't know. How did you know that?
So, well, this is a big debate. And so within your kit, it is actually gold-plated as well. But you will get the earring, which has got a sticker on that says to be or not to be, as to whether you decide to add the earring on. Of course. It's controversial. Some people truly do believe that he would have worn an earring. Other people say, no, he won't have done. So you've got the option to add that in.
To be or not to be.
It is within your collection. So what you're going to get in this one, so the doll kits come...
gorgeous.
Packaged slightly different to everything else. So it will actually come in a bag like this. This is how our doll kits always do. So you've got an illustration of your Shakespeare and you've got his dates on there. So we try to make sure that you're going to learn... And I'm going to feel very bad opening this up, but I'm going to do it so you can see what's inside.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I know. But I know a lot of you like to keep these stickers, so you can get them off in one piece like that if you want to. And then everything in here. So you'll get a 100-gram ball of the chestnut, and that's because obviously his whole costume is crocheted in that chestnut there.
His fat bottom. I'm just going to have to show you that. His fat bottom.
You get 50 grams of the cream.
It's just so realistic.
You get cocoa, chestnut, kale.
Oh, I wondered that. So the kale is on his shoes.
Is on his shoes and it's on the feather of his cap. So very, very subtle. Again, obviously it's very hard to decide how you want to depict, a character from this era. I really wanted to also choose a stage of life. So when I'm doing a doll, obviously a lot of them people only think there's only one real portrait of Shakespeare. So there is obviously a lot of artistic impression involved as well. But you've got to choose almost an era of his life. And I've chosen him once he's made his fortune in Stratford, in London, and he's returning to Stratford. That's the period that I picked to depict him in. So you will obviously get all your pattern. Here is your earring. So yes, here is your little joke earring if you decide to add that on.
Oh, look at the sticker, to be or not to be. That's brilliant.
And he does have a little bit of embroidery on as well. Obviously, I'm in my embroidery era, so you've got a few little French knots that run up the front to give him those little detail of those buttons. And all of that information would then also be contained on your pattern. So you've got all of the guides to French knots as well.
And you're going to have loads left over because, you know, like that gorgeous kale.
You're only going to be using a tiny amount of that kale, but it's just the detail that he needs to lift him a little bit further. So you've got the feather and his laces on his shoes with the kale. Yeah.
So just £65, you are getting a lot of yarn here.
You are.
And to own William Shakespeare in crochet, it's brilliant. Every English teacher needs to have this.
Yeah, in their classroom.
In their classroom.
Yeah.
Every English teacher needs a William Shakespeare.
On the side.
Anyone who just loves books needs to have one of these. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, the attention to detail is fantastic, and it's lovely to be able to just recreate that.
It is, and it really is a challenge. Like when, especially on this kind of doll, is if I just take him off so you can properly see through it. So obviously his hat's totally removable, so you don't have to put his hat on if you don't want to.
And then see him on, oh, there we go. Perfect.
There we go. So what you've got here is you've got, obviously it's in a dark yarn, but you've got all these French knots running for his buttons. Then you've got the definite peplum sitting on the bottom of his jacket. Yeah. And actually the shaping, if you have a look at the shaping, you have got wide sleeves on the top of these as well. So I try to make sure it's not just taking a pattern, like a basic shape, and then making it a different colour. I really have tried to capture how it is believed that an Elizabethan man would have walked around looking. So then he's got his big turnips to keep the lice away. So he's got the big collar on both there, and then he's obviously got his shorter trousers with his socks pulled up to there.
Are his clothes all sewn on?
They are, yeah. So in the dolls like this, where it's a character, rather than them be removable, they're designed almost built in. Yeah. So with things like the collars and the cuffs, you'll actually be crocheting those directly on at the end.
I love the hands.
So it means that then they don't come off.
Hands. They're brilliant. Really good. It's just like, it looks like proper hands. Love that. Yeah, but it is, if you know someone, or a teacher or an actor, or just someone who loves books, you need to have that. Every English teacher should have one of these. Yeah, or if you work in a library, maybe. Is it supposed to go around his neck like that?
It goes under his arm.
Oh.
Don't worry.
I kind of felt that looked
it's all right.
wrong.
You and many.
Really.
So there you go. It's a tip for everyone at home. If you have got a TOFT doll stand,
do not put it
they're not intended to go round their neck. They're intended just to squeeze underneath their arms.
That you knew.
Really you knew.
But I couldn't work out what I'd done wrong.
Yeah, they're intended to go just beneath the arms like that, so then they'll
just
stand up forward.
Shakespeare.
Yeah. And don't worry.
Right, we're going to do jam tarts next, which I'm very excited about. because we've got a special price for these. These are, well, literally delicious.
Yeah. Right, here they are. Sorry, it took me a while to find the right bundle there. Yeah.
Shall I bring the cake stand? I love the cake stand as well. Oh, I've dropped a jam tart. Right, so in the kit, I'll just move
scones over for a second. Yeah.
There's enough yarn to make 6.
Yes, there are. So you'll obviously get your pattern, and then you'll get 3 balls for your casings, which is your camel, and then the 3 brand new TOFT colours. So these are the new TOFT colours for spring, introduced with the Birds book. So you will get, but obviously they are fruity and they are perfect for making tarts with. So you'll get 25 grams of your apricot, your peach and your raspberry.
And there's enough to make 6, and we're reducing the price today. Special offer, £6 off, £36. It will all come in that tin.
So yeah, the yarn is so much it won't even fit in the tin, but you will get the tin with the kit, so that then afterwards you can pop them all away. So if you are somebody who is making them for a child's play kitchen, or I don't know, for a display at the WI or the fair, or on top of your post box toppers, whatever you're doing, you can store them nicely into your tin at the end. Like that.
They are gorgeous. Nice bit of pastry as well.
Yeah.
Because they're proper crimped,
yeah,
aren't
it is. Yeah, bubbles on the end.
Oh, so yeah, so the flavours are apricot, peach and raspberry.
Mm-hmm.
I do like the way that you've given them fruity names as well.
Yeah, and that is, whenever I'm doing something like that, the jam tarts have been inspired by the yarn. So it's always that way round. It isn't that I sat back and thought, oh, we need to develop 3 jam colours because then I can do a jam tart. The way that it tends to go is we've spun these 3 new colours, which they're brilliant additions to the TOFT range. They really have plugged holes that we had in the spectrum. So your raspberry comes right in beneath your pink and your ruby, so it fills a good hole there.
Okay.
Especially for lots of birds and things like that. The peach comes right in between the kind of pink and the coral, so we can now run up that really kind of fashionable coral line where it's got a little bit more yellow in it compared to the standard pink. And then the apricot, I didn't realise we were missing the apricot, but it's such a useful colour. So sits right in between yellow and orange, which is brilliant again for all of your birds. Yeah, for all of your veds. And obviously for your flowers, these 3 colours are also perfect. So 3 new colours in the TOFT range.
And once you've got the pattern as well, so if you wanted to do like a blackcurrant one, you do a lovely purple.
Or you could do it in ruby red. Like once you've got this pattern for this jam tart, obviously people often ask with things like this, but what's it for? That's the question. It's for fun.
It's just for loveliness.
It is. It can be a pin cushion. If you are a person that likes it to have a practical use in your life, obviously they make a great pin cushion, but people just enjoy having them on display.
You have them on a plate and you have them in the middle of your kitchen table and that's it.
And it makes people smile and
that's
laugh.
it.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be any more. Or you make all 6, you put them in the tin, you wrap them up and you give them to someone and then they smile.
Yeah. And you just pass on some fun.
That's all it is. It doesn't have to be for anything.
Nope.
It's just lovely.
Yeah. And so it all comes in the tote bag. So you will get the tin, but then it'll all come inside the tote bag because there's so much yarn, it doesn't fit in a tin.
Right. Oh, let me show you the tote bag. So look, and you get the tote bag. I mean, they are beautiful because everything that you do, it's always quality, it's considered.
Yeah, it is a pure cotton tote bag. Obviously, again, I quite like coming on Sewing Street because I know there's some sewers out there that do incredible things with the tote bags as well. So
really?
I've even seen people now making things using the TOFT tote bags because obviously with every kit you get one.
So you end up with a collection.
Yeah, so I've seen a lovely collection of project bags and all sorts of things that you're taking skills that I definitely don't have and creating amazing things with those.
And that's, I mean, imagine the embroidery on that.
Yeah.
Look gorgeous, wouldn't it? And remember, everyone who shops today will get the Geraldine patch as well. And we have got her coming up. Where's the... Oh, have I got... Yes, there she is. Everyone who shops today will get the patch. They will be sent. You don't have to do anything. They will just be sent to you with your order in anything you buy in this hour's kits. Scones. Can we do scones? So along with your tea, you need scones, don't you? With jam and cream. So I presume you get enough to make 2?
Yes, and it's got everything inside this one. So this one is has the actual printed pattern in as well. So this is another really good giftable. If you know somebody, especially somebody who might be insistent on whether it's Cornish or Devon.
Oh, yes.
We have presented it both ways, and the pattern presents it both ways as well. So you obviously get, pattern-wise, you get the base of your scone, and it is a cut scone. So you've got quite a nice little line here to show that it's a cut scone.
Yeah,
so it would be a full scone. that's cut in half.
Yeah.
And then you've got effectively 4 patterns for the toppings, even though there's just jam and cream. And that's because if you're somebody who likes to spread your cream first, you will get a spread of cream here with a dollop of jam on the top. Or if you're somebody that goes the other way, then you've got a splodge of jam with a dollop of cream on top as well. So you've got 4 different patterns so that you don't offend anybody with the way that you make
I love this one where the jam is, you can see it's like coming over the edge. I'm this one.
You're that way round, yeah. Yes, I think I am too, actually. Yeah, I think that's Cornish. Not
Is it?
Devon.
Okay.
Yeah. I've probably said that wrong now, and I apologise to anybody, but I'm pretty sure that's Cornish that way round. So you'll get 25 of the ruby, you'll get 25 of the oatmeal and 25 of the cream, so it's 75 grams. You'll get your little method card, which is presented a bit like a menu, again, just to make you smile, and it obviously will come inside the tin.
Gorgeous, absolutely love it. Yeah, you need to have these, and you need to have the jam tarts as well, just because, for no other reason. I just need to recap the teapot. The TOFT
you need
teapot.
that with your scones, don't you? I mean,
yeah. Yes. So when you've got your scone, you've got to have the teapot as well, because that is the proper tea, isn't it? They're most popular today. £25 for Lady the Teapot Kit. It's fully lined. Look at this. You can put things inside it. It's absolutely beautiful. Once you've crocheted it, you embroider it. £25, and you will get the free duck patch, and it all comes in one of the TOFT bags as well. And it's got eyes. Loads and loads of you have got this in your baskets. You just need to get checked out on that. Geraldine duck next to match the patch, but
So I know a lot of you out there like to do that too, is if you've got a TOFT patch, it's a must that you need to make the project that goes with it, if you haven't already made it. So this is Geraldine. She's an absolute classic. She's not a new pattern, but she's an absolute classic.
Yeah, you must have like a group of patterns.
There's a group of patterns so Emma the Bunny, which was this, well, actually, and Bridget the Elephant. Basically, Emma the Bunny and Bridget the Elephant, they were the first 2 that I ever crocheted, so that's nearly 13 years ago in September.
Wow.
They're still the best sellers compared to...
No way.
So even though I've designed thousands of different patterns and tried really hard since then, I got it right. Yeah, I got it right
really
first
funny,
time. So
isn't it?
Emma and Bridget still outsell everything else in every single country, language, category that they go into. But Geraldine is one of those. So there's not many really, actually, probably less than you would imagine, probably 20 or 30 designs in the core TOFT collection that are absolute classics that are just everyone's favourites. Yeah. And Geraldine is absolutely one of those. She'd be a brilliant place to start a bird if you've not made a bird before. If maybe you've looked at the animals and you've thought that they're not for you, the birds are a lot more grown up. The birds are about them sitting in your house on display far more than the original animals were, in terms of them being for children or things like that. I think Geraldine, she's for you. She's to sit on your shelf.
Yeah, she's gorgeous, but then she's lovely for a child, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. And obviously, totally safe, and that's what you see from the ingredients. So what
if you've got somebody with a baby on the way, or you've got a Christmas present for and you think, what am I going to give them? I mean, because they're so, for children, although they are, they're nice to hold.
Yeah, they absolutely
because they're wibbly,
floppy. Yeah, they are. So inside a TOFT complete kit, when it's in a box, you get everything you need. So in this one, you'll get 50 grams of your cream and then 25 grams of your yellow for your beak.
It's a nice, that's a proper
duck egg, duck yolk yellow, Then you will get your crochet hook. And this is really important that you use this kind of crochet hook rather than necessarily find one that you might have, that someone might have gifted you a long time ago. And that really is to do with the handle. Having a comfortable handle to hold when you're learning to crochet makes a huge difference between whether you're going to basically give up or keep going. The other thing that it's very important for, especially when it comes to birds, is actually pushing the stuffing down into the small pieces, because it's the handle that you turn around and you push the stuffing into the parts with the handle. So it's a very, very handy tool, always round, not just for your crochet stitches. Then you get your eye threads to sew her eyes on at the end. So that's just a length of black thread. Now, what you also get inside here, which I'm going to, I don't know, I must have one here, so I don't have to pull that.
And it's great as well. So once you've bought this kit as well, you've got the hook. So you
have.
Sorted.
And you use that hook for absolutely all TOFT double knit yarn, which is literally thousands of different patterns. So I haven't pulled it off because I don't want to destroy this one, but what you actually also have on the inside is a wool needle. So you'll get a steel wool needle like this. Again, really essential to get your tools right when you're a beginner. Often these beginner crochet kits include plastic sewing up
I know,
tools.
and these
and they're
things
rubbish.
aren't but they're not highly expensive.
No, it's
So
just it being a
use the
bit,
right
yeah,
thing.
it's just it being a bit more quality, because I promise you, if I tried to sew up something, one of those plastic needles, I wouldn't be able to do it, because you can't pull tight enough on it and have faith in it. So you get a steel wool needle in there as well. Then you get your recycled polyester stuffing, so you get all your stuffing
and
included
again, you know,
for that.
this is a beautiful quality filling, so you know it's nice and bouncy and light and
yeah, it's not
airy.
clumpy. You're not going to have to do any work yourself before you put it inside. You can just put it straight in like that. Then you will obviously get your pattern. So you'll get your Geraldine pattern with a good shot of the front and the back to help you with sewing up. Although again, there are video guides to how to sew up birds. And then additionally now, this is a getting started card packed with QR codes right the way through to the videos. So you don't even have to go hunting anymore like you used to. You used to have to go and have a little bit of a hunt for the right video on our website.
Okay.
Now, this will take you absolutely straight
Right,
through.
so if you think, what does DC TOG mean?
Yeah, you can
DC
literally
TOG,
scan that in on your phone or your device, and you can go straight through and watch that video and then carry on with your pattern. You've even got a kind of ruler to help you with your tension as well. So it really is a handy little guide that will give you everything you need to know to
Brilliant.
get
So
going with your
this
first
is a
project.
great, if you are brand new to crochet, you're thinking, I'd love to do it, really want to get one of these starter kits, because it's got everything in it. Just £30, which is an amazing price. You've got everything you need. And start with top quality stuff. It does make a difference.
Yeah, it does. A lot of people I've heard, obviously, over years them say, but I need to learn to crochet first. You really don't. The best thing to do is to learn with this. Don't feel like you've got to go away and get a magazine or do a course or find someone to teach you. Just sit down, make sure you've got some time to yourself that you can enjoy. It doesn't need to even to be a long period of time. I would say kind of an hour when you first get going, just to watch those videos a few times and get going on your materials and your hooks. And it's so springy that it's a pleasure to actually crochet with. You see the give in the yarn? There you go, we've gone to the dark. It means that you're not having to pull it tight. So if you've had any experience of crochet in the past where you worry about your tension or you worry about getting that right, the yarn is very, very forgiving when you use a pure wool. It means that it does the hard work for you.
Excellent, excellent. So, or if you know someone, I mean, we've all got friends go, I really like to crochet, and you think, well, here we go then.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Yeah, you don't have to do the commitment. You just gift them this, and then they can get good at it, and then you can crochet together, but you don't have to have the pain of teaching
exactly.
them.
Or maybe you've got someone who's retiring or going on maternity leave or something like that, and you think, there you go, you've got time now.
Yeah.
Off you go. I think it's great. It's also it's really good. It's a very good stress relief as well, isn't it?
It is, and crochet's never been as popular as it is now.
Because you haven't got time to think about anything else.
Yeah.
You've got to concentrate on this. You just have to think about your crocheting. But it is worth it because you get a decent hook as well.
There you go. And it's the only tool you'll ever need. I think compared to obviously other hobbies, the lovely thing is it's very little to get going on it. That's it. That's all you need. That's inside that box. There are all the tools you need, and then you've got your needle and your hook to use next time.
Yeah, perfect. So it's a really good one to start off with. What do you want me to do next? Oh yeah, don't forget that you get your matching patch. The matching patch.
Which I've managed to put somewhere.
Yeah,
don't know where I've put that.
We've got a
I've made that
of it.
disappear. Yeah.
Yes, or maybe I have.
Oh, no, don't know where I've hidden that.
You do get the
Hidden that
matching
away.
patch with it. The book. The bird's book. 50 birds. Wow. So this is a new edition.
It is. So the birds are 10 years old this year. So the first birds book was published 10 years old. And when I published the first birds book, TOFT only did 6 colours.
Oh, how did you do? Did you only have grey birds?
I don't know how I did it. So the original book had 40 birds in, but they only used 6 colours. And so I was obviously very, very limited, not just by the colours that I used, but by the birds that I could choose. Because I could only choose birds that I could force on to those 6 colours.
Right.
So 10 years in, it was time for a new edition and to really kind of expand that one and take it right out there. So this has now got 50 different birds in. So you are getting 18 patterns compared to the original. If you are someone that's got the original one, it's 18 extra patterns.
That's quite a lot.
And I've also revisited 12 others. So it isn't that we just make them in the new colours. I will make them start to finish and I will tweak as I go along with everything that I've learned over the last 10 years to make sure that it's going to be easy peasy for you to follow. So it is officially TOFT's most colourful book because it has got all 36 colours in that we now have. So you can see this is now the full TOFT range in terms of all the different colours and shades. And I think I've got everything I need now. So the 12 originals, and then we've got the 24 brights that now sit alongside that, including the pastels.
Okay.
So in all of the books, it will always explain about sizes. And this is a really important thing if you are using different yarn at home or you're looking in your stash to use yarn. So if you make any of these birds, this is made using a double knit weight of yarn, which are the ones that we have on the show. So Geraldine here, that's a double knit weight of yarn. If you use a 4-ply, they'll be half as big. If you use an Aran, twice as big. And if you want to go chunky, they'll be huge. Obviously, you'll need a lot more yarn if you go chunky.
They'll be amazing,
absolutely huge, yeah, incredible. Proper, can give you cuddles if you're really into certain birds. So all of that's explained, so you can use any yarn. Then, the way that I've designed the birds is very similar to the animals. They have a thing called a standard form. So this is what makes them look so good together when you see them as a whole collection.
Yes,
so they have the same body and they have the same head that they're all based on, regardless of which designer it is. It also means it's really nice for you to make yourself because you're coming back to a pattern that's actually very familiar to you.
These two are beautiful, look.
So this is the puffin and then the gull. And again, they share the same shape of the body and the head. Just on an animal like on a bird like the flamingo, you'll have a longer neck, for example, rather than the shorter neck.
Look at the puffin. It's just so cute. I like the seagull, actually.
Then when you get onto the kind of legs, this is where it gets really geeky. So with this book, I was basically allowed to go as geeky as I possibly wanted. So you've got lots of different types of legs. You've got different types of wing shapes based on whether they're kind of a bird of prey or whether they're ornamental wings. Maybe they're flightless bird. So you've got all the really geeky patterns that match.
Fabulous.
And then it's set up in levels. So level 1 would be for somebody who's never crocheted before, who wants to learn, who doesn't want to hit something where they can't find their way out.
Okay.
So in level 1, you've got just one basic colour change in the whole design between the legs and the thighs. That's it. There's the one point of colour change. All the rest is just the double crochet stitch, really basic stitches.
Dave's in it. Of course he's called Dave.
So they do all have names and they have stories. So you can just entertain yourself with the book even before you actually crochet.
That's wedding.
Wedding gift, yeah. It'd be lovely. Doves for a wedding.
I love Dave, the girl.
Sophia was the original bird, so she was the first bird that I ever made. And you've got everyone's favourites, but also some unusual ones. So that's the blue-footed booby. You've got the wood pigeon. Been really popular, the wood pigeon, with the reader in the book. A stork, another good one for babies if you are making gifts. Blue tit, obviously, everyone that's a gardener will enjoy seeing a blue tit. Alan the magpie, very popular as well. We've got Barney the owl.
So these books, only $17.99, and they're all signed as well. I mean, it's just gorgeous. It's a gorgeous book.
And then you hit level 2. So in level 2, what you're going to be doing is things that are maybe a tad more complicated. So say on the raven here, you're using slightly different stitches to put the collar on at the end. Not a lot of it though, so just a touch of something that will stretch your skills out a little bit more. But I couldn't do any of these.
That's beautiful. I love Margaret. I've made that one.
You have? Oh, good.
I can't remember who I made it for.
The hen's got a real glow up actually. They were one of the ones that I wanted to revisit. So the chickens changed quite dramatically. This is a new one, so the blue wing teal, because obviously we didn't have teal as a colour, so there's no way I could have done him first time round. Orlando making the most of that raspberry there in the legs. So that's that new raspberry colour appearing. Wine-throated hummingbird. A turkey for Thanksgiving or Christmas. Really popular gift one that's made. The dodo. Florian the ostrich, Emily the vulture. So some unusual ones in terms of if you are gifting them for people, you'll have everyone's favourite birds.
Oh, there's everything.
And like the iconic birds in terms of the national birds of different countries. But then you'll also have some unusual ones that people can learn about, like the cassowary from Australia, Travis the pink robin, that's also an Australian one actually, silky chicken. Then on to level 3. In level 3, you'll really be mastering lots of different techniques. So it'll combine splitting, colour changing, different skill levels. So you can do the ones that are a little bit more advanced. You've got Robin as well.
I'm just going, yeah, I've got that one.
Oh, hey, you've got Gareth the puffin that you've just seen. Ben the kingfisher, and I mean so much better. Now I've got these colours. So this is your apricot and your teal combining with your orange. That is a kingfisher, whereas originally it's quite a drab little kingfisher compared to how he is now.
The bird of Redditch.
Oh, is it?
The official bird. I think the football team's called the Kingfishers. No idea why.
Lots of people actually make the birds as mascots, for sports teams. Like right the way across the world, the birds are used quite often as mascots for teams.
For things.
So yeah, you've got a real selection of different birds. And then at the back, because I don't ever presume that you can crochet at all, you have got all of the technicals.
Ah, okay.
So I keep talking about video. There is obviously video for everything, but if you're someone that's not bothered about video, you don't want to sit on a device, absolutely everything is in a book. So it's a great addition to have, even if you go for another kit, because it means that you've got all the abbreviation breakdown and
I
all
think
the
as well, I
step-by-step
think
as well.
it supports the video. I think when I'm doing something, I like to read it.
Have
I don't
both,
like just
yeah.
video. I want to be able to read it and go, oh, okay, and then
make it make sense.
Otherwise, you
in
have
the
to keep going,
video.
stop,
Yeah, and go back. So yeah, everything is in here. It's not that you need to use a video at all. It'll even take you from how to hold your hook and how to hold your yarn. So if you've never ever held a crochet hook before, it'll take you through all of that, stitch marking, tips on all of those techniques, right into the finishing, and then obviously all the tips and tricks about sewing them together at the end, using stuffing, and even advice on kind of creating characterization on the face, because mine look like this as standard, but some people deliberately opt to make theirs look slightly different and then make all of theirs look the same. So all of your birds could have the same kind of faces and characterizations as you start to build your collections.
Oh, okay. And they just look lovely, just like my robin just sits on the shelf, on the windowsill, and they just... Because I made him for Christmas, but he's still there 5 years later.
He's not really a Christmas robin.
No,
is he?
no, but they just are lovely things.
They are.
I love to see. Look at Dave.
He's a goodie, Dave. Yeah. He's a classic too. Him and Geraldine are probably two. And the Barney the Barn Owl was very popular, but he's obviously come back again since he's had a bit of a glow up with the new book.
Okay. Yeah, it's just weird, isn't it? The ones that they like. I guess seagulls. Everyone loves the seagull.
Yes, everyone likes to take the seagull on holiday with them as well, I think, to the seaside. Do a bit of a photo shoot. Watch out for your chips.
It's just lovely, isn't it? Love the seagull. Yeah, or they could be like class mascots and things like that.
Absolutely. You know? Even car, I see a lot of them on dashboards that are off on their travels or in caravans. Like the birds very much do become travelling mascots, and then people share photos of them, which I love. Yeah.
Absolutely, it's fabulous, isn't it? I need to have a quick recap of the animal figurine bundle, which is, have you got a picture of that?
I've got it right here with all the...
Or shall I bring them in? Shakespeare's in the way again. Remember, you get... Shakespeare is constantly...
He is the limelight, that's what he likes. I don't expect anything less.
Moving. He just keeps moving and getting in the way. I'm going to move him again. He'll be back. Oh, look, there's the patch.
Oh, there you go. It's hiding under Shakespeare had it all along.
So anyone who shops today will receive this patch in their kit. For this hour, there'll be a different patch for the next hour, 12 o'clock. So anyone who shops any of the TOFT products in this hour will receive this. So the animal figurine bundle, £90, that's a £10 saving. Masses of yarn to make all 4 of the figurines, or all 4 of the same. So you've got the elephant, the cat, the dog, and
the elephant, the cat, the bunny, and the owl. So you have got a bird in there as well across the collection. You could obviously do owl and the pussycat if you wanted to. You've got an owl, owl and a cat in there as well. But the elephant's the one that's proven the most popular actually recently. It's the elephant that seems to be the one that people
I love the elephant.
Loving.
It's really cute.
Yeah.
And because you've got all these yarns, you can mix and match the colours of which ones you do. So it's a £10 saving. If you bought them all individually, it would cost £100.
Yep.
And remember, the teapot is not in this bundle, but it's in this range. I'm certain that this is the first of many
teapots,
China things.
Yes, definitely. It really is so enjoyable doing the embroidery on top of your crochet stitches. It is very relaxing, and we obviously talked about crochet being relaxing. I crochet quite a lot now. Actually, I found this really relaxing because I'm not even following a maths pattern.
Yeah,
There's something that I absolutely love about putting these embroidery stitches
This has been the most popular item. I'm not surprised. It's just delicious, isn't it? Absolutely delicious, and why not? And it's one of those things when people go, what do you do with it? That's not the point.
No. Although you've come up with hiding things.
Oh, yeah, no.
Now everyone knows if they ever come to your house, they're looking for your cash in there, yeah.
The thing is, I do that, and I put cash in things, and I can't remember where I put it. I have to go through all the tins.
All the teapots.
All the teapots and all the tins and everything. That's fabulous. Brilliant. And then don't forget Geraldine the Duck, the complete kit, and everyone who shops today. But you mean, if you're going to get the free patch, you may as well get the kit as well. Yeah. That kit is the perfect gift for anyone who says to you, I want to learn to crochet. Or if you say that, then just get it. Now, you'll be back with me in an hour.
I will, yep.
We will talk about the bride and groom in more detail. And the weeds.
Yeah,
I've been telling
and
about
the
the weeds
Yeah,
since
it's
8
time
o'clock.
for gardening season.
And everyone's messaged in to tell me what that came from.
Okay.
And I think it was Bill and Ben. I said there was some kids' TV show that
Bill and
had
Ben,
weeds.
yeah, flower pot men
There we
have
go.
weeds, little weeds.
The weeds. We'll be talking about the weeds then. So I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes with Delphine. He's going to be demonstrating the most amazing brand new Tula Pink quilt kit, and I'll see you back here in an hour. So go and make yourself a cup of tea and I'll see you in a bit.
It's Flower Show Week. Join us for 4 days of all things flowers, plus an amazing chance to get your hands on a free badge that you will not want to miss. So tune in this Tuesday through to Friday for Flower Show Week, here on Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Pressing your seams in dressmaking is not like ironing your clothes normally. You have to properly press it. It's not rubbing it over really quickly, but it will make your sewing look 100% better, so don't forget to do it. Sometimes you have to press your seams open. Make sure your iron's nice and hot. I tend to press on the inside and on the outside, so your ironing looks really crisp.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Your pattern will often tell you to put your fabric RST, or right sides together. This means that you put the right side of the fabric with the pattern on the inside and sew on the wrong side of your fabric. Then when you turn it round, you can't see any stitching. Fold your fabric so that your pattern is on the inside, i.e. right sides together. Make sure your edges match carefully and pin them.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know. Apparently, what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram, on the Sewing Street pages. We're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions, and giveaways. And they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Now we've got a fabulous kit for you. Fabulous. It's great, isn't it, Delphine?
It's beautiful.
Beautiful.
I love this one.
It's a Tula delight.
It is. It's fun, it's funky, it's fresh. I love it.
But quite easy.
Yes.
Quite easy.
Yeah.
So Delphine and I were having a chat because obviously she's had the kit and she's brought it in and she's made it all up. How easy is it? Is it difficult? Whatever. And it's apparently very, very easy. So I thought what would be nice is to go through it from the beginning, because we buy these kits, we go, oh my God, that's lovely. And then think, not sure what to do or where to start. If you're an experienced quilter, fine. Or if you're one of those people who've always wanted to make a quilt, this could be the one. So it's easy, it's beautiful, and we're low in the price. What's not to love? Oh, and it's available in 2 colourways as well. So let's get it down to under 100 straight away. So this is the purple one. The purple one is actually in the picture there because it's hanging on the wall behind Delphine. This is the purple one, $99.99. It's also, to make, if you want to spread the costs, available on 3-way split pay. So 0% interest, we don't charge any admin fee to do that. So if you fancy buying it but spreading the cost, $33.33 today, we'll send it straight to you. So you can just pay $33.33 and that's it, done. You could, and then we'll charge you the next amount the month after that and the month after that. So let's have a look at what's in the box. So this is the purple. Remember, it's available in 2 colourways. Delphine will be demonstrating at the colourway if you want to see what it looks like in action. So in the box, it will come with a very nice sleeve. So if you wanted to gift it, it's quite a nice gift. And then inside, you will get full instructions. We'll go through those in a moment, but they give all the details you need. And then all the fabric. And I like these kits because they're always wrapped in tissue paper. It's beautiful, isn't it? Nice little touch. I'm going to try and open it really carefully. And then inside, it's like a pass the parcel, isn't it? A present to yourself or someone else. It's all tied up in ribbon. And then this is the fabric. Now, this is all your Tula Pink fabric. It's from a range of Tula Pink collections. So we start off, we've got some pale magenta. This is beautiful. Look at these. How gorgeous is that? I think I might move the tissue paper. It's confusing me. Right. So you've got that lovely magenta, which really picks up the colours. This is used, because you have to have a plain, this is used for the stripe that goes through the centre of the square. So that's the stripe. I'll put that at the top. And then look at these. Gorgeous background to this one. This beautiful one, you've got a pale pink background. That was from the Raw collection. I love the check. I think the checks and the spots are very signature Tula because she does them in these vibrant colours, and the checks and the spots work so well. And it does show how actually, you know, you sort of think when these designers design a range, you can actually mix and match them. Because particularly if you mix and match them from one designer, because they tend to have the sort of same colour loves. This is a bit like, this is her spot, but a bit leopardy, animally. The blue, this is used for all the binding of the quilt. So the border, and it's used for the binding as well. And then you've got lots of this one, and that's obviously used, it's one of Tula's staples. I mean, it is iconic Tula. It's rainbow, it's got the swallow that Tula features in lots of her items. You've got the stars, and it changes the rainbow shape, and these are used for all of those background squares. So this is all the fabric that you're getting. And this is for that little stripe that goes through the centre. Under £100 for a Tula quilt. And this is a simple make as well. It's 129 by 159 centimetres. And it is very achievable, isn't it? I think the pattern's lovely. It's a little bit different, isn't it? It looks way more complex than it is, which is always good to know, isn't it? So if this is your first quilt kit, pay $33 today. We will send it straight to you. You can have it finished by the time you finish paying the $99.99. And, you know, that is a £60 saving. Right, I will leave that one with you. And let's look at the other colourway. And I'll pack it up in a minute. Right, now, this is the other colourway. This is the green. I was going to think of something much more interesting. Right, we're going to match the price straight away for this one. Now, this is the one that Delphine, we haven't got the made sample, but Delphine has made up a section so you can see what this one looks like. Shall I pinch your section, Delphine? Just because you need to, it helps to see. This is what this one looks like. I don't know how to show it really. Like that.
Yeah.
That's just a section of it. So that's what this one looks like. It's got that really vibrant green going through. It's got the same background, but just a really vibrant green running through it. Right, let me show you the fabrics you're going to get that with. The instructions with this one are different. Well, they're different as in they've got the colourway, so you can really see how it all works, because they list each of the fabrics. It's much easier to see which is A, which is B, which is C, because it's all in there. This is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, it's even wrapped in like luminous neon yellow tissue paper. Look at that. The tissue paper is even amazing. All wrapped up in ribbon. So you've got this vibrant, very Tula Pink green spot. Gorgeous. So that's used for that stripe that goes through the centre of the squares. And then you've got these beautiful, you've got that lovely spot and pomegranate. Are they pomegranates? A bit like pomegranates. Perfect for cat lovers. Cats going up and downstairs in green and in pink. They feature in the feature squares. These are from the Besties range. You've got the large spot. You've got this beautiful print. This is from the Raw collection. Look, there's a dinosaur in it. So you've got that lovely collection. You've got another one from the Raw collection. So that's Raw, that's Besties. And then again, just like the other one, you have this iconic Tula print, which are all these beautiful swallows and stars. And the whole fabric goes all the way across the rainbow colour spectrum. You've got a lot of this fabric. The border for this one, that outer border, is in this green and yellow Raw. And this is all the fabric that you get. Look at all of that. That's all that's used for the squares. Quarter of the stock of this one has gone. And this is beautiful as well, because this is printed, this Tula Pink fabric is printed by Free Spirit, so it's really lovely to sew with, to sort of cut and press. It's a beautiful quality. It's quilted weight cotton, but it really is beautiful quality. Gorgeous. Let me just show you that again, because obviously once you see, they always looks different. Now this is just a section, obviously. Yours will be bigger than this, and you will have the green border on it. This would be a really cool, I mean, it's a bit big, isn't it? Maybe we can make it smaller. Cot quilt or toddler quilt. Just, you know how you always think about when you make cot quilts, that it's got to be really sort of pastel baby colours. But this is light, but it's quite modern. I think any new mum would think that's cool.
I really like it. I think it's really funky. I think it's fresh and cool.
Yeah. You know, and if you wanted to make something like that, make it a little bit different, that's really cool. Anyway, again, this one is available on split pay, $33.33. It's up to you. When you come to checkout, whether it's on the website or whether it's on the phone line, at that point you will be asked, do you want split pay or not? You don't have to, but it's free and it's interest free, so it's entirely up to you if you want to spread the cross. Now, when everyone's checked out of this green one, 2/3 of the stock is gone. Really popular. And remember, the border for the green one is in this, actually, let me just move that one moment. Is in this green raw. So this is I'm just recreating the border. You got that? Look at that. That's almost quick quilting. So that's what the border will look like because it's in the green raw. So it's even greener, isn't it? And fresher, zingier, but that's what it will look like. I mean, obviously, you'll have lost the seam allowances. It'll be a bit like that, to be fair. But you know what I mean. That's what it will look like. Gorgeous, isn't it? That's a really lovely frame around the edge. Right. Don't forget to check out. I will keep you updated on our stock levels as we go along. So where do we start then, Delphine?
Well, first of all, get your instructions out. Give them a really good read first through. Obviously, you don't worry about the putting it together just yet. Obviously, the main thing is you concentrate on the cutting directions. Okay. So obviously, you've got it lists what you need to do with fabric A all the way to G. You've got also your key here, so you know exactly what fabric to use. The printing.
So would you label your fabrics when you get them out of the box?
Yeah, definitely. So I think once you've done a few rows, because it's actually done. You might be wondering how this is put together. It's not actually a block. It's actually put together in diagonal rows, which is.
But when you first come to cut out, would you label what?
Yeah, I think I would at first, just have a little pile, but what I wouldn't do is go and cut it all straight away. I'll just cut enough just to do the first couple of rows, so you're happy with how it goes together. Okay. And then I'll go and proceed to cut it all out, because the last thing you want to do is get to a certain step and you realise you've cut through all the fabric and you haven't got enough. So just make sure you do it, make sure you're happy with the way it all goes. But it's very, very simple. The cutting instructions, they're not massive anyway.
No, they're really not, are they?
So I'll just do enough to just actually start with a couple of blocks. So obviously your background fabric, which is, this one is fabric H. So this is your main fabric. So I'll have a look at that, make sure I know which fabric H is, which is obviously this gorgeous background fabric. And then I'll have a look to see which is going to be the main part. So obviously...
So when it says 4.5 times WOF, subcut into 63 4.5 squares, like, I mean, if you've not quilted, that sounds like what?
Yeah, so I've had people come up to me at Festival of Quilts going, I don't know what this means, can you help me out? Yeah. So basically what that means, so it says 7 in brackets, 4.5 times WOF, subcut into brackets 63 4.5-inch squares. What that means is cut 7 strips from the width of fabric, which is what WOF means, width of fabric. Right. And the 4.5 is always in inches. You're always going to work with inches in these kits. Okay. So you're going to cut 7 strips, 4.5 width apart of the width of the fabric. And subcut means, so you've got those strips, and then subcut means you're going to cut further and cut those squares out. So basically, it's just going to be a whole strip, 4.5-inch, and then you're going to trim it down to 4.5-inch squares.
Easy. So that's the rough translation for what 7 WOF.
Yeah, and then when you're going to come down to the squares, obviously you're going to have the 4 triangles in the corners. Again, you only need 4 of those. So that's what it's going to do is to say 2 in brackets, 5-inch squares, subcut once on the diagonal to get 4 corners. So what that means is, so imagine this is a 5-inch square, subcut once on the diagonal, and then you've got your corner squares. Okay. So you only need 2 of those, and then there's your 4 corners. So, and again, on the last bit of cutting for that one is you're going to have a 10-inch square,
8 10-inch squares, subcut on the diagonal twice.
So you're going to cut that on the diagonal twice. So imagine, let's make this into a square.
Oh, okay, so cut on the diagonal twice.
So imagine that's a 10-inch square, and then when it says cut on the diagonal twice,
right,
corner to corner, corner to corner, and then that's your setting square, setting triangles, which is going to go all the way around your border. So that is probably the most complicated part of the actual cutting. So if you are new to quilting and you're going to buy this quilt kit, just have a look at this demo. If you're not sure what that means, cut on the diagonal twice, that's what it means.
Brilliant. Okay.
Happy with that?
So with your best press, because I see you've got that, do you do that before you cut? Do you do it after you cut?
I always do it before we cut. So if we're going to cut some of our squares that are going to make up these centre sections here, so I always press my fabric with some best press or starch before I go anywhere near it with a rotary cutter.
Okay.
So the reason why I do that, it makes it a lot easier to handle, especially if you're going to be working on any bias edges as well. And also, if some fabrics, not saying these ones do, but certain fabrics, as soon as you put a little bit of water on them, they can shrink a little bit. The last thing you want to do is spray them or have a bit of steam on those after you've already cut them, because it's going to put all your seams completely out.
Okay, so do that now and keep it folded in half.
So I always do, because obviously here I've got a cutting mat, but when I'm doing this at home on my ironing board, I'll just do so far down, I'll flip it over, and then I'll do the other side, and then I'll press it, because I want to keep it folded, because it's a lot easier to cut. If I unravelled this and made it one whole metre, it's going to be a lot harder for you to cut, so it's much easier to cut on the fold. And then also it's cutting your work in half, and it's also making the fabric a lot easier to handle.
So the Aliso iron that Delphine's using, which we both own, well, we don't own this nice pink one. We own
I need this
yellow
one.
version.
I need this one.
It's on a special offer today. It wasn't supposed to be because it was reduced to £129.99 for manager specials, which was on last week, and Hannah kept on that by mistake.
Well, thank you very much, Hannah.
And it was put on 5-way split pay. So it should be on 2-way split pay, and it should be £164.99. But this will be the last time, today is the last time for a long time that it will be available at this price, because it really was. Because manager specials, if you saw them last week, they're all about the managers finding new products, bringing in new stuff, discounting prices, getting things like this, which you all want, but you want to save a bit of money. So that's the point of manager specials. But Hannah's popped it on by accident. So really, this is the last time that well, not the last time ever, but probably the last time for a long time that this will be available. £129.99. It's like the ultimate sewer's iron, because it's got amazing steam. The little feet raise up, so you don't have to keep putting it on its end all the time. It's just brilliant. It's got a really nice angle point. It's got a very long cord. It's got a large tank that you fill horizontally. It means you don't get water all over you all the time.
And it gets nice and hot,
proper hot. Nice and proper hot. Right, so you've pressed it and kept that centre crease.
Yeah, so I've kept that centre crease, and also what I tend to do is I always cut off, because sometimes the fabric underneath can move ever so slightly, and believe me, even just that little 1/8 of an inch will make all the difference. So I do
lay it on your cutting mat,
and they're very generous with the fabric in these quilt kits anyway. So I'll just line it up, and I will just take off. I will just take off that little raw edge, and now I know that's dead straight. So cutting through 2 layers of fabric at a time, so I know. So I'm now cutting through the width of the fabric, and it says 4.5, so I know that's my 4.5 inches. I'm going to line that up with my ruler, make sure it's all square. So imagine you're going to cut 7 of those.
So, and would you cut them all in one go?
No.
Because you can do them a bit.
I'll do one first. So, and then we're going to then subcut. So again, I'm going to take off that salvage. And then this is where you subcut then into your 4.5 inch squares. So another little trick actually, it's sometimes probably best sometimes if you do take off that crease and do it towards the end of the fold, you can get an extra bit of fabric out of there. Or I think from memory, from when I did this at home, what you can then do, rather than discard that piece,
give it a press open.
If you give that a press open, then you're going to have that extra square, so you're not actually wasting.
Okay, because that's probably not included, is it, in the measurements? So you like getting an extra one?
Yeah, so you're getting a bit extra little piece, yeah. So what it says to do next, to make those centre sections, so these are all the cutting pieces for fabric H, I believe, from memory. But then what we want to do is to create now these little centre squares. Now, I'll point out another little tip in a minute, but we want to make these centre squares.
Yeah, so it looks like, if you look at the quilt, it looks like this, it's like a ribbon threaded through, doesn't it? So, and from the distance, it looks woven or framed, doesn't it? So these squares are created before you build
anything else.
Okay.
Yeah. So it then tells you to take your 4.5-inch squares, and then you're going to cut those in half again. So it doesn't give you the measurement on the thing, but obviously 4.5 inches, cut it in half, it's 2.25 inches. So we're now going to cut those. You can do them in a pile, but I'll just do them just a couple to show you. So I'll make sure that all the edges are lined up correctly. So I'll just do a few. Where am I going?
And are they all cut?
Yeah, so you cut them all. But I recommend you do just follow the instructions as they say, because they've done it for a reason. So try not to jump ahead on any steps.
I know I do that and go, well, actually, I wonder if you... And then
and then you regret it and you're like, oh, there's a reason why they told me to do it that way. Okay, so that's enough of those. So I'll just put those to the side. And then what you're going to do is, it then tells you for fabric, let me just see, fabric A. Fabric A is exactly the same, so 7 1-inch strips of the width of fabric, and then you're going to again subcut those into 4.5 inches. So 4.5 by 1 inches, which we have here. So you're now going to sew these, a strip, right sides together, in between 2 of your rectangles. So we're going to sew those together now. So I'm going to chain piece a few of those. So, but to chain piece, I'm going to sew just a few, because I've already got a couple made up, like that. So I'm going to chain piece those, 1/4 inch seam throughout. So you just line them up, so right sides together, line up the corners. Don't worry if there's any overhang, because don't worry, that gets covered up in the seams later on. So 1/4 inch seam, make sure you use the same thread in the spool and the bobbin. And chain piecing just makes your life so much easier, and it can, this is something, if you started this in the morning, I think you'd have a finished quilt by the end of the day.
Okay, yeah. Cutting out is not too arduous, is it?
No, and I think it'd be, you know, especially the sun's out, you know, if you're in your sewing room, you can open the doors out onto the garden, you know, put a bit of music on or a podcast. I think this is going to be a really lovely make. And, you know...
Well, it's suitable for lots of different styles, isn't it? Whether you buy the purple one or the green one, it's not too complicated. You know, the main Tula fabric is just squares, so it's without fiddling with it, isn't it?
And I wouldn't actually use it for a quilt. I'd actually, because I've got one of those big corner sofas in my garden, because I've also used quilt kits like these as a toppers for tablecloths. I think they look really nice. Yeah. Whereas I'd actually have this on the back of my... oh,
that would be nice, wouldn't it?
So when you have people around, and you know, when this time of year, when the sun goes in, you still want to sit outside, but it does take...
Yeah, and actually that really brightens up your outdoor furniture, doesn't it?
Yeah.
When it's getting a bit tired after the winter, you've got a really nice zingy quilt on there.
And I think, I haven't made the whole thing yet, obviously, but obviously looking at the fabric and the cutting and everything, I think, you know, everyone's different in how they cut, so don't quote me on it, but I think there will be enough left for you to make like a little cushion as well to go with it, which will look really nice. Or even just to make little coasters or something, just to bring it all together, you know, and have some really bright garden wear or something. That's how I'd use it for. And even though the size of it, it would look really nice across the bottom of a single bed. So not over the top, but, you know, to just drape over the bottom of the bed.
Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? The green one is the one that's on the screen at the moment. Loads of you have got this in baskets. We are getting very low on stock now. Under £100. And I am thinking, yeah, I mean, you know, outdoor furniture, gorgeous. Picnic blanket, amazing.
Yeah.
Cot quilt.
Lovely.
Lap quilt. Yeah, like you say, across the bed. Look nice on the end of a single bed.
Oh, it looks stunning on the end.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, just some really
in
plain
either of
bedding.
the colourways, it's just absolutely stunning, isn't it? And I think what I love is that they've used some real iconic Tula fabrics, but left them in the big squares. So they're real features.
Mm.
And this one has got
It's almost like they're framed, aren't they?
Beautiful, isn't it? And I like the fact that the plain fabric isn't plain. It's her sort of the main fabric, the starry, swallowy one. It is beautiful. And a simple make. So you've sewn your little strips between all your rectangles.
So, and this is where you need to be consistent, but you can choose, because it doesn't tell you which way to press, it just says, you know, press as you go.
Okay.
So I want to point out 2 different ways you can press these open.
Right, I will bring the ironing mat to you.
So, only because it will give you 2 different finished looks.
Okay.
So, for example, let me show you the back, which is easier. So on this one, on the one that I've done, you can just press the seams so they go out to the side. On this one, you can press the seams inwards. Now, you might not be able to see it on the TV, but so definitely have a play at home to see which one you prefer. Because this one gives it a more 3D effect, that this strip is going to be sticking out more.
Oh, yeah.
And this one, it's almost like it's sunken into the fabric. So I've done it. So I've done it so this one's sunken down, and the sample is that they've done it so it's out.
Oh.
So whichever way you're going to do it, make sure you're consistent.
Yeah, I quite like the sunken one.
Yeah, so that's the one that I've done.
I don't know why. I think maybe just because the ribbon's running through. But then on the other hand, the ribbon would be sitting, I don't know.
I think it depends on how you're going to quilt it. So if you were going to stitch in the ditch, that's going to stand out more.
Yes.
Whereas this one has been free motioned, or it's been done on a long arm. It'll be a very, very simple stipple effect. So I don't know, it depends on how you're going to finish it. But you just need to be consistent.
Just do it the same way each
So
time.
if we have a look at the back of this one, I've done them all open.
Yeah, see, quite often you would see it like this, wouldn't you? Because you want that raised.
Yeah.
But I quite like that.
So I quite
well,
like...
when you just do both and see which you like.
See which one you prefer, but just note that you will get 2 slight... It's almost like only you would notice it as a quilter.
But I guess if you did the raised one and you quilted either side, it would really make that stand out like a ribbon.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
So so I just thought that was really interesting point to show, really.
Yeah, it is.
And how it's very, you know, because it's
they look very different.
They look completely different. And you might not be able to see it on your TV, but definitely have a go at home and you'll see the difference. But just make sure you're consistent throughout. See which one you prefer.
Yeah, they've done theirs raised, haven't they? Shall I feel the whole quilt and see if they've been consistent?
But look at that. I just think it's just, I love green you know, green's my favourite colour.
It's lovely, isn't it? And I think that little spot works really well running through that, doesn't it?
So that's my little tip.
That's a great tip.
It's
because
my tip of the day.
Sometimes fabric just wants to be pressed a certain way and then you forget to be consistent, don't you? Because you go, all right, then sometimes the fabric tells you.
Let's add to this row. So how many have I done? I've already done 5 rows, 6 rows. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're going to do row number 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're going to start at 7. So I always start off by looking at my centre square. And I know that because I drop it down from the... So I know that I'm going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of our sewn section. So I'm going to need 6 of those. So the next step is I'm going to make sure I've got those 6 all pressed in the way I want them to go. So let's get those ready. Which are, I did have some. Right, so let's manipulate that one back. There we go. So if we manipulate that one back into place. Where have I put my other one? Honestly, I'd lose my head if it wasn't screwed on.
Well, you had 3 of these.
There's 3, so I need to quickly sew another 3.
Okay.
Which won't take me long. So I'll quickly do those. But I recommend this is how you do it, rather than just do all your cutting. I think once you get halfway through it, you could just, you know, crack on and, you know, and do all of your cutting. But I quite like doing it as a process this way. But everyone's different. Everyone sews in a different way.
Well, yeah, and some people like to cut the whole lot. Some people like to cut out bits. And there's, you know, and every way everyone goes, oh, well, I wouldn't do it that way, or I'd have cut it that way. Well, everyone has different ways.
Yeah.
You know, and if you're a really experienced quilter, you might look at patterns and go, well, I'll cut it a different way. But if you're not, or if you're not absolutely certain why they've done it in a certain way, then just leave it as it is in the instructions. Because there's different ways of doing things. And I think this is a really good way to keep it nice and simple. Because you cut your squares, you cut them in half, you join them back together. Also, I guess, because obviously, you know, you get the kit, you make the quilt, but you've got the pattern, you can use it again. If you were using a different background fabric that maybe had a print direction or something, you'd need to cut them in half and join them together, otherwise they wouldn't. It wouldn't
sit
right,
would it?
With a pattern like this, where it's all over, it doesn't matter so much. You could cut the individual directions. You'll know what you're doing with what fabric you've got.
So, nearly done, so that's one.
So the purple kit, this is the one hanging behind. Lots and lots of you got this in baskets. So remember this pink, this picks up that lovely magenta-y strip through it. And then it features fabrics from, that's from the Raw collection. You've got the spots, you've got the checks. And then it has this really lovely, vibrant spot border all the way round. And there's enough fabric inside in the kit as well to bind it using the same fabric as the border.
So we have those three.
Right.
So what I'm going to do now, well, the lovely Rebecca is doing my ironing, bless her.
She finer.
So what we're going to do now is 4, 5, 6, so 7. So I'm going to come down to the middle. So I tend to work from the middle outwards. So I'm going to take my first square, which I know is this one here. And then I'm going to add on, so I know, because you have a look at your rows. So row number 7, I know that the stripes are going to be going in this direction. Let me just double check that I'm not going to go wrong from what I've already done. Make sure I am doing row 7 and not number 6. Yeah, I'm doing row number 7. So what we're going to do now, I tend to work from the middle outwards. It's up to you. You could choose to go from the end and work your way across, or from that end and work that way. I find working from the middle, you just know that you're going to get the right shape. So again, I'm not going to use any pins. I'm just going to line those two edges up and work from the outside, from the middle out. So be careful that those seams don't come up. You want to keep those nice and flat.
And do you have to think about print direction?
No, I've not really worried about that. It doesn't, no.
Because I guess because they're all on their side anyway.
You can have an upside down cat, it doesn't matter, no one notices.
No, just, it doesn't say anything about
that.
No. Bex, the middle strip on the placket of your top matches the quilt. I adore that green Tula Grey. I love Princess. It does, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Good point. And I discovered the other day, I thought it was printed on, but it's actually sewn in. Yeah, look.
Oh, yeah.
But I thought...
It does match.
I won't do a close-up of that. But I thought that stripe was printed, but it's actually sewn on. Oh, amazingly. It does match it, doesn't it? I should have this quilt because then I could be the same. I love it too, Princess. Have you bought one? There's the question. I know you're a Tula fan.
So I'm just adding as I go along. So now I need one of those ones.
I guess this helps to keep you on track if you do it as you go along.
Yeah, I just prefer it this way. I don't know. I just find it just easier to just stay on top of things, and it doesn't. And also, if you're standing there for ages cutting, I don't know about you, but I get aches and things like that, and I get bored.
I get really bored, and I just think, and then I think, shall I start this? And I think no, because you never know, because you'll never come back to it. And I think, I really want to, because what I want to know is what one block looks like.
Yeah. But you do get bored, don't you? So I prefer it to do, you know, cut, sew, add on, cut, sew, add on.
But I can see how this is quite a quick quilt together. That was a hard sentence.
So I'm just adding on.
And I guess it's important you make sure your stripes go the same way.
Same way, yeah.
Or it will look, well, it will just look like a very different design.
So that's those ones. So I'm having a look at my, I mean, you can, if you want to, just cross them out as you go, or just put a little cross if you don't want to draw on the pattern itself. So now I know.
Well, I think it's quite nice that the green quilt, the instructions are completely different for the green one and the purple one because they use the same fabrics. It makes it a lot easier than trying to follow A and B, isn't it?
Oh, definitely.
Because you're just looking at the pictures.
And also, there's no real pattern with these squares. So if you actually look at the layout, it's not symmetrical. It doesn't mean you have to have these either side. You know, it's just all random, really.
I always see. I wonder if it's planned random. I don't think it is, actually. I'm a planned random. I'm not very random. I have to plan my random and then take a photo of it randomly placed so that I can then make sure it's still randomly placed.
But it's it's coming together quite nice.
Plandrum, is that a plandrum a thing?
Oh, I don't know.
That's what Bruce just said. Plandrum.
So I'm doing quite a long row because it's 8 across and 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 down. Okay. Okay, so my last two. So you can see it's, so again, you can just keep, it's like, oh, it's looking pretty.
Yeah, also you can really see, you'd soon know if one of your stripes was going
wrong.
I mean, I guess you could do that, but it would be a completely different design then.
It would, yeah. And it's not a lot to unpick if you have done something wrong.
That's true. Well, what I quite like is the simple, you know, the simplest quilt is just squares sewn together, which is what it is, other than that little stripy bit.
Yeah, it is just, but it gives it really, it's really effective finish.
It is, isn't it? I know when you look at, well, it's, when I look at it on screen and when you look at it here, it's like it's all, each one is framed. Clever.
And then I think we're going to have a spotty one here. And finish, I think it's one of those, yep.
Green cat.
Yeah.
But it's a nice design to keep in your quilt library after you've made it, because you could quite easily make it bigger.
Oh, I can make it so much bigger, yeah.
Actually, and it's also the sort of thing you could adapt with bigger pieces of fabric as well.
Yeah.
Once you know.
Yeah, you could just change the measurements, couldn't you?
I think once you've made a quilt like this, you've got the time then to. Does it need pressing?
Well, what I'm going to do is show you a little trick with my pressing, because I want everything going in different directions, you see.
Right.
So what I'm going to do is just show how that's going to add on. So that's going to add on to this section here, but we need to add on our triangles at the end. So they're very generous with your triangles for you to be able, so again, this has been designed for a complete beginner. So the triangles that you have for your inset triangles are a lot bigger than what you need, so it allows you to trim it all down and square it up.
Right,
so if there is any errors or you've made a few wonky mistakes, you can square it up and nobody would even notice.
Okay, that's good to know. I love it, like when I cut half square triangles and I've got loads of excess, so I can really get rid of my mistakes.
That's what we like. So what you're going to do when you add on your triangles, you want to make sure you line up that straight seam here and then right sides together, and you're going to do that on both ends.
Okay.
So that's one, and then I'm going to do this, no, not that one.
No.
That one. So So just make
sure. What are the smaller ones for? The corners?
The corners.
Ah, okay.
Hold on, what am I doing? Not that is what I'm doing. It's all right. I noticed my mistake immediately. I thought, where am I going there? That's the wrong way.
Luckily, you haven't done very much, or reversed.
No. Right, so now my strip is ready to add to my quilt.
Okay.
Nearly ready to add to it. So if I do that, so what I want to do is I want to trim off, because I'm going to add this section to this. So I don't want that extra bit hanging off there. So I'm going to trim that off. You can use a ruler. I'm just doing it by eye today. Right, so now, because you want to press the seams in different directions, but depending on how some of your fabrics fall, sometimes, you know when you were saying earlier, sometimes your fabric will tell you which
I know,
way
and you try and press it the other way, and it
pressed.
just doesn't want to.
And it's saying to you, isn't it? It's going, no, I don't want to go that way. I want to go the other way. So a little tip. So a lot of the times it says, you know, one go left, one go right. So what I tend to do, especially when it comes to sewing rows together like this, I'll find my centre one, which I know is the cat one. And what I'll do, let's just make sure that's lined up. Yep. So what I'll do is I'll line it on top of the one that I've already sewn, because I know that each one's slightly different, because I don't want to force my fabric to go in a way it doesn't want to go, because that's when you get little bumps and it looks like it's caught and things. So you want it to lay as flat as possible. So what I tend to do is I have a look underneath and go, okay, these bits want to go out that way.
Oh, so you press it at the same, yeah.
And then I'll go all the way along, so I know that those seams are going to buddy up, whereas I know that one, you see, because that one didn't want to go the other direction, I know that that one's going to go that way.
Yeah, so as long as they go in opposite directions, doesn't matter which those directions are. Got it.
Because, some, like you say, rather than force the fabric to do something it doesn't necessarily want to do, by having a look at this, I know that all those seams are going to match together. This is just my little...
Yeah, everyone has their own way of doing it. I think, no, but I don't know why it is, but sometimes fabric doesn't really want to go that way, and then you have to spray it with water and everything.
Yeah.
Persuade it, and it's quite hard, isn't it? And I can never make up my mind which, oh, do I want it to be pressed open? Do I want it to go over to one side? Because sometimes, like when you've got extra seams here and you press it open, there's a lot of bulk then.
Yeah.
Going back on itself.
And sometimes it doesn't like that, does it?
No. So like that sort of seam there, if you press that open, you've got, although you reduce the bulk of the seam, you've got that going back on itself. It doesn't like it.
No.
Oh, it's always a difficult one.
Whereas this way I know that all of these seams are going to stay nice and flat.
Yes.
So that one, and I know that one goes in. That would really annoy me. So you see the way that
Would it? That wouldn't, I would just ignore it.
See that would really annoy me. So what I'll do is I'll trim that off and I'll re-sew.
I would just live with that, you know.
I don't know what it is.
That happens to me all the time.
Does it?
Yeah. My theory is if it's only like 10, 20% of them.
I don't know what it is, but it's just the way I am. I'm just, yeah.
I know, but do you know when you have those things, once it does, you have to always do that, don't you?
Yeah, I'll just find myself, yeah.
You'd always have to. I think, I can live with that.
I do sometimes, I don't know. I never used to be like this. I don't know. It's over the years.
Oh, no,
I've
there were
become
certain
more...
things that I have that I think, oh, no, got to check, can't live with that, can't be like that.
I think it's because I never used to notice things like that. And then I don't know. Everyone's just different, everyone, aren't they?
Yeah, top stitching bothers me. I will regularly unpick top stitching, but that there.
See, it's done it there as well. See, that's annoying me. Yeah. So I can't cope with that.
Oh, we need to show. Let me show everybody what's annoying.
You see this
Delphine.
bit?
Does that annoy you?
Yeah.
She does that.
See, I can't. You see, I'm going to have to go in. It just really annoys me.
Yeah, but nobody will see it because it's
I know,
from the
but
back.
I know it's there, you see.
Yeah.
So I just...
Once you know...
That's it. And then
can't unknow.
You just give it a little nip.
And then you have to you have to walk back to the
Yeah, but it's only here. Look.
See, that's funny, isn't it? But I bet there's some things that I wouldn't do that you go, oh, yeah, it'll be fine.
Oh, see, I feel so much better.
Yeah, see, I couldn't cut something off without using a ruler.
Oh, can you not?
I actually couldn't do it, no.
See?
But I can live with them.
Yeah, so we just go show. We're all built different.
I know, you all have your different funny things.
So now I'm happy that all my seams are going to be facing the opposite directions.
Perfect.
And again, when you're sewing rows together, again, everyone's different. You can pin, you can put some clips.
I'm with you, Delphine. I can't cope with the court seam either.
No, just doesn't work. It doesn't sit well.
Oh, there you go. You see, some people, I bet you will go, oh, don't do that.
So now, I know that they're all going to be facing the right way. So you can pin them, you can clip them. But what I'm going to do, always work from the centre outwards. That's only me.
Right.
But I just think if you start on the end and then you're only a little 1/8 of an inch out, by the time you get to the other end...
it's all over the place.
So work from the centre outwards and then it's going to reduce your amount of mistakes. So I'm just going to sew this on. And this is what you'll do for the whole of the... let me just make sure that that's the right one. Yeah.
Christine says, if that happened to a seaming clothing factory, we'd get the item back to alter it.
Oh, really?
Well, you must have worked in a decent clothing factory, Christine's all I can say. I've got a lot of clothing with seams all over the shop. Twisted, small seam allowances. I'm with you, Delphine. Clip and resew or Christine.
Yeah.
I think I'm on my own. I can live with that. I can live with it.
No, just a little, just taking those extra few seconds just to give it a little nip.
It's got widged in the wadding, you know.
Oh, I don't know if it's like having a little secret, isn't it? I just know it's there, and I just couldn't.
I just know it's there. Don't forget, everybody who shops today, it is the Flower Show week from Tuesday to Friday. So everyone who shops between now and Friday, well, late Friday, while stocks last, will receive a badge that says Sewing Street Flower Show 2025. Brand new, exclusive to Sewing Street, and it's in celebration. Well, it's a nod to the Chelsea Flower Show and how much we all love flowers in sewing, crochet, knitting, embroidery, everything, patchwork, all sorts. So if you shop today, free of charge, you don't need to do anything. It will just be sent to you. And I've got mine on here. Lovely. Also, on the back of the card that comes with it, don't throw that out. There's a special little gift. So you don't pin them, you just do. No. So that's why you start from the centre out, so that you can hold them as you go.
Yeah, so I just stop at the end of every seam and just have a quick look. So let me just see. So I'm happy with that so far. So now I'm just going to sew the other end on.
Yeah, that's lovely and neat.
Yeah, I mean, see that? I'm slightly...
There's no twisted. Yeah, see, things like that, they bother me for a nanosecond, and then I go, I'll live with it.
I mean, that's what, about 1/8, maybe a little bit, whereas there, no, yeah, so it's fine. But, again, you have to be really picky to...
The thing is, it bothers you, doesn't it? But by the time you've layered it all together and you've quilted it all, it's sort of gone.
Yeah, yeah. It's like I know that seam's going to be perfect because I can feel it in between my thumb and my finger.
You're going to feel it in my waters.
See, again, that's annoyed me, you see?
Not another twisted seam.
Yeah, see,
no.
I won't, because obviously I know the time, but I will be going back and I'll be clipping. I will.
Back. I'll be watching her in the break, snipping seams.
Yeah.
Yes, while you do that, I'm just going to recap. The green one. Now, remember the green one. I can't show you the bits because it's the Delphine sewing machine. But this is the fabric that's the border. So that nice wide border is this beautiful green dinosaur. We actually have more of you've got this in baskets than we've got available. These are the prints that are in it. It's £99.99, which is a £60 saving. It's also available on 3-way split pay. So you can pay £33.33 today and we'll send it straight to you and it won't cost you anything in interest or an admin fee. Those are all the fabrics that you get with it, including all this gorgeous, well, I'd like to say it's, Pamela says, I'm with you, Rebecca. Once you've gone past it, leave it alone. I know, it'd have to be really bad for me to unpick it. Like, I've missed the seam. Yeah. I mean, if I don't know. That's probably why I was about to say if I entered a competition, I thought, no, I'd never enter a quilt competition. What am I even suggesting that for? Why would I want to do that? I quilt for pleasure. Why would I want to do that? I do spend quite a lot of time on prep, to be fair. I'm a bit of an uber pin and measure and stuff. But once it's gone, it's gone. Thank you, Pamela. I'm so glad one of you are with me. Anyway, that's the green one, £99.99, 3-way split pay. Loads and loads of you got this in the basket. In fact, more of you than we've got in stock. So if you want this one, do get it checked out. As Delphine and I said, this is suitable for so many different occasions. But I'm loving the zhuzh up you outdoor furniture because mine's looking very tired. Right, in the pink. So in the pink version, the blue spot is what is used for the border and the binding. And then obviously you've got this lovely starry, swallowy, as the main print. You've got this lovely magenta that's used for that little ribbon that goes between. And then you have all of these fabulous fabrics that are used for the block squares. Got that lovely raw pink one. I like this because it's really zingy, isn't it? And they've matched the magenta in that plain beautifully. Again, £99.99, 3 equal payments of £33.33, and it's yours. 1, 2, 3. There we go. That's all of that kit. Don't forget to check out on those. Have you nearly finished?
Well, I've done, put that row on.
Well, let me see. Look, extra rows now. Ready? Am I standing in the right place? Yeah. Half a quilt. Yeah. A large bandana.
Yeah. Half a quilt.
Half a quilt. A diagonal half a quilt. It's quite nice building it up like that. Because once you get halfway, it's easier again, isn't it? Yeah. It gets bigger and then it gets smaller. It's so pretty. It just looks like a really pretty picnic, doesn't it? You need to have like fondant fancies at this picnic.
Oh, definitely.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much, Delphine.
Thank you very much.
It has been a pleasure.
And
when are you back with us?
Well, I'm away because it's half term, so I won't be back till the 11th of June.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't know when I'm on. No idea.
Yeah, so I'm having a week off.
Nice. Where are you going?
Wales for a little bit. Yeah.
Do you think the weather will be nice?
I hope so, but it's looking like it's going to change, isn't it?
I've no idea.
So, but at the moment, I've still got my shorts on, so.
Hey, well, good luck. Let's hope it is. Don't forget to check out on these quilt kits. We're really low in stock on those now. Yes, actually, we are really low in stock. I will see you back here. I'm just looking at the numbers. Yes, we are. I will see you back here in just a few minutes for our final hour with Kerry from TOFT. We're going to be talking about the weeds. And we're going to be talking about the weddings and all of the other items. Well, there's a different free gift this hour, just so you know. So I will see you back here in just a few minutes.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Your pattern will often tell you to put your fabric RST, or right sides together. This means that you put the right side of the fabric with the pattern on the inside and sew on the wrong side of your fabric. Then when you turn it round, you can't see any stitching. Fold your fabric so that your pattern is on the inside, i.e. right sides together. Make sure your edges match carefully and pin them.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
It's Flower Show Week. Join us for 4 days of all things flowers, plus an amazing chance to get your hands on a free badge that you will not want to miss. So tune in this Tuesday through to Friday for Flower Show Week, here on Sewing Street.
welcome back to Sewing Street. So I'm trying, all my weeds are falling over.
There's a knack.
There is a knack, which Kerry has and I don't.
They have to put their hands on their knees.
Ah, okay.
Like little naughty school children.
This is the best kit. I just love this. I've got to move them over a bit. Oh, this way. So the kit's got all 3 weeds in it. So I know the daisy, I know the buttercup, but I don't know that
So
one.
the ranunculus, now, they're a very, very fashionable flower right now, so not generally regarded as a weed.
Okay.
But they are the buttercup family, and I have them all over my garden. I've just had to, they very much like my garden.
How big are they?
They're beautiful. So they're a beautiful, when they're kind of grown for bouquets, they get lovely and big like this, and they're a big,
I know what
like,
you mean.
rose
Yes.
ranunculus. Yeah, but you can get them. They're the same family as the buttercups, so
Right.
their foliage looks very similar. And once they get in, if you've got that kind of wet, I've got a very wet lawn. Seem to like it quite a lot. So, yeah, they're spread everywhere.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what other sort of nice floral weed you'd have anyway.
I've got plenty of oxalis, which is not a great weed. I've got lots of, I like the weeds. I say they're weeds. I quite like these 3 weeds. These are weeds that can stay.
I think they're lovely. They are a great gift for gardeners, aren't they?
They are. It's a funny little joke, especially if you know somebody. I was just going to grab the kit so you can see the
yeah, show us what the kit looks
if
like.
you know somebody who endlessly digs these out of the lawn,
Yes.
we do have a dandelion. We did a dandelion. That could have been. I've got plenty of those as well.
True.
Yeah. It's a funny little gift for them, especially someone that also likes daisy chains. I mean, I feel like my house is endlessly covered in wilting daisy chains at this time of year as well. So inside the kit, you will get the 3 balls of the lime. So that's your foliage colour. Again, really spring summery
that's a
colours.
lot as well.
You'll get the 3 balls of the lime, and then you'll get the 3 contrasting colours. So you will get your yellow, your apricot and your cream. So you do save in terms of the bundle, because ordinarily if you were to buy them separately, you would actually need to buy 2 balls of the yellow. Because this daisy you need all 3 for. So you are saving on a whole ball of yarn with it, because the daisy shares the yellow with the buttercup.
Every order, I forgot to say, in this hour is changed. Changes the first hour, is the butterfly.
I know, which, you know what, it's a patch. So I didn't really explain patches probably very well in the first hour. For anyone that doesn't know what they are, you can't buy them from TOFT. So just to say that, it's not a thing that we ever sell with a price attached to it at all. We create them when we're doing a collection or a time of year or a new design. And then we only make so many, and then once they're gone, they're gone. So they very much are made once on a limited edition run. So this one was created a couple of years ago for, we actually crocheted butterflies that were 9 foot wide. For an exhibition.
Wow.
That's when the butterflies were created, and we don't have many of them left. So this is a chance. You might not have seen this one,
okay.
because it's not one that we have out and about very often at all. It was one in which we used to fundraise lots of money for mental health charities. So it's a great patch to have in your collection. You can't buy it or get it anywhere else,
right?
And that's free with all. Yeah, with
and
all
that's
the orders
only
for this show.
between the orders for this hour, between 12 and 1. Any of the kits that we're showing, then you will get that. You won't need to do anything. It will just be popped in your order. So if you want the weeds kit, which is gorgeous, I love these. I think you have to, and you have to have all 3, don't you?
Yep, you
It's
do.
just
Got to
kind of-
make all 3. Yeah. Obviously, again, like I say with everything, I encourage you to mix and match your colours, because you obviously have got them all. They all interchangeably work really nicely. But a buttercup needs to be yellow, and a daisy probably does need to be that colour. So you haven't got as much choice as
No, but they are absolutely gorgeous. So you get all of that, and it comes in...
It comes in a tote bag. You get all the printed postcard patterns, and you, of course, get all the eye threads as well. So if you ever open up a TOFT kit and you think, what is this? Yeah, that's your eye threads.
Don't
So
throw
your
them
eye
away,
thread.
because
Yeah,
when you
don't
get to
throw
the end,
them
you're
away.
really going to regret it.
Yeah, when you pop your eyes
you'll
in
be
place.
eyeless. So we've lost the graphics for that one. There we go. Sorry, I was on yes. £36 for that. That's all of them. Quarter of the stock is gone. Not surprised. They are absolutely gorgeous. But you can make all 3 of them. I'm sure you'll have a yarn left over as well.
Yeah, you will have yarn left over, definitely, because one like the ranunculus, if you see what you're doing there is just using chains to create that, to try and capture that foliage of the ranunculus. You'll have lots of lime left over.
Just got fingers.
If you've got a tight side of tension, you might get 4 out, actually. You'll definitely do it in these colours, so I'm pretty sure you'll get 4 out of the lime as well. So, yeah, you'll be able to do another little pal to join, maybe another ranunculus.
They're absolutely gorgeous. Anyway, get those in your basket, because they are beautiful. I love those. Right, because it is our bee day, we're going to do the bee kit. Oh, here they are.
So, yeah, this is Nancy the bee. Let me grab. So it's World Bee Day, isn't it? So this is Nancy the honeybee, and she was designed in 2021 to really celebrate Save the Bees. It was part of a big campaign that we did back then. But this kit will actually create 2 bees because it shares the colours. So included in the kit, you get the 25 grams of cream for the wings, you get the 25 grams of charcoal. And when I was talking earlier in the other show about the blended of colours, charcoal's a really good example of that. You can see that it's not a flat colour. So it's a charcoal grey where we reblend the white fibres in with the black.
Oh, yeah, you can really,
so it's
like
a much softer, more sophisticated colour.
It's got that kind of tweedy look to it,
Absolutely,
hasn't it?
yeah. Feels like pure wool rather than anything flat dyed. Then you do get your 25 grams of your camel, and you get your 2 sets of safety eyes. Now, I don't use safety eyes very often, so it's worth probably talking about, because a lot of the time when you see my patterns, you won't see me use safety eyes. I reserve them only for insects.
Oh, okay.
And for mini beasts.
And why is that then?
Just because, for me, I much prefer the style of having them sewn on everything else. It obviously makes them totally child and baby safe. You don't have to think about it.
True.
But when it comes to an insect, that shiny eye just seems to be absolutely necessary. So you're going to see it on the ladybird that we're going to have a look in a second as well. So you do get your 2 sets of safety eyes included with that, because it will make the pair of bees. And all I've done is I've changed the antennae colour just so that I can tell the difference. Because otherwise you'll have 2 identical little bees.
I love their wings because they're really soft and floppy like a wing would be, but crocheted, obviously. And you get the patch. Remember, you get the butterfly patch, and it all comes in its bag.
It all comes in a tote bag, obviously with your printed patterns.
The wings are lovely.
The wings are charted as well as being fully written. So if you are somebody who does crochet, you've got a full chart. There is also a very extensive video for this one. Because it was a summer project, which meant that thousands of people made them at once, there is a very long video just for Nancy the bee. So you'll be able to watch that video specifically for her as well. Yeah.
Fantastic. These are absolutely gorgeous. I love them. So there's the 2 bees, especially for Bee Day. Just £21. Remember, you will get the patch as well, and there's enough yarn in here to make a pair of bees.
Yes, a pair of 2. They work really well if you're going to hang them up. Again, it's a nice one. Often people like to suspend these, so you can suspend them just hanging up in your home or in the corner of a shed if you've got a garden shed or things like that, just as decoration. Yeah.
Gorgeous. Right, let's do the ladybird to complement the bees.
So Ava the ladybird came after Nancy, and it is, I think, such a fun pattern.
Do you get 2, or have you just got 2
you
variants?
You get 1, but I'm showing 2 variants.
Oh, okay.
So you will get enough yarn.
Tricky to decide.
Yeah, you will get enough yarn to make the wings if you want to. That's what I was going to get here. So included in this one, you'll get your ruby, you'll get your black, and that is a true black. So whenever it says black in the TOFT pattern, it is an over-dyed black, so it's a really solid black. Then you will also get your cream for your wings and your safety eyes. It makes, you can make this one that has the wings, because obviously you've got your cream included, but if you want to, it's just to show you, you don't have to make it with those wings. All you do is you carry on crocheting along the back, because the way, it's a very unusual structure, the ladybird. The way it's made is you make these 2 shell pieces separately, then you make your body underneath and you make the wings, and then you crochet the shell pieces together.
Oh,
so you actually crochet it together. Right. Again, it has a lovely long video that goes with this one, because it was a summer competition pattern as well, so it means that it's a really step-by-step video through the stages. It's just a real cutie. It's so heavy as well. If you feel it, it's surprisingly heavy, because it has all of those layers.
Yeah, it's lovely. I don't know which one I'd make. That's really hard, isn't it?
And you make the spots separately, and then you sew those on. So that's where you can be quite creative with the way you decide.
So this was done as they all made it as a competition?
Everyone made it, and then they took photos and shared them all across the world of their ladybirds.
Oh.
Yeah. So Nancy was one before that, and then Ava was another one. It's just a really nice time of year, like when we're all... Obviously, crochet and knitting tend to be more of a winter hobby traditionally,
that's true.
but it doesn't need to be at all. When you're making small projects like this and they're themed on summer things, it absolutely can be a hobby that takes you right the way through the summer. Yeah.
It is a great hobby for the summer, because you can take it.
You can take it with you. It's really small. You can do it in the garden. You don't need to move any equipment or anything like that. And if you are going to use black yarn, summer is perfect, because obviously seeing your stitches
really need
is much easier.
Yeah, that is true, actually. Yes, these are gorgeous, and I can't decide whether I'd have wings or not, because I think that's really clever, but I like the look of that.
It's a really satisfying little pattern.
Perfect. Only £21. Remember, it all comes in the bag, in the beautiful bag that you will have to embellish. And if you make it and gift it, you can put it in the bag. Well, actually, I wouldn't. Keep the bag for yourself and just wrap it up.
Yeah. Patch from the bag for you. Yeah.
And you will also get the free badge. Right, what are we doing? The hellebore. Hellebore. I love this, but then I love all your plants in pots.
So this one is a really special one.
Is this a new one? Because
Yes.
I don't think you had this
It's not
one.
in the book, it's a new one. It's only just been released to coincide really with the end of hellebore season. So mine actually are, I don't even understand how, but mine are still out in my garden. It's quite shady, the garden that it's in. So mine are still in bloom, my hellebores right now. So in this one, firstly, it will come wrapped in a bouquet. So this is what your kit will look like when it arrives. It's wrapped up in a bouquet so that if you want to, if it is a gift, obviously you can gift it like this, or you can even make the flower and then gift it on. So you will have the pleasure of unwrapping it. And then inside you've got your ingredients.
It's like a seed pot.
And what makes this one very special is it includes 100 grams of our heather, and this colour was spun as a special batch and is now, there are less than 100 skeins left.
Oh, wow.
And they are loaded on this show.
Were they,
so this,
was it spun for the hellebore?
It was spun actually for a heather, as in the original heather plant, but then it's obviously the perfect colour for flowers. But I have made the very tough decision that it is not entering the TOFT range as a standard colour. It's not made the cut, I'm afraid.
Why
Those
not?
36 are there. It's not made the final list in terms of setting my palette. So this is a last chance to get this colour. Whether you're going to be making your hellebore or whether you want it for other projects, but you will have a lot left over. So in terms of making it, you'll only be using 50 grams of this lovely heather colour to do your hellebore, and then you'll have it all left over to go into other projects. So that is a very special thing. Very, very limited edition now. Obviously, we've just completed our final stock check of the year, and I made the rough decision that it's not getting respun. That's the last of the heather.
I guess you've got to know that you're going to use it for
I have to have,
things.
I have to have a plan for that colour that goes not just into next year, but a few years down the line, and know that I will work with it a lot and design with it. And there's something exciting coming, but it's not heather, so that's why we need to say goodbye to heather. So you'll also get your 50 grams of your green for your foliage. Primrose in contrast, which is a very pale...
I was going to say, isn't that cream?
It's not cream.
No.
So if I put the cream next to it here, it's a very, very pale yellow, which again, very, very useful for flowers. And then you will, most importantly with this design, you will get the full 100 glass beads. So these are crystal glass beads. You'll put them onto your primrose, and then you will actually be crocheting with them. Now, if you've never done that before, this is a great introduction to crocheting with beads, because all you're doing is popping them onto the end of each of these stems. So it's not that you're double crocheting with them as you go round. You're doing a chain, you move your bead up to the top, and then you jump down over it to go back. And it just means you've got that lovely bit of glitz that catches the light.
And it picks up the light, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
It's a very glamorous flower.
It's a very glamorous flower, yeah.
Very glamorous flower.
A very different one for me too as well, because it's not actually using the double crochets in the petal. It's using trebles. So you're going to be doing a few different things. Like if you are someone that has made flowers before.
Satisfyingly
yes, they are.
symmetrical
Very
shape,
satisfying flower shape.
Yes,
yeah,
they are.
Classic
Very
flower shape.
Satisfyingly, symmetrically beautiful. And let me show you the rest of the flower, because it has legs and a tummy. Look, it's beautiful, isn't it? Love this one. It's a lovely gift as well.
It is, and I think the flowers for me were really developed, and the whole of Alexandra's garden, about gifting. We all gift flowers, but those flowers die.
Yes.
And I think that's a bit sad that we all gift these flowers, whereas when you gift a crocheted flower, it has the same symbolism, it means the same thing, but it lasts forever.
And it lasts forever, but the kits are really nice. I bought one for my niece, and it came obviously all like this.
Wrapped like this.
Beautiful. And it was so lovely because I took it all apart. Have a look.
Yeah, of course. So that you get that enjoyment.
Yeah, and then put it all back together again.
That's good.
But it gave me pleasure at the same time.
And we always match the bouquets to the colours that you've ordered.
It's a really lovely gift. And it comes in a nice box as well.
Yeah.
So that you can easily post it if you need to. I bought her a Lily because her name's Lily.
Lily, oh, that's perfect.
And it's perfect, isn't it? So I can highly recommend these as gifts. These are beautiful. £54 for the beaded hellebore. This is very special. Right. Oh, I just need to recap the weeds before we do the brides.
Where did I hide? I must have put them in the bag.
Where did you put the weeds?
I've been tricking us by putting... Yeah, I have.
The weeds
here they are. They're all here. So here's the little buttercup.
Half of the stock of the weeds is gone.
The daisy
so we're just
and the
coming back.
ranunculus.
So in the weeds kit, you get all of the yarn to make 3 dancing weeds. Look at those. Gorgeous, aren't they? Absolutely gorgeous. All the yarn.
Yep, so you get your 3 balls of your line, which is for your foliage, and as I said before, you can probably squeeze a 4th one out of there, no problem as well. Then you've got your yellow, your apricot and your cream. The apricot's used on the ranunculus in the middle here, and then obviously the daisy and the buttercup share that yellow.
I've worked out how to do it.
You've got it now, see, you got the knack.
Yeah, I've got it now. They've got to have their hands.
You've got to train them.
They're doing that yoga pose thing where they've got their hands on the floor.
Yep.
Good luck. There, anyway, do check out on those, £36. You're saving with that as well. If you bought them all individually, it would be more because you'd need extra yarn. So there is a saving with that as well. Beautiful. Loads and loads of you got this in your basket now. Right, let's talk brides. Now, if you were with us at 10 o'clock, we did get them all out and explain them, but
yeah, let's have a proper look through all of them.
So shall I bring them all
over? Bring them all in and let's talk right the way
through
it. So what I might do is get the yarn out first, just so that we see the sheer quantity of yarn.
That's a good idea
as well. So when your pattern comes, it is a mix and match pattern, and by that it means you've got lots and lots of component parts of the pattern, rather than necessarily specifying, make this dress, make these shoes, make the hair like this. Instead, what you've got is all the bits of the pattern for top hats, for shorts, for trousers, for suit jackets, and then you've even got a whole guide to doing a moustache, tying braids, plaiting, doing a beard, so that you've got all the kind of bits and pieces to be able to customise them.
So the idea isn't you just do a standard bride and groom. That's not the point. The point is you do the bride and groom to suit the colours, the designs. You've got enough yarn to make 2 dolls, whether it's 2 boys, 2 girls, a boy and a girl.
To be honest, you can make more than 2 dolls, but to make 2, like as in, there's a ton of yarn here. So to give you an idea, a mini doll with its clothes would normally come out of 3 balls of yarn.
Okay.
And you've got all of this so that you had tons of choice to also make your accessories. So the way I've viewed it is you've got a good selection of skin tones and different hair colours.
Yeah,
and
so
that
you've
is
got,
all
like,
there.
the cream,
so you've got your
caramel.
cream, you've got your oatmeal, you've got your camel, you've got your fudge. Then you've got 100 grams of the cream, which can be used for the bridal wear. Obviously, if you're going for kind of classic cream, you could do the bride's dress in that. You could also do a suit in that if we were going for a cream suit. Then you've got 50 grams of the sapphire, so that's the navy. Obviously, a really popular colour for people to wear in terms of suits and getting married and everything like that. So I thought the navy was quite essential to have. And you've also got 50 grams of the true black that's over-dyed too. So there is a black suit as well as a navy suit option, depending upon how you use your yarn. Then the 2 colours I've given you in contrast are the sage and the pink. And that's really for your bouquets, so for your flower bouquets, for the things on top of the cake, for all the contrasting bits and pieces right the way through it. It could be ties, it could be obviously the posies, using all my wedding language and all the things. It could be cummerbunds that could go in this colour. So the whole idea is you will first crochet a naked doll. So this is what a little mini doll looks like naked. Again, you're customising all of this. So basic hair like this is just knotting on short lengths. But there are also guides to kind of crocheting them on. Oh yes, because
you've got all of the others. You've got
you've got all of the other hair options.
There's lots of different hair options here. So you've got embroidered hair. I suppose you can have it as a bun. You can have it as...
And even something like this, it looks complicated, but you're just working this on top. So you're still crocheting the same naked doll when you start, and then all you're going to be doing is adding chain stitches on to customise that doll to suit the person that you're trying to capture. So there you've obviously got the beard. You've got lots of different options right the way across them. Yeah, so that one's got a beard as well, and bold underneath there. So then what you do is you clothe your doll. So if you're going for a suit, obviously these 2 are done with the classic suit. This one's just sewn together. You've got the full tie in there as well. So you've got the options of making the tie, obviously the shoes, so that they're fully dressed. And then when it comes to the brides...
I love the dresses.
You have also got a top hat as well. So obviously your top hat's pattern there when you start to get them dressed. When it comes to the brides, there's a classic, I guess, larger princess-style wedding dress. So this is that big full skirt. Obviously, it's got long sleeves in the pattern, but that's very, very easily customised. So what you do with the dress is you make it from the top down in the skirt, and it'll be sleeveless when you first make it. So then it'll be very easy for you, if it's cap sleeves, say, or 3/4 sleeves rather than full sleeves, you crochet that onto the dress afterwards. So it'll come sleeveless when you first crochet it, and you can custom that. You've got little bits and pieces like tiaras in there. You've got the bouquets. Obviously, she's got shoes underneath here as well. And what it also gives you then is the ability to make bridesmaid dresses. So once you've got this pattern bundle, now I'm not going to say that obviously in here automatically I've given you the right colours for all the bridesmaids that you want to make.
That would be very
once you've
hard.
got all the patterns, then you've really got everything that if you want to make the whole bridal party, you absolutely will be able to. So the other bridal
you can buy extra yarn in the colours that you want.
Yeah, in the colours that you want that you can customise to. So the other dress is a fishtail dress like this. So you've got that slinky dress with the fishtail at the back, so that you've got two different and
I think all of your bridesmaids need to be carrying one of these, wearing the same dress as them.
Absolutely. And again, as I said, here, actually, this is a really good example. So it shows you what that wedding dress is like when you first crochet it without sleeves. Then all you do is you rejoin, and then you just work those sleeves downwards, and you crochet it from the top down. So in terms of doing shorter dresses, if you didn't want them to be full length, again, easy peasy for you just to make that call on where you finish in that pattern. So it's not that you're going to have to be designing the dresses yourself, if you see what I mean. You're not going to have to do any maths. It'll be easy for you to actually
just say,
stop off. And
you're kind of
that's long
changing
enough.
colour or length or whatever.
And then you obviously also get the wedding cake. So you've got a triple tiered cake to make as well. So you've got a little accessory. I mean, what have we got? We've got a bow tie rather than a tie-tie. And this one we've got the cummerbund on there as well. So you really can bits and pieces customise them and go as far as you want. And if you were going to just use all your yarn, 3, 6, 9, 12, just to give you an idea, you could make 4 dolls. As in, if you weren't being precious about all of your colours and exactly matching them where you want to be, you've absolutely got enough yarn to make 4 dolls, no problem at all, plus the accessories. It's just whether I've managed to nail exactly the colours that you need, but obviously you've got all the classics. So in terms of...
and you can buy extra ones to add in, you know.
You can, or use yarn from your stash if you have it. So in terms of skin tones and hair tones, you've got the oatmeal, the camel, the fudge and the cocoa. You've then got 50 grams of the black, 50 grams of the navy, so that's really thinking about suits and things like that. Then you've got 100 grams of the cream for those all-important wedding dresses. Obviously, the shirts underneath the suits tend to be that too. And then you've got your pink and your sage in contrast for all the extra bits and pieces that go on top.
Oh, I think it's lovely. I mean, and this is like the ultimate wedding gift. And, you know, as Kerry was saying, this could be as a, you know, like a present for the bride and groom. It could be for an anniversary, all of that things. And I think it's a lovely idea about recreating like your grandparents or your parents.
Yes, it is, and capturing it. It just would make people smile. It's I think I struggle when you hit wedding anniversaries and stuff like that now, especially with parents and aunties and uncles. What do you get? What do you get? That means anything. Whereas finding a picture of when they got married, even just recreating their cake, I mean, would probably make them really
need
smile.
to be perfect. It's just
because if you present it with the picture, regardless of whether they would know anyway, they're going to know straight away. That
and then I think the thought of like your bridesmaids carrying one of these, I mean, it's just really special, isn't it?
It is, and lots of people I know, when they're planning weddings, I have seen a lot of people crochet these dolls as wedding table decorations, obviously as cake toppers, or just as little mascots that sit on the edge of the wedding ceremony somewhere. If you are a crocheter or if you know somebody that is a crocheter, then it's a very exciting project.
If you want one of these, you know someone's a crocheter, get them the kit.
And then put your order in, send them some photos.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a lovely idea because what it's about is getting the sort of the colours-ish right. It doesn't have to be a perfect.
No, it doesn't have to be perfect at all. Like I wouldn't. Also, I'm always there to give advice, and I know I shouldn't probably bring this one upon myself at a busy time of year, but I have given advice historically over the last few years where people will send me a picture and they'll say, which colour do you think I should use for this? Or how would I get this collar? Or her veil's this long, how should I do that? So it's me on the end of the social media and a team of crocheters. Honestly, if you want tips and advice
on how
to do something, just make sure you send me a picture and then we'll be able to go from there, no problem at all.
I think it's just a wonderful memento and I love it. It's gorgeous. And remember, everybody who shops in this hour will get the butterfly badge. That's different to those. So if you shopped in the last hour and this hour, you'll be getting two patches. Sorry, you'll be getting the two patches. Right, let's talk about the long-waited for frog bag.
Okay, the frog bag's return. Right, let me try and get this in a bag without causing chaos. It's here. I've got it here.
I'm going to move your
So the
bridal
story
party.
behind the frog bag is, the frog bag was our big hit from this time last year. So we spun a batch of yarn, Aran yarn, in lime and green and pink. So we did 3 special batches of Aran yarn. So that is our thicker yarn. You use a 5mm hook to crochet on it. And we spun this yarn, and then I decided that I was going to make a frog bag. So a bag that was practical to use, but was in the shape of a frog.
Why did you decide on a frog?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
But I made it for myself. Well, actually, probably for my daughter, Alex, who loved it, is the truth, when I made the first one. I made this frog bag, and I brought it into work. And the next day, the whole TOFT team were making a frog bag. Everyone wanted one. They wanted to customise them into different colours. We knew within our own team that it was going to be a hit. Then when we released it, obviously it was very, very popular. Lots of you have made them. Now, when we were doing our end-of-year stock check, so I'm going to be very honest about this one, we found a box of the pink Aran. We thought we'd all sold out. We thought that had gone away. I thought Louise was enjoying her pink frog bag that she uses regularly. I had to ask Louise to borrow hers again to get it back out. So these are the frog bags. They were hugely popular. They've got a big zip that you sew in at the front. So it is actually a very big space in terms of getting your stuff inside. So you can fit far more than just your phone in. It comes with the adjustable cork strap, which can be full crossbody as well as short if you want it to be. And then the all-important yarn then that has been discovered
So the strap is like a completely
It is totally made for you. You're not making anything with the strap at all. Then you're getting the zip separately, which there is again a video, although you're sewers, so you'll probably find that far easier than I did when I first sewed that in. And then you've got giant safety eyes, and we had to source these and have them made just for the frog bag because never had I seen a safety eye as ridiculously big as this one.
It's amazing, but it needed...
It needed the very, very big ones.
Big eyes.
So you will get those giant safety eyes. I'm not sure I'll ever get to use them on a project ever again. All the other colourways have sold out by the natural colour, so there's no longer any other frog bags available, like the lime ones have gone, they all sold out last year. It really is a special thing to be able to get hold,
and they were, and they're all in this Aran as
They're
well.
all in the Aran weight. Now, we don't normally spin bright colours in Aran weight, and that's why it is so special. We just do the brights in double knit. Occasionally, we'll do a fine or an Aran as a special limited edition batch, but I have to beg the mill to do it for me because to spin a batch of yarn, you usually have to go for a humongous quantity of one colour. In truth, it's not that popular for us to do these heavier weights in the bright colours. So that's why we don't do it very often at all. So we have one box. All the stock is loaded onto this frog bag. So if you missed out on the frog bag trend this time last year, it's your chance to be able to actually make that frog bag. You get 2 balls of the pink, 1 of the cream, obviously the eyes, the strap and the zip. There's loads of instruction on it as well, and the pattern you can custom to add spots wherever you would like to.
Oh, he's just gorgeous, isn't he? I mean, he is a real talking piece. You see these sort of character handbags, they cost thousands.
Yeah, they do, yeah. And it just caught the imagination of lots of people, even if you don't want to use it as a bag. So if you decide that you don't want to use it as a bag, what a lot of people I even saw use it for is almost like a worry frog, which I hadn't heard of. So basically you write down things that are concerning you, and then you put them inside and he eats them.
Brilliant.
But he could just sit like that if you wanted to.
Absolutely.
He can sit and put a bit of stuffing in him, and you can unzip and zip him up and put your secrets inside.
He could be a crochet hook bag. It could be all sorts.
It could be a project bag. It could be anything. And the nice thing is, but you can attach this wherever you want it to be. So you can attach it at the front if you want it to go cross-body, which I know a lot of the team wear it like this. Then you just move that to be here. So you just push your straps through the fabric and wear it wherever you want it to be.
And it looks like you've got a frog on you.
But we've all got one, yeah.
Have you?
Yeah, we have.
Brilliant.
And they're all different colours, but this is Louise's, and she's on holiday at the moment. She had to actually drop this off while she was on holiday because I forgot we didn't own it. It's hers. Yeah, it's obviously in all the lovely pictures, but this is Louise's actually perfectly crocheted frog bag. Yeah.
She's like, I really need that.
Yeah, back from retirement. I know. I hope she didn't want it on a summer holiday with her.
He's got lovely, lovely feet with big chunky toes.
Yeah, and easy to crochet. Like, it is a thick yarn, a big hook. Actually, it crochets it really fast. Don't think you've got to be advanced at crocheting to be able to do it at all. It is just a lovely, easy pattern. Construction-wise, you're making the kind of top of the head and the bottom of the head first. There's 2 big ovals like that. And then you make this back piece in one go, and that's why it becomes such a big capacity to put your stuff in, is it's actually hollow from here right the way down to here, so it's all that space to be able to put things inside. The sewing's up easy peasy between the pieces, and it's just got a little bit of stuffing in the limbs just to make it a little bit more 3D.
Brilliant. So this is your last chance to get hold of the frog bag, £72. Honestly, you see these sort of character novelty bags like this, they cost thousands.
Yeah.
And it is something that, well, I think that, like you said, everyone will go, where'd you get that from?
Yeah, where did you get that from? It is it's not for you if you don't want to chat to people about your frog bag, because the second that you put it on, everyone tries to ask you about your frog bag. Yeah.
Yeah, where'd you get that from?
Where'd you get that from? Yeah,
The
you
frog
can
bag.
say, oh, I made it.
Yeah, it's the coolest thing. I absolutely love it. And in fact, it's got a nice big chunky metal zip as well. It's lovely. Right, we are going to do the duck from the first show.
As in the duck kit?
Yes.
Here's Geraldine. Yeah.
Geraldine.
Yeah. Oh, in fact, the actual duck I must have packed away. So I apologise for that. She must have gone in with all the other birds. Unless you can see her, there you go. She's on the top waiting for me.
There you go.
Perfect.
There she is.
Yep.
Thank you, Michael. We love the duck. Now, with this duck, obviously, with Geraldine, you will get the duck patch because she was from the duck show. Look, I love her feathers at the back. So, this is a great idea if you are a beginner, or you want to learn, or you want to give someone a gift because it's got everything in it, or you just know someone who loves ducks.
Yeah, I mean, my gran used to have literally, I think the collector in me comes from her.
Really?
She used to have ducks all over her kitchen. She didn't care. I mean, she was easy to buy for because obviously you just had to buy something.
Just buy something
with a duck on, and she was quite happy. But yeah, I think the collector side of me.
I
think
it's lovely.
Yeah.
What a gorgeous duck. I mean, it's a lovely, it's quite a grown-up duck, but also it's a wonderful thing for children.
Yeah, it's totally safe.
It's a proper toy, isn't it?
It is, yeah. They'll keep forever. So you do get the 50 grams of the cream, which is obviously your main colour, and a nice light colour, so great for a beginner to see their stitches on for the first time, and your yellow in contrast for both the feet and the beak. Your eye threads is what the black is. There you get your 3mm crochet hook, which is the only tool that you'd ever need for any TOFT double knit projects. You get your wool needle to sew up, which again I've got stuck to the inside here. Oh, there you go, you can see it there. So your wool needle, whenever it's a TOFT complete kit, is always stuck to the inside like that so you can see it. And then you get all of your stuffing, as well as obviously, most importantly, your pattern. And then you also get a stitch guide that breaks down all of the different stitches into step-by-step techniques and gives you QR video links as well.
Can you wash these?
Yes, you can. So long as it's a polyester, so it is a pure wool outer and a polyester stuffing, then you can wash on a wool cycle in your machine.
Okay.
But all you need to watch if you are making them without materials coming like this is watch for natural stuffings. That's the biggest risk of it felting, is if you use a pure wool stuffing, and we do a pure wool stuffing, or even a K-pop stuffing, you'll find that what will happen is the fabric will felt to the inside.
Right.
And so, I mean, some people do it on purpose. I've actually met quite a lot of Ed's animals that are intentionally felted because it will felt to a really solid fabric if you want it to do that.
Right,
you can put it on a hot wash. But no, keep it on a cool wool cycle when you're washing them, or wash them by hand. If you want to be particularly careful, obviously.
So if you're giving them to a child or a baby or something, then, you know, they're all very safe because they don't have plastic eyes. You can wash them.
Yeah.
But I'd wash them by hand. I wouldn't put
Yeah,
it in
you
the
can wash it.
machine.
I know some people would feel cruel putting Geraldine in the machine.
Yeah. Just I would worry that its leg and sewn its legs on properly or something.
Well, they'll get stronger in the wash process, probably.
That's true. That's true. I mean, this is beautiful, isn't it? I love all of the birds, but I think this one and the seagull.
Yeah, Dave. Yeah.
Dave. In fact, he's called Dave as well. If you buy that one, because it was something that we had in the first hour, and obviously it matches as well, you will get the patch. So you can have Geraldine the duck and Geraldine the patch. Tortoises next. These are...
So this is a brand new kit, only launched last week, a brand new little kit, and using the 2 new TOFT greens. So these are 2 new TOFT green colours. I thought I had plenty of green with green and lime. I don't, because obviously we've got flowers and we've got veg and we've got so much more that now we've got chive and kale. So kale is that really dark green.
Yes.
These weren't available until recently in the 25-gram balls, and it is a complete kit. So if I grab that off...
Is it that one?
I think it's the one on the other side, I'm afraid.
Okay. So you didn't have these two before with your fruit, your flowers and everything?
No, we had it only in skein, so we didn't ever do it in this useful 25-gram ball. That means you've got a little bit of every colour. So because it's in a box, that means it's a total complete kit like Geraldine was. So you get your 50 grams of yarn and it will make both. So all I've done is reverse the colours and where you place them so that you can make a little pair of tortoises. Then you will get your hook, you will get all of your stuffing, and then you will get all of your wool needle and your guide in exactly the same way as Geraldine was. This is an easy peasy pattern. I really, really would recommend it for, even if you're starting to think about half terms or summer holidays, if you were going to teach a child, this would be a great kit to teach a child.
That's really worth knowing, because it's the sort of thing that we get questions on all the time about, I want to start, how do I start?
Because something like a duck, so technique-wise, the duck's no harder than these, but the thing is, you'll get to the end much faster on these. Even if you end up never putting the legs on. So you've got to try and hold a child's attention for long enough that they're going to see the results. And I think even if you did the shell and the head, once you put the eyes on that head, they're in, and then they'll definitely get going on their legs to finish it off.
And they are so cute as well, aren't they? Really lovely. And there's enough to make two.
Yeah, so you could make one and then they could make one,
you
which
can
would
do
be a
it
great
together
way.
at the same time. Oh, and they are lovely as well. I love a complete kit. I mean, obviously it's not for everybody, because some people are, I've already got the hook, I've already got that. But it
really does a job. Like even me, even sometimes I want to reach for something like this, because like you don't have all the fuss of trying to find all the bits and pieces, especially even with the eye threads and things like that. It means that literally, if you just want a quick project to take with you somewhere, you don't have to think everything's inside the box.
Yeah, I love it. Gorgeous. Two little tortoises. Really, really nice. Do get checked out on that one. Guinea pigs. I think these are Hannah's favourite.
Yeah, this is another brand new kit, which is very, very popular.
I mean, guinea pigs are massively popular, aren't they? I bet you've had a fantastic response to this.
It has. It's been really, really popular. And again, it's a super easy, but it is a mix and match pattern. So this is still a complete beginner pattern, but it's going to be for the beginner that wants to get creative. So inside the box, you will get...
Little pigs.
25 grams of the cream, and you'll get 25 grams of the fudge. Then you will get your eye threads, and because these guinea pigs have little pink noses to make them look cute, you will also get your pink nose threads. So you get 2 sets of threads of that one. You'll obviously get your hook and you'll get your stuffing in exactly the same way. But what you've got here is more of a mix and match kind of pattern.
Okay.
So you've got the whole of the body and head, which is effectively just a big basic shape. It's just from here, and you do all of that in one piece to the front. So easy peasy, a great thing for someone to learn on. Then you make your ears and your feet separately, and then there's a little guide to doing markings. So then what it will show you is, this is exactly as I've made these 3. So if you want to make them exactly like the 3 on the front, this is how it's been done. But the idea is that you can customise them, because even though if you're a beginner, doing a simple colour change, you'll learn a colour change halfway down your guinea pig, but then you'll have mastered something new, and then all 3 can look different. So rather than them all be the same, I'm encouraging you to make them all look different.
You've got to go different.
With a basic colour change, and it can look complicated, even though all you're doing is making the ears in the other colour, rather than making them in the same.
And this one's got one brownie and one creamy. Yeah. They could be little bag charms, couldn't they?
They could, yeah, absolutely. It'd be really popular like that. I mean, I'm calling them guinea pigs. They could be hamsters if you know someone that loves it. I don't mean to be offensive towards guinea pigs and hamsters, but they're not a complicated shape. They could be hamsters if you would like them to be hamsters. I'm not precious about these things. But yeah, they're a really fun little, again, would be great for kids. Because they are simple and they're small, and they'll get results really, really quickly.
Again, and because it's a complete bit, it's good for beginners, isn't it? You can make them jumpers, and they could be guinea pigs in blankets.
Oh, yes, they could, yeah.
For Christmas.
Yeah, they could. They'd look cute in some jumpers.
Christmas, you know, make them all a little granny square blanket.
Yeah. So you get all of the different... all the different guides to doing them. So you can also make exactly your guinea pig. I mean, if you've got guinea pigs in these colours, you could try and then copy the markings.
Oh, they're just so cute. And again, you know, for children, well, actually adults, they're just a really nice thing to just hold, aren't they?
Yeah, they're, again, really tactile, and you end up just, de-stressing with them.
Yeah, they just feel nice, don't they? Just little guinea pigs. I think these little starter kits are such a good idea because they're sort of achievable. You really feel that you can just...
Yeah, it's not a long amount of time. Like, this would be something that if you did have, say, a train journey or a flight, that you could do quite achievably on that little trip and make the most of it.
Quite nice if you gift this to someone. This could be like their beginning of their journey.
Yeah, and then you can crochet with them later. Then you can show them the dark side of everything else once they're in.
So let's talk treble.
Yeah.
Once you've hooked them in.
Yeah.
These are just so cute, aren't they? £24 for the kit. And remember, you get everything. You get the hook, you get all the yarn, you get the
stuffing, the wool needle.
All the wool needle, all the pattern, and you've also got the links to all the stitches. So if you are completely new, you're not on your own. You can go through to all the video tutorials and you'll know how to do all of them. Some you might know and some you might not know. So it's quite nice to have them all there. Right, the farm book. Here it is. That's the bird book.
So because we were talking about mini projects, and I know probably it is the time of year where people might fancy learning something new and learning to crochet for the first time, these mini books are a great way for someone to learn. You've got 25 projects. Ooh. And they go from the easiest through to the most difficult. So it's a little bit like a workshop, is the way that you need to view it.
Is this new?
So these were released in 2020, but we don't talk about the minis as often as everything else.
Them.
So they were released, during COVID, really as a kind of a guide to learning to crochet. So rather than all the techniques be at the back, like they normally are in the books, you've got the basic techniques at the front. So you've got all the step-by-steps for the beginner ones, but then the first, and there's like how to read your pattern and understanding abbreviations, but then the first pattern will just have a double crochet in, nothing special,
so
just
the
your basic double crochet.
One.
So he's the easy one. Then as you then move on to your next, and there's obviously extensive guides to sewing up everything as your first one, but then as you move on to the hare, she's just as easy as the pig, but she's a darker colour, so I would regard her as a little bit trickier because the stitches are hard to see. Then you move on to Simon and you learn about how to do the fleece. So this is going to be doing chains onto the surface of the fabric afterwards. So you've learnt a new technique. So you gradually, so then you're going to do the alpaca. Same technique as Simon, but more of it. You've got to cover the whole of the body and the head to do the alpaca. Then you move on to the little hedgehog. And this, you're going to be doing chains, but then you're slip stitching back down the chains rather than doing loops.
So you really are.
So you learn, and they're really small projects. The minis don't take very long at all.
The goose.
So you're doing tiny kind of tidbits of different techniques with quick projects that
And do you know what, if
won't
you've
take
bought
long.
any of the kits, like you said, there's bits of yarn
Yeah,
left.
there's bits of yarns left over from everywhere, and a mini's great. It really doesn't take a lot of yarn at all. Say it's got 2 colours in, you're only going to need kind of 12 grams from one.
I love the donkey.
Yeah.
But you could then...
So here you've done a colour change, You
could use the bits you've got
all
from
your bits
other
and pieces,
ones or your scrap yarn or any odds and ends. Oh, the next step, changing colour.
And I even know people that have made these as an advent calendar for someone. And I don't know whether it's a crime to talk about Christmas at this stage, but say that there's 25 mini projects inside of this. They've literally just used up all their ends and bits and pieces, crocheted their way through the whole book, knowing that they can do a mini an evening, and then loaded up a special advent calendar with one for every day.
I'm sure you've done this one as a kit, haven't you?
So some of them will be available.
That's gorgeous.
As a separate little kit.
I love the fox.
And
baby robin.
It's called farm, but it's about animals that you would see on a farm rather than just animals that you farm, if you see what I mean.
Right.
So that's why you've got a pheasant that you might see on a farm.
And a robin and a hedgehog.
Got a bat,
That's lovely.
Then on to the ones that are a bit more complicated. So these are the ones that will entertain you at the end.
I love the photos.
Yeah, with the yarn.
That's really clever, isn't it?
Snail.
Of course.
Yep, need a snail for a farm. And then finally we introduced the loop stitch. So your last couple of projects will have the loop stitch. So you've learned everything by here. So you've got your red squirrel.
Well, this is so... and the collie. But this is great because you might have started one of those other kits. You might have done a little bit. You might have done nothing and then you can build up...
Yeah, right the way through to the Highland cow.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And then you build all the way up to this.
Yeah, and honestly, the minis don't take long at all. That's what they're great for. They'll hang, like you said, key charms. They can become Christmas baubles. These are other people's pictures at the end. These aren't even mine. So these are actual customers' pictures that have made the minis and their success. So this lady made all the different ponies using the pony pattern, just changed all the colours.
Of course,
like we've been
and why
discussing
not?
throughout. Yeah.
And frogs.
Yeah. So the frog in there as well. So a real mixture of different animals, great techniques, and
it's a
they're
great
fast.
price as well, $12.99. Yeah, because you've got a lot in there.
And the price is about to go up, which is why this is on the show, I think, is because this is the last of our stock at this price. Now, I'm not in control of the pricing. The publisher does that, not me.
Right.
The price is about to move to $14.99, so you're getting an absolute bargain buying that at that price because it is about to rise.
So when they reprint
I think
it.
we have the last stock, as in
Right.
it has already been reprinted at that price. We have the last stock, so
okay,
it will move
so
soon.
if you want to get, I mean, that is a great price because you've got all of those projects and you can use all your odds and ends of yarns. You might have a lot of TOFT yarn left over. You could use whatever yarn you want. You know, it means that you can use up yarn for
Yeah,
it,
and we're
can't you?
talking about minis in terms of size. That's if you use a double knit yarn. So if you use a double knit yarn, these animals will be as big as, well, we have got loads of them here, but about as big as this tortoise. But the same theory applies to yarn thickness. So if you want to make them huge, you can just use an Aran or a Chunky and they'll double up in size. If you want to really challenge yourself, which I know a lot of people are enjoying doing, you could use a 4-ply and make them small enough to be in a display
they all
cabinet
work,
or
so
something.
that I guess because you don't do it in like measurements, you do it in stitches.
Yeah, so they all scale it perfectly.
With some patterns you can't do that because when it says like
do it for 4 centimetres, we never do that.
Then.
So no, it will all scale. You never have to do any maths yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, because sometimes when I've done things, it doesn't work because then they say cast on whatever.
Yeah,
6.
and it isn't straightforward maths when you have to do things like that. But this, you don't need to worry. You're literally just using a thicker yarn and a bigger hook, and the pixel will effectively just get bigger.
Yeah, and I think that's lovely. So that to do miniature ones. Should we?
Yeah, we could bring them in to see. I did bring quite a selection with me, to get an idea of how big they are when they're in a double knit yarn.
Yeah, I'll just bring us because I'm not going to be able to carry them all. I'll bring a little selection. I haven't seen the babies.
Minis, yeah.
Because you've bought these on as kits, as the big ones. Look at the little pig.
Honestly, because you can crochet, you could make a pig in an evening without even blinking. They're so fast, and that's what's great.
He's definitely pigs in blankets, isn't he, for Christmas? Oh, there was this big craze a couple of years ago for crocheted pigs in blankets.
There was,
and they were everywhere with funny pigs, and they had like little granny square blankets
on.
And they were just gorgeous. But I made one, wasn't as nice as this. I think you need one of those. They made almost like capes from babies. It was a big craze, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a big thing. Yeah, it was.
I'm not the only mad one. You see. But that's lovely, isn't it? And look at the size of it. It's so cute.
They're just they are a nice size in your hand. Yeah.
But like you say, if you did that in 4-ply,
it would be tiny, yeah. Or for mobiles, they work well as well. So if you are making, obviously, a mobile for a nursery, all the farm-themed animals are in there, so you can theme the whole thing off it.
I mean, look at the pheasants. These little wings. It's so cute. And the donkey. Well, that's amazing. That's only $12.99. Thank you so much, Kate. It's been
Thank you. Yeah, it's been lovely.
Fabulous. I've had a wonderful time. Love all of this. Don't even know where to start. Thank you for joining me today. Coming up tomorrow on Sewing Street. Who is presenting tomorrow? Oh. Stuart is presenting tomorrow. He will be here at 8 o'clock with you for Fabulous Flower Show Fabrics, because we are continuing our flower show for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So all orders until stocks last will come with the Flower Show badge. But obviously, the sooner you order, the sooner you get the badge, because they may go eventually. But we are continuing the Flower Show theme tomorrow. At 9 o'clock, Sandy will be with him for the Patchwork Promenade quilt. At 10 o'clock, Lucy Pixley is here. I'm sure it's fixed tomorrow. Okay. But we have got... I won't bank on either. There is a problem with our system that we can't actually read it. 10 o'clock, Lucy will be here with her new phone bag and red car wallet. At 11, Sandy will be back in with the Quilt As You Go wine totes and tote bags. And Lucy is back at 12 with the new bold rucksack and Leicester Lane. Thank you so much for joining me and Delphine and Kerry today. It's been lovely to be with you. Have a wonderful afternoon full of sewing and crochet, obviously, and I'll see you back here next week.